Chapter 43. The End of One Adventure. The Beginning of Another. The shuttle trip back to my ship was uneventful, though the pilot seemed unusually happy. Then again, I had just rewarded everyone under my command for a successful military campaign. They were probably planning some party amongst themselves. It was well-deserved if you asked me. There were far too few joys for the regular men and women who served the Imperium, and if I could use the enormous wealth at the disposal of a rogue trader to make their lives a little more bearable, then so be it. It was a paltry expense in any case. Sure, my purser would have a minor meltdown, but there was little he could do. The increase in productivity would also serve to ease his bleeding heart. Come to think of it, the ship's steward might also be having a small aneurysm at the thought of the supplies I was using up, but what was he going to do? Deny me? I could have taken my rest on the space station, but since I didn't know if it had been scoured or not, I was not taking the chance of a vengeful Skaven eyeing a chance for revenge on my person, so my ship was where I decided to go. Besides, I might as well make it a habit to seek comfort in my quarters, since I was going to spend significant amounts of time there in the future. I didn't realize how spent and tired I was until I stepped foot on my flagship again. A wave of exhaustion washed over me the moment I was back in the safety that was my ship. Over 20,000 souls ready to fight and die to protect me, as well as ship armaments big enough to launch planet-killing ammunition, had a strange way of soothing the unease that kept gnawing at my mind. We had won the war, but I did not feel victorious. I still had mountains of work ahead of me before I could leave this planet behind. But before that, I needed proper sleep and to go through the system with whatever updates it had to give me. From the moment I stepped off the shuttle, I was met with celebrating people, both workers and soldiers, praising the Emperor and cheering my name at the same time. I had to smile and nod graciously everywhere I went on the ship, keeping up the illusion of an unbothered and gracious Lord Captain until I could get to the privacy that was my quarters. In truth, I didn't like it. What I had done was nothing more than these people deserved, and yet they praised me as if I had uplifted them from the worst of conditions when I had done nothing more than hand out meager rewards for exceptional accomplishments. I was struck by the fact that the sort of generous behavior, both with material goods and leniency towards behavior that was less than perfect, was extremely rare, and with the dogmatic imperium of man being what it was, such people were always considered wild cards. People from whom you could expect nothing and everything. People you could potentially exploit by appealing to their nature of caring for others. I knew I had nothing to fear from anyone among the 20-something thousand people currently serving my ship. They had realized I was not a noble who only cared about looking good. I fought with the soldiers on the ground, rewarded them when they did good, and took care of their needs better than most would have done. Honestly, I could understand the wariness of the Inquisitor. Anyone who broke the regular behavior pattern of stepping on those beneath your station was bound to suffer scrutiny and suspicion. But I had been scrutinized heavily and made it out on the other side. Yet another big accomplishment, being under the watchful eye of an overzealous Inquisitor and making it out alive. The system had better give me something for that. Mortal enemy defeated. You have defeated a being of great power who had vowed to destroy you. You are either lucky or more skilled than one would assume. +2 strength, +1 agility. Monstrous creations killed, thanks to your efforts, and soldiers more capable than you. Great abominations have been destroyed. +1 will. Monstrous creation fought. You have engaged in close combat with a mutated horror and emerged alive, however unlikely a possibility, +3 luck. Skaven threat eliminated. You have successfully waged a campaign of war against a Skaven undercity and won. Congratulations, you have done what few other people can ever boast of doing. Reputation among military branches of the Imperium has been increased by a vast amount. Feudal world secured. Your actions have secured the future of a feudal world that almost fell to chaos and mutants. The Imperium is pleased. Reputation with the Adeptus Administratum increased. Human. Level 7. Stat points remaining, 0. Alignment. Faithful Imperial ++. Litanies, 68. Augmentations. Cybernetic Lung. Upgrade LVL1. Toxins/environment. Level 23883/385,400. Strength, 19. Agility, 19. Perception, 19. Will, 25. Luck, 36. Psyche, for 99 out of 500. skills, feats, abilities, retinue. Seriously? 1 point from increasing my psyche level. 1 singular stinking point. The system is mocking me openly at this point. I was getting close to a level up, and I always welcomed more stat points. But I was quite surprised that I had not gotten more XP. Then again, my fights had primarily been with either Skaven slaves or specialized monsters, and there had to be an upper limit of XP gain per slain creature. No matter, all good things come to those who can wait. And if I had anything in this universe, it was time. With my position, I was eligible for rejuvenation treatments once I got old enough, giving me the possibility of living for at least 400 standard Terran years, and there were mechanical means to extend it even further after that. Of course, this would not come without exorbitant costs, which is why so few people receive these treatments. It was a privilege reserved for the obscenely wealthy and influential people of the Imperium. But I was getting off track. I had business to attend to. Today was the day I would elect a new governor, and hopefully, one that would not fall to the temptation of corruption as easily as the last one. After a quick meal and some recap, I gave orders for the most prominent village leaders in the world below to be brought to the space station, with emphasis on the selected candidates to be chosen from among those who were not in a position of power before I changed the social structure on the planet. I did not desire former nobles to regain a position of power over the people they had already exploited. My orders were received with slight confusion, but there was no hesitation in executing them. The crew had learned to trust me and my, at least in their eyes, strange ideas. On the shuttle over to the space station, it hit me that I had not yet swept it clear of Skaven, which was bound to be there since they had their markings on the area. But there was an easy solution, one that I would implement as soon as this governor's business had been handled. My shuttle was the last to arrive, and in the command center, I was greeted by a throng of gawking village elders, supervised by the station security forces. Not that supervision was needed. They were too busy taking in the sights and the fact that there was an entire universe around their planet that they had no idea about. I strode up to the commander's seat and took my place, Trock trailing behind me and taking a position directly behind and a little to the left of the throne I was sitting in. His size was enough to completely dwarf me, and next to the throne he looked like a statue, hidden in the shadows as he was, but I could sense his diligence. Everyone who got even remotely close to the throne, be they guardsmen or civilians, was scrutinized to the best of his ability. I waved the village elders up one after one and had a short, private conversation with them. Most were awestruck and stumbling over their words until they realized that they were not in any kind of danger. It made the inquiries difficult, but I managed to boil down my choices to 3 different people. A mature woman, with steel in her eyes and vocal opinions on how people should be treated as humans and not like an expendable workforce. An old man who had been praying fervently and vocally to the emperor while he waited to be summoned, and had returned to praying as soon as I dismissed him. And a young man, a newly elected village elder after his deceased father. I was leaning toward picking the young man, but his youth made him dangerous. In 30 to 40 years, he would have forgotten about the life he used to live, gotten used to being in power, and would most likely go down the same route of debauchery and corruption as the old governor. The old man was a decent choice, but I feared he would try and turn the planet into a temple world if his devotion to prayer was anything to go by. This left the mature woman, which would not be a bad choice, if not for her very stern opinions. Then again, I could always appoint an advisor, a teacher of sorts, to restrain the next governor from doing anything that might draw displeasure from the Imperium. This person would naturally also serve as my eyes and ears on the station, taking care that my interests did not suffer under the new governor. In the end, I chose the mature woman, and when I suggested an advisor, she happily agreed. I have no knowledge or experience with the task you wish for me to undertake, Lord Captain, but I can promise you I will make the people flourish and the world rich if I get my way. If your advisor can assist in the things of which I am not knowledgeable, perhaps even teach me, I would be eternally grateful, she said as I announced my choice. Almost all of the elders looked elated at not having to shoulder the responsibility, except the young man. While not angry, he looked miffed when he was passed over for the position of ultimate power over the world below. He could either be trouble or accept his fate, but I did not want to leave it to chance. A few words were exchanged with the new governor, Nyrith Jorvind, now titled Governor Jorvund. She proclaimed that the young man would be her second in command and the de facto ruling governor, should she not be present. He looked placated and pleased with this decision, no doubt imagining himself becoming the next governor in a matter of a few decades. He would learn soon enough that this would not happen, as governor titles are hereditary and pass to the oldest child in the bloodline unless specific instructions are left behind. And even then, there is a good chance they will be ignored if the candidate voicing objections is strong-willed enough. With that taken care of, and the remaining elders being sworn to secrecy about what they had seen outside the planet, under pain of generational executions, I ordered the entire space station be abandoned except for myself and a few technicians. It took most of the day to evacuate everyone, but finally, I was the last person standing next to my shuttle, accompanied by the technicians and truck. When I finally gave the order to turn off life support systems and purge the station of oxygen, they began protesting, but they stopped as fast as they started when I raised my hand to silence them. I care not what amount of livestock, plants, or other organic life has to die. I gave you an order and I expect you to carry it out, post-haste. I will see to it that everything is restocked and replenished when we are done. And listen for screeching. If we hear any, we enter the ship and complete the station purge remotely, I said, and the confusion did not leave their faces, but they did as commanded. The low hum of the station's machinery slowly died out as they continued their work, and the temperature started slowly dwindling while the air became light and made it difficult to breathe. As soon as they finished, they mumbled prayers to the machine spirit and practically sprinted to my shuttle. I was the last to leave, and when I cast my gaze into the open hangar before stepping on the shuttle, I could swear I saw red, beady eyes watching me from the deep shadows. I allowed myself to smile at them, a bright and genuine smile. I truly wished them the best in their last moments of life, if they were truly there. We left the station on the shuttle, stopped, and turned to face the station before the final commands were given. The air came shooting out of every open airlock and bulkhead we could remotely open, and with them came hundreds upon hundreds of Skaven clan rats. They writhed and buckled in the vast emptiness outside the station before succumbing to the cold and lack of oxygen. They would forever float around the station, a reminder of the cost connected to being relaxed about station security. I implemented new security measures, with a separate hangar that would be depressurized after magnetically locking the shuttles in places and screening the crew before leading them into the station proper. It would be a hassle, but it would vastly increase security both in terms of mutants and heretics. It took a few days to take off everything, the celebration of the governor in particular. I had to make a grand gesture, make the people of the station and the world below understand that Nyrith Jorvund was chosen to serve as their connection to the Imperium at large and their representative in all dealing with it. In return, she would watch over the world and take care of its people. It ended up being a week-long, planet-wide celebration, but I was fine with it since it gave me time to take care of other matters. With a great shipment of exquisitely carved wooden furniture, I sent messages out to nearby great houses of the Imperium that an opportunity to acquire treasure worthy of being displayed in their magnificent houses, palaces, and fortresses would be available for viewing upon request, and it only took a day for the replies to come flooding in. I sent out smaller ships that I requisitioned from the station's fleet, with trade agents that took good care of my interests and returned with profits beyond imagining to an Imperial citizen. To me, though, it was just a very healthy profit margin. Yes, the requisitioned ships would leave the station under-equipped for a while, but if I had made the right choice in governor, the flourishing trade should soon let her purchase ships to both replace and reinforce those that I had taken. Granted, they were just armed freighters, so they would not be good for anything other than long-range support and defensive actions in a fight, but it was still a significant investment for a governor of a feudal world, and those 3 ships would serve me infinitely better than they would serve a space station in established territory. It also gave me around 3,000 more crew per ship, bringing my total, when fully staffed, to around 35,000 crew members, not accounting for any troops I brought with me. Speaking of, I would need to be reinforced at Bacca Station. I wanted a solid 50,000 fighting troops with me for my first trip into the Veiled region. My Master of Whispers had worked diligently, finding rumors and ancient maps depicting unclassified worlds, rumored Eldar craft worlds, and even intercepted chatter among Astartes vessels of a demon world. Still, it would be a good place to increase my reputation without too much risk, even if my current personal desire was the Halo stars, back in Segmentum Obscura. But that trip would require me to bring a small invasion fleet in terms of ships, and at least 4 full Imperial Guard regiments. Getting a hold of 2 million troops and dozens of ships was a monumental undertaking, but one I was more than willing to undertake. I had a gut feeling about the Halo stars, and I was going to follow it. I paid to extract melee combat specialists from the planet below and assign them as trainers to my troops, with the best of them also being instructed to train with me personally for a few hours every day. I had found my skills lacking whenever I fought in melee, and it was time to remedy that. I secured enough weapons to outfit and replenish myself many times over, made further improvements to the, quite frankly, antiquated laws that were in place, and let my confessors preach to their heart's delight. They were diligent indeed, as construction of small temples in almost every village was undertaken soon after a confessor's arrival, spurred on by tales of the great danger they had just been saved from. Within a month, I was richer than I had been when I began my career as a rogue trader. I had 4 ships beneath my command, bristling with weapons, supplies, and a small assortment of the best woodwork the planet below had to deliver. Intricate wooden carvings inspired by imperial tales, small toy armies, perfectly made with wood and stone, beautiful lockboxes and containers for lords and ladies to keep their baubles and trinkets in, gold inlaid goblets, and cups with carved artwork of the emperor, and so much more. Things I could give away as gifts to the powerful individuals I would meet in my future travels. Simple, but unique things they could use to cause envy among their peers. The last thing I did before I departed for Bacca Station was to chart a claim on the world, under my newly formed dynasty, under the condition of generous tithe to the Imperium in the form of raw minerals from the planet below, a responsibility to be undertaken by the governor I appointed. Between Governor Jorvind and myself, we agreed that she would strive to exceed the expected tithe slightly, almost marking the excess as a gift for the glory of the Imperium's prosperity. That should no doubt please the tech priests of Mars, giving me some more goodwill on that front. Inquisitor Han came to speak to me several times during this month, and all of them were pleasant conversations and plans for the future. He had been busy collecting samples from the floating corpses around the station and had found his calling in hunting the Skaven and eradicating them as a species after having experienced their darkness firsthand, and I wished him all luck in his travels. He tried prodding for information, but I didn't divulge any further other than suggesting the name Skaven to him. When he asked why that name, I told him that after seeing their way of fighting, I considered them nothing more than craven vermin, and I just made an amalgam of the words. He liked the idea and took it to heart in agreement. I asked for some of his iron guards as a replacement for the troops I had lost, but he refused, giving me a few handfuls of regular guardsmen instead. They didn't seem to mind when I made inspections on my troops, a habit I had picked up which seems to endear them to me. Having me pop in and check for problems and input made the section leaders feel important, which they truly are, and it gave me the chance to learn the inner functions of how things worked, piecing together how the lore from back home integrated into life for me now. When we left the station, Governor Jorvind presented me with a sealed envelope with instructions to deliver it to a Mechanicus representative at Bacca Station. She also confided that this was the idea of the assistant I had employed from my ranks of junior officers. She was still overwhelmed by the magnitude of the knowledge she had been imparted and the responsibility of the burden she was chosen to shoulder, and she had little to no knowledge of how to behave in the upper rings of society. I gave her words of comfort that everything would come in time, and thanked her before stepping into my shuttle and leaving the space station, not to return for a very, very long time. But for now, I returned to my ship and took my small fleet to Bacca Station, followed by Han and his ships that had business in that area, and decided we might as well travel together. Safety in numbers and all that. As I leaned back in my leather chair, sipping from a glass of cheap Amasec fit only for a regular soldier with expensive taste, I reflected on the times I had been near death and the experiences I had been through so far. If this was to be my life, rather than sitting at a desk all day, I would have to be smart, smarter than most. And I had the best advantage of all: extensive, in-depth knowledge of the world around me, and I was getting the hang of moving around socially in the Imperium as well. Maybe 10 years, or so, in the future, and I would be impossible to rein in. I just needed to grow my forces and my fleet. And I needed a seneschal, now that I had a world under my claim. No way was I going to take care of the menial and time-consuming work that was related to a business empire. We would soon reach back a station, and I wondered what the administratum would have to say about the change in management under the promise of increased tithe. Not that I cared beyond what I could squeeze out of them in return, but still, it was worth pondering. I finished the glass and made ready for my instructors to arrive and begin the day's training. Holiday chapter. The training barracks were cramped and the air was heavy from the 5 squads who lived there, but Foro Giltwit loved it. This was like heaven compared to the work camp back home and the earlier indentured servitude on the ship. He had free time between training and guard duty, and there was plenty of food, so much so that he felt full most nights when going to bed. He received pay which, at first, he didn't quite understand. He had never been paid for work before. He had grown strong and tough with the training and feeding generously provided by the Master of Masters. He had even met a woman with whom he now shared kinship, the ceremony performed by the High Confessor himself, the one who spoke to the Lord Captain, the almost mythical figure that was the Master of Masters. They were expecting their first child soon, a child that would never know the beatings of the work camp or the indignity of servitude. He still remembered the day when everything was turned upside down. During his 3rd year as an indentured servant, there had been a growing group among his peers that isolated themselves from the rest of the servants and kept sticking their heads together and always disappearing off to places unknown and coming back with emboldened attitudes and secret smiles on their faces. They started whispering with new people and even dared approach him with strange talk of going against the emperor. But Foro knew better than to listen to such things. He had the scars on his back for such a transgression from his youth, back when he thought he could change the universe. He sent them away and told them to throw themselves at the mercy of the masters and admit their transgressions, lest they bring all of them in danger. And they kept working in secret, convincing more and more people that they should go against the emperor, that they could take a better life than the one they had been given. Foro knew it to be a lie. Only the masters could give you a better life. As with all things, it came to a point where the servants ended up divided. Word came down that the masters were sending people to interrogate everyone, and accusations flew between the leaders of each group. A brawl ensued, where Foro and his loyal friends managed to subdue the radical servants and sat down to wait for the masters. The masters arrived, with many armed men, and took them away to a large hangar where they would huddle together, praying for leniency for their just and right action of overpowering the radicals before they could do any damage. They were interrogated individually and answered honestly every question they were asked. They knew that secret eyes would have seen everything anyway, and they had no shame to hide. Then he arrived. The Master of Masters, flanked by a very stern and angry-looking man wearing the uniform of the executioners, the ones that could kill the guards without consequence, and a woman with the fire of holy zeal burning in her very soul, if the manic look in her eyes were anything to go by. They spoke together, out of earshot of the servants, but Foro could see the advice of both people flanking the Master of Masters. One desired a swift death for them all, unceremoniously and finished within the hour. The other wished for a far worse fate, her fiery eyes sweeping across their group as she smiled menacingly. Then the Master of Masters spoke, and both of his advisors looked as if he had struck them. There was some back and forth between them, and Foro realized he couldn't read the Master of Masters like he could everyone else, but both advisors seemed, if not convinced, then at least satisfied. Then the Master of Masters stepped forward and addressed them directly. Them, lowly servants not fit for being seen by proper people, he spoke of swift action, of acting like proper Imperials. And he thanked them, personally, before offering to become more than a servant, more than a shadow in the ship's dark. A chance to become one of the sacred Void's men, those that safeguarded the ship from all unwelcome intruders and dangers from the deep hull chambers. Foro had seen them when they were brought on the ship the first time, the burly men and women in their armor, wielding heavy weapons which they carried with a confidence Foro envied. And now he was training to become one himself. He was only a few weeks from the ceremonial bonding ritual, where he would consume incense-laced oil to bind his soul and service to the ship and the Master of Masters, the great commander of the ship, for the rest of his mortal life. He would swear the oath of shielding, promising to kill without hesitation, remorse, or question anyone that threatened the ship and its crew. He would swear the oath of defense to protect the agents and guests that might use the ship for passage. And most assuredly of all, Foro knew that he would kill anyone and anything that dared threaten the Master of Masters, the one who had uplifted him and so many of his unworthy ilk. It was their duty to honor this uplifting with devoted service to the Emperor and the Master of Masters. "Hey, Foro, you coming? Sarge put us on guard duty tonight. But it ain't so bad. That only means we are among those with extended leave later. No way your old lady will let go of an opportunity to be taken to the theater, so you are already accounted for anyway. I'll be going to the movies. They got that new hollow out Heroic Dozen 17. I heard they are sent to fight a heretical hive city." Foro's friend Krigan rambled on as he put his arm around Foro and led him over to the table where they had to go over their gear before reporting for duty. Sarge would assign them extra guard duty until graduation if a single thing was out of place. While they made preparations, Foro kept thinking about the same things. He would die for the Master of Masters. He would kill for him, and anyone that stood against him would find themselves enemies with the entire ship. Neela was lighting candles in an alcove with a small shrine to the Emperor outside of his small cathedral. It was not the most important of duties, but many of the less fortunate were not allowed within the cathedral, which is the reason he had these small shrines set up for those Imperials who were filled with piety and love for the Emperor but could not access the holiest of sites. These small shrines were always packed full, which is why Neela took great care in making sure they were properly maintained. Everyone deserved a chance to walk in the Emperor's light. When he was done, he retreated to his room to enjoy a cup of Thai tea and reflect on these past months since he found and said goodbye to Björk. He had been keeping up to date on him when he could. The strong off-worlder had made quite an impression on Neela. Dutiful in his faith, eager to serve the Imperium, surprisingly insightful when it came to interpreting the will of the Emperor. Ever since he saw him stare down an Ogren without fear or hesitation, and then heard the explanation that he trusted whatever would happen in the hands of the Emperor. It had been an eye-opening experience that made him realize how much his own ego and wishes had played into his behavior as a servant of the Emperor and the Imperial faith. That day had changed him, made him milder and less judgmental. He had rediscovered the love of the Emperor in those words. And what an experience it had been. He had met people with such devout faith that the nobles and powerful seemed almost heretical by comparison to the sad existences and broken lives of the common people. There was the dock worker, Tilly, who was missing an arm and had lost her family to a fire in the lower levels. She showed up every day, praying fervently and sincerely to the Emperor, thanking him for all her blessings in life. Balfus, the administorum clerk who spent all his meager pay on medicine for his ailing mother and food for his younger siblings who were still in school. He came by every 3 days. With packaged food, he handed out to the less fortunate. Nadi, the PDF trooper who went to the shrines when her unit went to the bar. She was an angry, bitter woman, hurt by years of losing friends and loved ones to accidents and bad leadership in battle. She prayed with hatred and malice to be granted the chance to inflict righteous retribution on the enemies of mankind. Neela had even found himself praying at the small shrines, praying for the Emperor to protect the common people and Björk. From what little he had been able to learn, the man had been promoted, but to what and how was unknown. He hoped they would meet again someday. He considered the Deathworlder a friend. They had not known each other for long, but there was something about him that made it easy to exist in his presence. If possible, he should like to share a cup of recaf with him once more in this life. That would be as fine as any blessing by the Emperor. Fabricator Warehouse Operator Designation EFN0Q/S5 was humming quietly to himself as he pressed the correct buttons and pulled the handle that made the machinery load the massive hauler trains with ore and raw materials for transport further into the ship for processing. Life had changed to an extraordinary degree in the past months. Half a year ago, he was caught and imprisoned on Slud as a thief, which he was not denying it. And he was a good thief that just got unlucky. The city guards had changed their patrol routes, leading to his capture. He had been locked in a cold and damp cell in the local city prison. Bad food and worse beatings. Then, Out of the blue, strange men with stranger voices and red robes showed up and handed official-looking documents to the guards, who immediately started unlocking cells and handing prisoners over to the robed strangers. Someone tried to escape, but an arm shot out from one of the red robes and pinned him in place. He was shocked that the red-robed stranger could hold the prisoner with what looked like little to no effort, but then he saw the hand and forearm, all metal and of much finer quality make than any blacksmith's work he had seen before. After that, no one tried to run. When they left the prison, they did so in an unusual silence. Usually, guards told tales and boasts of their exploits to each other as they walked, but not these red robes. They walked in silence and perfect synchronization, seemingly towards a random and empty forest. There, the sky chariot came to pick them up, and life had changed to something infinitely better. He woke up every morning and rose from the stone slab he had been assigned for sleeping. Then, he would walk in silence with the warehouse operators to the dining hall, where they would be given a plentiful meal of porridge before they left for prayers. An hour of praying to the Omnicia, the great machine spirit, and then off to work. Work for a solid 12 hours, one more hour of prayer, more food, and then to bed. It was a simple and predictable life, and he found a peace he never knew he craved before. He didn't have to worry about where the next meal came from, or where he would sleep in peace and safety. He didn't have to worry about getting clothes for his body or warmth to stay alive. All he had to was pray and work. And after some careful and discreet digging among the scribes and other workers, he found out that the reason he had been given this life was because of the figure known only as the new rogue trader by people. He had no idea what a rogue trader was, or how they could order around nobles and governors, but he was eternally thankful. He had found purpose and peace, and that was more than he could have ever dreamed of. If serving here, among the half-mechanical priests of the Omnicia on the ship of the rogue trader, meant that he could live like this for the rest of his life, then he paid the price willingly. Canarain swore for the 1,000th time since they had entered this cursed mountain. He was a Void's man, born and raised on the ship, and the fact that he was not on the ship, but on a planet, was unnerving to him. Sure, he was inside of a mountain, but it was still different. Silent. He hated being here. He missed the groans and sighs of the ship around him. To most Imperials, they were sounds that instilled fear and worry. To Voidborn, they were as comforting as anything you could think of. The ship spoke to them and told them what was strong and what needed attention. It guided them with a gentle hand to the areas where it desired their attention. Here, on a planet, he constantly had to remind himself that he did not need a void suit to be safe, that he could breathe without worry of perishing for not being inside, and that he had to fulfill his duty despite his body screaming in agony over the pressure of the gravity. That was the worst part of this experience, the crushing gravity that never relented. But his Lord Captain desired he fight the mutants inside this mountain, so that was what he was going to do. Ever since they arrived, the engineers had been hard at work, and they had finally finished the heavy lifting, creating the series of blockhouses. Guard duty there was nice. The small enclosed space almost felt like being back on the ship, and it was the only thing that made this trip slightly tolerable. He hadn't even gotten a supply of rotgut with him before they departed for the planet, so there wasn't even a drink to look forward to unless his friends felt generous, which they usually didn't. That day he had been on one of the hell marches around the mountain that the sergeants seemed to have fallen in love with. Sure, he was in better shape than he had ever been before, and with the added close combat training, he was a better soldier than ever. But did they have to do it every second day? He sighed and rubbed his shoulders as he waited for the cardinal to finish speaking with the Lord Captain. They were gathered for mass prayer and blessing of the ecclesiarchy, so the spirit of the soldiers was decent. However, the sight of the Lord Captain himself standing near the podium was not a comforting one. The lords and ladies of the nobility usually only came down among the rank and file when punishment or extra duties were to be handed out. Though to be fair, the Lord Captain had been a far cry from the usual noble. He fought alongside them, always at the front where he led by example. He was nothing spectacular on the battlefield beyond his almost stupid luck and bravery, but he also cared about the soldiers serving him, if rumors were to be believed. The few survivors from the sneak attack on the mutant warp contraption had said that the Lord Captain had been the first to leave the safety of the tunnel to start the attack, and the last to leave, resulting in an injury that would have claimed the life of a regular Voidsman otherwise. It was a rare thing to find the soldiers' bond among the leaders of the Imperium. But more scarce and quiet rumors claimed that the Lord Captain had been a simple PDF trooper before he was given this command. But surely, this could not be the case. It was only wishful thinking to give hope to those who thought there was a better life out there. And who was he to deny them hope if they wanted to hope? He mumbled his prayers while deep in his thoughts, and he almost started walking away at the end of the familiar ritual. He was stopped by his squad mates who were all staring intently toward the platform that had been raised for the Cardinal. The Lord Captain himself had stepped forward and started speaking. The small vox beads near him and vox casters spread out among the gathered soldiers and carried his voice easily. Soldiers, men and women in the service of the Imperium, I stand before you now to inform you that I am content. You have done your duty and done it well, but the biggest task lies ahead of us. Tomorrow, we begin our assault on the mutant city inside this cursed mountain with the intent of purging the unclean, the heretical, and the mutated that reside in that filthy imitation of true civilization. Canarain roared with the others in approval of these words. He wanted nothing more than to kill the damnable mutants and heretics inside, so he could go back to the ship and be comfortable once more. But before we get to do our job, there is something I must do. And here it came. The inevitable grok shit that was bound to be handed down from the higher-ups, just when they were getting into a slightly less uncomfortable routine. I must provide a token of gratitude to all of you. You, the soldiers of the Imperium, that safeguard its worlds and people. You, that embody the spirit and tenacity that has seen the Imperium stand strong for the past 10,000 years. You, that gladly kill the enemies of humanity so that we all may sleep a little safer. Canarain was stunned. This could not be real. The lords and ladies never thanked, never even thought, of the rank-and-file soldiers like him. It was unthinkable. A couple of his fellow soldiers came up behind the Lord Captain carrying a large crate, which they sat down in front of him before giving him a pry bar. He cracked the lid off and held up what looked to be a bottle of Amasec, and the good stuff as well, which is why I have ordered enough Amasec to be sent down here for all of you. Consider it my gift to you, my way of thanking you for the sacrifices I demand to be made in the Imperium's name. Consider yourselves relieved of duty until tomorrow morning. Canarain couldn't believe it, but he was cheering his heart out along with the entirety of the gathered troops. This party and the story that followed would be one to tell for generations. They would be the envy of every ship in the Imperial fleet. Every Voidsman would want to serve under such a lord. And Canarain would do anything to protect a man who had risen so high and still kept enough humanity to think about the little guy. Now go have fun, get drunk and live. Just make sure there is no trouble tonight. I will not tolerate anyone tarnishing the festivities with fighting or anything else that might ruin the fun. After these words, the Lord Captain turned away and Canarain hurried to get in line for his bottle of Amasec, intent on carrying out his lord's will and desire. He would indeed get drunk, live, and keep the peace. After all, who would want to disappoint such a fine and generous man? Perhaps this was not such a bad place to be after all. Chapter 44. Boons, Duties, and Rumors. We arrived at Bacchus Station without any issues, and the first thing I did was demand an audience with the administratum. They needed to be filled in on the changes to Slud, and I would have to defend my choice to create a dynasty without previous approval since I only possessed a letter of marque, not a warrant of trade. Whatever, if I could increase tithes without risking the planet or the population, I had something to bargain with that could potentially make the administratum hasten the paperwork needed to make it a reality. Then, I would have to do the same with members of the Novus Imperialis. But a few armed freighters would not be missed, so I had no worries on that front. I arrived at the administratum quarters on Bacchus Station, Trock and half a dozen honor guards in tow. Idris had made herself scarce since the victory on Slud and had left to take care of urgent business the moment we docked, but we would talk at least once more before we departed. Such was my will, and a dispatch had already visited her ship with the official invitation to dinner. Of course, it was just a matter of courtesy. It was more or less a direct order to see me, but I had to keep up appearances and get some practice in the art of being a douche with honeyed words. Being able to call people out or set them up through casual conversation would prove useful when my reputation as a traitor militant would make the nobles think of me as a brutish soldier. Try as I might, it still took generous bribes to get moved to the front of the lines. The pointless and overcomplicated bureaucracy of the Imperium ensured there would always be a pool of a few thousand applicants waiting to turn paperwork in or file a formal application for whatever they hoped to gain. When I was finally allowed into an overstuffed office, teeming with workers and drowning in piles of parchment, I was looking down at an old raisin of a man, the wrinkles almost hiding the eyes that stared back at me through thick glasses. Yes, the voice was as old and croaking as the man himself, but I had to show a minimum of respect here. If I offended him, he could delay me indefinitely. I need to register a change in governor for the planet Slud, as well as the fact that it has been taken under a new lordship. I have named it the first holding in my dynasty after completing my charge to remove the former corrupt leadership. I also wish to register a positive change in the tithe income from Planet Slud going forward, as the new lord plans to personally oversee the reformation of the industry on the planet at his own expense. I proclaimed, and my words made the old man pay attention. There was nothing in his posture, but the glint in his eyes told me that he had chosen to ignore everything around him and focus solely on me. He glanced over my companions, my battle-hardened and gruff honor guard, and Trock, who did his best not to knock anything over while staying as close to me as the limited space permitted, and must have concluded that I was the lord in question. The mention of a dynasty must have tipped him off to my official rank, as he titled me correctly on the first try. Lord Captain, this is highly unusual. I sense that you are a man to whom time is precious, as most of your kin do, but this is not the normal way of things. However, if it is as you say so, and the tithe will increase, then I am certain we can expedite some of the formalities and have ownership registered in this newly formed dynasty. I shall need to verify your warrant, and if there are any specialty projects you wish to undertake, now would be the time to inform me so they can be registered. He had only taken a moment to collect himself after I delivered my message, and his reply was thought through and precise. His talk of specialty projects made me realize that he was already ahead of me in terms of bureaucratic nonsense. But there was this one idea I had pondered these last few days. I want a branch of the Schola Progenium to start operating on the planet. I desire that the Inquisition get special privileges in terms of the branches of education, as well as the selection of students. I answered, this would no doubt get the Inquisition to back off in terms of questioning my forming a dynasty without having the means to hand it off to a successor. But I was playing the long game. I knew of rejuvenating treatments that could extend my life well past 300 years of age before my body would begin falling apart. And in that time, I would have the chance to be granted more freedom and greater privileges as a rogue trader. Not that I planned on staying that long. I still wanted to go back home more than anything. But as long as I was stuck in this universe, I might as well try to improve my situation by any means possible. My request caught the attention of the old paper pusher, as his focus became entirely on me. A branch of the Schola Progenium? A rather uncommon request, especially with special privileges granted to the Inquisition, but not one I think they would object to. Emperor knows they come through often enough, taking with them valuable manpower and resources. The old man trailed off, but caught himself before he said anything that could be taken as outright criticism of the established order. But as the Emperor demands, so we shall deliver. As it should be. He finished off before turning his attention back to the matter at hand. 2 hours later, I left the office, mentally exhausted. I was left with the duty of increasing tithes by 20%, with the said increase going directly to Bacchus Station instead of going to the wider Imperium, and in return, a dynasty would be established in my name with all the proper documentation and red tape needed to make it a reality. I would also receive a petition to the branch of the Astra Militarum on the Bacchus Station to replenish my ranks with well-trained guardsmen and voidsmen to make up for the losses incurred on Slud. I also instructed my press gang officers to go into the lower levels of the station and find recruits, but not by force. They looked at me like I had lost my mind. Still, when I explained to them that the life they could offer the poor souls in the station's lower levels, as colonists on my ships, would be a far cry better than what they had known, they seemed to understand my reasoning and took off with only enough men and weapons to defend themselves. It took a day time, but droves of people showed up, ready to give honest work for an honest living on board my fleet in the hopes that they could find a better life among the unknown stars. I had more than enough for both setting up a colony and filling my armed freighters and flagship to the brim with workers and soldiers. But I needed every soul I could get. Once I left this station, I would be going where few ships went and fewer returned. I needed every advantage I could scrounge up with my greedy little hands. While that debacle took place, I spent the rest of the first day on station, going to the Mechanicus and working my way through the myriad of increasing ranks to handle the sealed message I had been given by the governor. When I finally got a hold of a Muggos, he reverently accepted the message before using his mechadendrites to open and read the letter within. I was instructed to wait before he departed, and after what felt like an hour, he returned, followed by a tech priest with bowed head, carrying a small, elongated crate, which he opened with great reverence. Inside lay what looked like a typical chains word, but when I grabbed the hilt to inspect the weapon, I noticed the weight. A full 6 kilograms, if I guessed correctly, which could only mean I was holding a Hecata pattern chain word. Noted for their weight and size while maintaining excellent balance, it was a fearsome weapon that struck fear into anyone opposing a combatant wielding it. Entire mutinies had been quashed by people brandishing these weapons, and now I was holding one of my own. I could swat regular melee attacks to the side with the weight behind this weapon, leaving them open for a follow-up swing across their midsection, a particularly gruesome way to go. Shit, I could probably deflect Astartes' attacks with this weapon. Of course, I would still die to the superhumans, but being able to redirect the power of such an attack was a very useful thing indeed. I made sure to shower the Muggos in praises over this magnificent tool of death that had been bestowed upon me, despite it being a gift from the new governor, Jorvind, and the Muggos accepted the praise with all the indifference one could expect from a person that was more machinery than human, insisting on directing my gratitude towards the Omnicia. It was a magnificent gift, a chains word pattern that was not exactly common, with enough heft behind it that there was a visible difference between it and a normal chains word. A full swing from any other pattern could be blocked. From this one, however, you would have to parry and deflect since the weight could help crush through a block. I also suspected that the internal engine driving the chain was more robust and powerful, giving it a deeper and more aggressive growl when revved. For the first time in a long time, I felt like a kid with a new toy, and I couldn't wait to try it out. Either in training or combat, I didn't care. I wanted to test it out, but I had to restrain myself while at Bacca Station. But as I left the Mechanicus holdings with my new chains word strapped to my hip, I felt the eyes of the troops I passed glance over it with either fear or envy, depending on the trooper in question. With proud steps, I headed toward the Imperial Fists section on the station, but I stopped myself before I got too far. I had been tasked with overseeing the planet Slud as the governor until they could find a replacement, and I had just laid claim to it instead, installing my own governor. Facing down an Imperial Fist captain and telling him I had not only not fulfilled the task given to me, but had changed the parameters, and the outcome was not the wisest of all choices. Instead, I went back to my shuttle and sent an envoy to find Han. I had a few parting words for him before I left the station to start doing the actual job I was expected to do. Expand the Imperium's influence, bring the Emperor's light to the uninformed, increase the material wealth of the Imperium to fuel its wars, and function as the de facto lord for the planets that were added to my tiny dynasty. And a small favor to ask of him. I received a summons a few hours later and met up with him in a small office equipped only with a desk and a couple of file cabinets. "Greetings, Lord Captain. A pleasure to meet you under more favorable terms," Han said as I entered, and he gestured to a chair that was placed in front of the desk. It was not the hard wooden kind, but a plasteel chair with what looked like synthetic padding on top of it. I took a seat and laid out my hands on the table. "I shall make it short, Inquisitor Han, as I know you are a busy individual. I wanted to thank you for your assistance back on Slud. If not for your timely intervention, I would have been crisp by now. I shall not forget this soon. But my reason for wishing to see you is twofold. As you most likely already know, I wish to open a branch of the Schola Progenium on Slud. I wish this because I have laid down the first roots of the tree that shall become my blossoming dynasty on that planet. And I wish for you to secure me a magistrate from the Adeptus Arbites to reside there as an on-planet leader of an academy which shall also be founded there. Naturally, given the nature of the Schola Progenium, the ecclesiarchy will have their drill abbots there to guide the orphans, which will, of course, grant them a fair bit of political power on the planet. And I see no fault or issue with granting the ecclesiarchy such a boon, as they work to instill the love of the God Emperor in anyone they meet. But I also share the Inquisition's viewpoint of everything being weighed and met with a measured response. We must guard ourselves against heresy both from the outside and, most certainly, from the inside. Hence, if the Inquisition finds me a fitting individual, I am assured that said individual will look after the Inquisition's interests, whatever they might be. Thus, a balance is kept that keeps the people of Planet Slud safer, ignorant, and hardworking, benefiting the greater Imperium. Will you agree to help me? I worded my proposal with great care, from my mention of guarding against heresy within to my ending, where I asked for help instead of an agreement to a proposal. I was offering to be in his debt for being allowed to help his organization. But I wanted that. I wanted him to not only be at ease around me, but to completely dismiss me as a potential candidate for turning traitor. I wanted the thought to be so foreign, so completely alien to him, that it would conflict with his most basic of worldviews. Only then would I be about as free as one could get in this damnable universe, free enough to start digging for answers to the only question I cared about answering. How do I get back home? Hen leaned back in his chair and pondered my words. I knew what he was doing. He was looking for pitfalls or traps in my statement, any small thing that could be used as leverage to further my position that he had not seen, but found none because, after a moment, he leaned back forward and reached out a hand toward me. The Inquisiton gladly accepts this offer and will immediately find such an individual for you, Lord Captain. One thing vexes me, however. What do you stand to gain from all of this? Your kind is not exactly known for their generosity, and allow me to be quite candid. An agent of ours on your planet, in such a position of power, would greatly diminish your free reign as its ruler. So you will have to forgive my indulgence when pressing this matter. He raised a fair point, and one I knew was coming. I need no other reason than the betterment of the Imperium. Remember, Inquisitor, my job is not to rule planets and grow fat and lazy in the process. My job is expanding the Imperium, colonizing new planets for their resources, or reclaiming lost worlds. What the Imperium does with them is of less importance to me as long as they stay Imperial. Should they start shifting their perspective, so to speak, towards noncompliance with accepted doctrine, I will happily set my own voidsmen against them in an extremely violent campaign of subjugation so they may see the errors of their ways. I was staring him down as I responded to his question, and he seemed to become ever so slightly uncomfortable in his seat as I spoke. In any case, make sure you find a particularly faithful subject to fill the role I requested. I would hate to have to cut my travels short because of a hand-picked man getting dreams of grandeur or the ecclesiarchy filling my ears with mindless complaints about your agent's perceived piety. I waved a hand dismissively to take the edge off of my words, but the undertone of the conversation could not be mistaken. I had, in no uncertain terms, told him that Slud was now firmly under my control, and any attempts to subvert this fact would see me respond quickly and violently to get the planet back under my total control. But we had reached an accord, and I shook his hand in acceptance of this little deal. If nothing else, it would get the Inquisition to back off. Given the major act of submission and willingness to cooperate I had subjugated myself to. With nothing else to do, I toured the bar's common areas available to passing traders. Rumors, news, general knowledge of the sector as a whole, everything was of interest to me, and I sought all the knowledge I could. It didn't start well, not until the patrons understood that I only sought to discover possible adventures and knowledge, and not to oust them to the Arbites for any words not strictly related to their business. They started talking. Most of all, they had complaints, but all merchants had complaints. I did, however, hear rumors of what lay ahead of me, or at least a few choices. If I went further south on the Imperial map, rumor had it that death worlds and perpetual war waited in the star systems ahead. War was costly in manpower, but had the potential to bring about great profit and reputation if approached correctly. Others talked about an Astartes fleet being seen to the southeast, near a host of unclassified worlds that were avoided by instinct since they lay quite away from the regular trading lanes. A lot of potential opportunity in that region, provided I don't have to interact too much with the Astartes fleet. If I went southwest, the rumors spoke of dead worlds and Imperial Navy fleets operating in the vicinity and trying to root out a rumored pirate fleet using the area as a staging point. Dead worlds potentially had ruins of ancient civilizations, which could hold anything from advanced architecture to primitive temples raised in the worship of whatever star their planet orbited. I would have to make my choice carefully. As I walked back to the shuttle that would take me to my flagship, I failed to notice the stomping approaching me rapidly while I walked, lost in thought. "Lord Captain, you are being summoned." A deep voice rumbled from a barrel chest. I knew it wasn't Astartes before I turned my head, and sure enough, I was looking at an Imperial fist in full power armor, his helmet being carried by his hip as he did not need to don it while the station was secure. It was strange to think that his facial features were more or less the same as his Primarch Gene father, and his voice left no doubt that this was not an invitation or a request. This was a demand. "Ave Imperator, son of Dorn. I cannot comply with this summons as my duties are calling me, and I am already running late on account of the last mission that was given to me by the Imperial Fists. So you will have to forgive me, but I am not available for a summons at this point." I replied slowly as I took in the sheer size of the Astartes in front of me. Even with me being taller than the average Imperial citizen, he dwarfed me both in height and bulk. "You have been summoned," he repeated in his rumbling voice, and there was something about the tone he used that told me it would be a very bad idea to refuse. But refuse, I would. I hear and understand. But as I stated, my duties to the Emperor are calling. If this is about the last task you gave me, I can report that internal heresy has been rooted out, a mutant threat has been exterminated, and a new governor has already been chosen and sworn into office. I have claimed the planet under my dynasty and agreed to a generous increase in tithe in return. You should be thanking me, Space Marine, as I have freed your chapter from the burden of having to manage a colony and left you with more time to bring death to the enemies of mankind. If your superiors are so keen to speak with me, the ship will not leave orbit around this station for another day. But I must prepare the ship for leave immediately. The Emperor's will cannot wait, and I would not wish to be seen as someone shirking the holy duty. A prosperous day to you, honored Astartes. While I spoke, I could see the disbelief on his forehead. The Astartes were not used to being denied, but this time, he would have to suffer the indignity. But I had given him a report to take back to his chapter master, and if they wanted anything more out of me, they knew where to find me. I turned on my heel and continued walking toward the shuttle, away from the Space Marine. I could feel his stare burning into my back as I walked off, but I would not give him the satisfaction of seeing me turn around in either curiosity or fear. I reached the shuttle without further incident and spent the short trip in silent contemplation. A choice would have to be made, and I needed to make it before I reached the bridge. Farson needed to know which direction he had to scry a safe path through. Beginning of the Faith and Fire arc, Chapter 45, Balancing a Knife Edge. Thinking about it, heading towards the Veiled region by way of the southeast approach was a sensible one. An Astartes fleet nearby meant that there would be opportunities for both work and political gain. The work part was important, as Astartes' work was always something that involved enemies to mankind. And where there were enemies, there was opportunity, and from what I had been able to learn, there were both unclassified worlds and dead worlds in the area. Not as many as the other directions I could have gone, but still enough to pique my interest. There was also the issue with Vigilance Quadrex, the Imperial world with orbital dockyards. The biggest dock facilities in the Segmentum and home to a very deep-rooted Genestealer cult that had operated for literally hundreds of years, it would be dangerous to go there for ship repairs. But I could work around the Genestealers. The crew would not be happy with strict curfews and a general lockdown of the ship, should we dock there, but they would accept my will one way or the other, at least if they knew what was best for them. Of course, this was not known in the wider Imperium, and if I blew it open then questions would be asked, questions to which the answers would get me branded as a heretical being by existence alone. The implications of such a thing were disturbing, to say the least. So the only thing I could do was minimize the risk to my ship. I would come up with an excuse. I needed at least one of the armed freighters refitted as a general-purpose ship with its own cathedral section. With the number of people I was beginning to haul around, It was only a matter of time before my confessors would hound me for a more magnificent place of worship than the simple shrines set up on my flagship. And if I provided them with the chance to compete amongst themselves for the honor of attending what in time could grow to be a spectacular cathedral ship, carrying the word of the Emperor into the far fringes of unknown space, and serving as the soul of my fledgling rogue trader fleet. They would be unable to disturb me with minor issues out of fear that their competitors would use it against them. With enough ambition, it could attract pilgrim ships to follow it around, providing ample grounds for zealous recruits to be found and future sisters of battle to cultivate their fanatical faith, which would further improve my ties with the ecclesiarchy. I sighed deeply. The politics of the Imperium were as intriguing as they were frustrating. If I remember correctly, I would also pass relatively close by a watch station, prescience, an observation post of the Deathwatch Space Marine chapter, the metaphorical last-armed bastion of the Inquisition. My thoughts lingered around this fact for a moment before I realized I could visit them without risk of punishment. I was sanctioned by the Inquisition to be a rogue trader, and I had encountered to the Imperium, unknown Xenos species. They would be very interested to receive every scrap of knowledge that had been gathered on them so far. It could also never hurt to make myself known as a friend to the Death Watch, as well as offering to shoulder the burden of scouting ahead in my travels. They would no doubt have someone double-check my routes, but still, being useful to them could never hurt. The first thing I did back on my flagship was issue an order for several copies of a complete report on both the Skaven and our dealings on Planet Slud and the space station above it to be made ready on several data slates. The Imperial Fists on Bacchus Station would send a representative to speak to me, and I knew his goal was ultimately to collect as much information as possible. So as the good Imperial servant I was, I would have it stored, sorted, and cataloged, ready for them to be given freely upon arrival. Of course, I would be making more copies, to both ensure the information was not lost in the bowels of a cogitator and to make sure I had a copy for the Death Watch when I passed by the watch station. I also sent word to Farson about the direction of our travels so he could start plotting a route through the warp. And unlike our trip to Slud, this would be a series of small jumps, since I had a few stops on the way. I sent word to Farson to prepare a trip for watch station prescience, and had barely sent the messenger on his way before I was informed of an incoming Thunderhawk. That would be the Imperial Fists, who I had so gleefully ignored such a short while ago. As I waited on the bridge, I took the liberty of freeing one of the scribes of his copy of the events from my arrival above Slud until this very moment. With dataslate in hand, I took up a position at the heart of the bridge and waited. It didn't take long for the heavy stomps of Astartes in full power armor to reach my ears. They approached without interference. Most of the people on the optimized route they took were either awestruck or kneeling in reverence at the sight. And Astartes, one of the Emperor's angels of death, was a sight that was beholden to the few, the powerful, and the unlucky common citizens of the Imperium, as the presence of Astartes usually meant trouble, too grave for any PDF or Imperial Guard force to handle single-handedly. And the reactions of everyone, from armed voidsmen to zealous confessors, was one of worship. When they reached the bridge, they were approaching at speed, instantly locking onto me the moment they turned the last corner, and I did the only thing I could do in this situation without risking their wrath. I held out the data slate I had taken from the scribe mere moments ago. The captain in ornate Terminator armor flanked by 5 Astartes wearing a pattern of power armor I didn't recognize, closed the distance between us at speed, and I had to fight a primal urge to scamper away from something so large and menacing pressing down on me. But I managed to stand my ground and keep the data slate presented. The captain only stopped when he was inches from hitting the data slate, and he took it without looking at it. I am Caharan, captain of the Wardens, 9th Company of the Imperial Fists. You are a new rogue trader with ties to the Inquisition. Why do you seek to inflict this indignity upon us? His voice was impossible, stoic, commanding, intense, ancient. There was an age to his voice, even through the filter of his helmet, a sense of wisdom and experience that only comes from hundreds upon hundreds of years of living. The fact that he was wearing Terminator armor also told its tale about his abilities. Being given such a rare and sophisticated piece of equipment was reserved for those exceptional few that stand out even among Astartes. Though I was not surprised, he had an aura of menace about him. Tightly controlled, but the sense of impending and extreme violence that radiated off of him was crushing. I knew what he meant. By refusing to deal with the imperial fist that approached me at the station, I had forced the hand of this company captain, making him suffer through the humiliation of having to leave their command center on Bacchus Station and travel to my ship. It was unthinkable to all but the most powerful individuals to act in this way, but I chose to do it anyway. I had already run one of their errands, and I did not wish to enforce a standard where I was beholden to them. We were equals in terms of rights within the Imperium, with me having the greatest freedom, and I planned to exercise that freedom as much as humanly possible. Forgive me, Captain Caharan, but I have taken this opportunity to make you a small part of a greater plan. We will be heading into the unknown within days, and while the faith of my crew is strong and their loyalty without question, setting up a situation where they are blessed with the visage of the Emperor's angels of death will do wonders to bolster their morale in ways I could never achieve without the presence of you and your knights on my ship. In the report you hold in your hand, you will find answers to every question you might have regarding my actions since leaving this station the last time, charged with exterminating the corruption that had taken hold of planet Slud up until my arrival back here. I emphasized my words with a small gesture towards the data slate, and in response, Captain Caharan flicked it on and skimmed through the report at a blazing speed, putting the superior mental faculties of the Astartes on full display. You were tasked with disposing of the planetary governor, not picking his replacement. Neither were you instructed to lay claim to the planet under this newly formed dynasty. He rumbled as his eyes flickered back and forth between the lines of text scrolling past the display. But you exterminated a previously unknown mutant infestation that had reached the space station above, cleared out the corrupt nobility, increased production and tithe rates, and you have ordered the construction of a branch of the Schola Progenium. This is acceptable. Do not presume to think yourself above the orders you receive in the future. He made ready to leave, but before he could finish turning around, I raised my voice ever so slightly. Captain Caharan, while the mighty Astartes who live only to serve our emperor can indeed throw around orders left and right, I dispute your right to exercise authority over me. I am a rogue traitor, and as such I am an agent of the throne, tasked with expanding the Imperium. I will not be able to fulfill my purpose if you and every other chapter treat me as if I were a mere serf. I am not a serf, and you have no right to order me around. I assisted you. It was in my best interest, because it is the proper thing to do for an Imperial, and because I have no desire to make enemies with a fellow Imperial. However, I will not receive orders. I will receive requests, and I will most likely respond positively unless I am bound by another task or time restraint. I wish to see the Imperium prosper, and for that to happen we all need to fulfill the role given to us. And my role, Captain, lies beyond the Imperium, not within it. I was being bold, perhaps too bold, but I needed to make a stand. If I allowed this to go the way the Imperial fists wanted, I would become nothing more than an errand boy for them. Despite the danger of openly opposing an Astartes, and a company captain at that, I had to do this. The captain responded as I had feared. Turning around and looming over me, he said, "Those words border on heresy, Lord Captain." His hand crept toward the massive paragon blade strapped to his back. The emphasis on my title made me wary, but I had to press on. I had drawn a line in the sand, and backing up now would only cement their belief that I was theirs to command. An unsanctioned attack on a rogue trader is akin to an attack on the High Lords of Terra, Captain Caharan. I would advise against killing a fellow Imperial servant, especially so shortly after he successfully rooted out corruption and increased tithes of a woefully underutilized planet. If you lift your blade against me, you commit treason against the Imperium itself. Not very fitting for a son of the unyielding one. As for your accusation, how can it be heretical to carry out the duty that was assigned to you? I dare say that preventing me from doing what I have been tasked with by having me run errands and function as a glorified cybermastiff is what borders on heresy. I have no desire to fail my emperor-given task, and I am certain you feel the same way. But our tasks are different. You must protect the Imperium. I must expand it, and I cannot expand it if I am doing your job, honored Caharan, captain of the Wardens. I could feel the conflict rolling around in the ancient Astartes. His guards were poised for attack, and his hand was frozen near the hilt of his blade. To say I was gambling with my life was a gross understatement. I could physically feel the desire for violence in the captain in front of me, as real and palpable as the clothes I was wearing. Striking me down for my insolence would go a long way to brighten what was no doubt a very sour mood. Let me mend the situation, Captain Caharan. I will swear an oath of moment to assist the Imperial Fists in whatever way possible, as long as I remain in Imperial space. I will not accept new tasks or missions through the oath, but I am willing to swear that I will assist however and wherever I might be needed within Imperium-controlled space. Would that be satisfactory to the 70th Legion? My mention of an oath of moment was shocking to the Astartes, even with their helmets on. The shock translated into a stiffening of their limbs and the heads of the captain's honor guards shifting their full attention to me. Few people outside the ranks of the Astartes know of this oath. Fewer remain alive to speak of it. However, taking an oath of moment would be admissible. Caharan relented, but he did not remove his hand from near the hilt of his sword. But tell me, Lord Captain, how you know of this ancient and sacred oath. There was a growling undertone to his words, an unspoken accusation, and I realized I messed up. I had to thread very carefully in the next few minutes. The secrets of a rogue trader is just that, honored Captain. Secret. If my methods were known to the wider Imperium, what would set me apart from the common rabble and mightiest warriors? But I can tell you that I have a keen interest in Imperial history. But enough of that. Let me summon a scribe to put my oath to parchment and affix it to my armor, so that I may forever be reminded of the pledge I am about to take. I snapped my fingers, and a scribe came hurrying up to us, parchment and quill in hand, head bowed low in reverence. Record our words, scribe. Caharan rumbled as he slowly drew the massive paragon blade and held it horizontally in front of me. I placed my hand on the blade with as much piety as I could and looked into the helm lenses of the Terminator armor. Do you, Björk, accept your role in this? Do you promise to lead your men into the zone of war and conduct them to glory, no matter the ferocity or ingenuity of the foe? Do you swear to come to the aid of the Imperial Fists against the enemies of the Imperium when called, despite all they might throw at you? Do you pledge to do honor to the 7th Legion and the Emperor? Caharan's voice had become something else as he spoke the ancient words of the oath, a hint of the man he used to be when he was young and eager to bring the blade to the Emperor's enemies, oblivious or maybe even willfully ignorant of the politics at play within the Imperium. It was both a beautiful and sad thing to see, the young warrior's spirit filled with exuberance, trapped in the old warrior's body ground down by the age of centuries, possibly millennia, of fighting for the Imperium. On this matter, and by this weapon, I swear it. I was surprised by the zeal with which I spoke the required answer. My voice was filled with fervor and righteous devotion. All around the bridge my crew had fallen to their knees, presenting the Aquila. They knew they were witnessing something unique, something that even most Astartes would never witness. They would most certainly know about it, but an oath of moment was not something that had been done since the Horus Heresy. And to have someone outside their ranks of the Adeptus Astartes commit to it was bordering on ridiculous. The scribe fixed the oath to my carapace armor, the small parchment, but it also carried a heavy responsibility. If called upon, I would have to show up personally to lend whatever aid was within my power to give or send a big enough force that it could be of actual use to the Imperial Fists, which meant clearing most of my ships of fighting men and women as things stood right now. But it was a way out of this rather uncomfortable situation, and I did what I had to do. So shall it be done. Emperor protects, Lord Captain. With these words, Captain Caharan spun around and walked away without another word, his guards reacting as one when they fell into step behind him. My legs felt like jelly under me, but I had to keep up a strong facade while surrounded by people on the bridge. With that horrifying experience out of the way, I took my seat on the command throne and supervised the preparation to warp jump. I studied the star maps before we jumped, and we had an opportunity to drop by Hive-World Crutchmorn on the way, but I had no interest in that. Ever since a chaos uprising some 100 years prior, they had been reduced to a slowly dying hive world, unable to meet the tithe and people quotas, and thus were doomed to work themselves to the bone trying until they were eventually shipped off-world to repeat the process on another hive world. There would only be suffering and misery to find there, so I stuck with my plan of reaching prescience. It didn't take long, a few days warp travel, and we entered real space within the communication range of the watch station. Almost immediately I was informed that we were being hailed by the Death Watch. With a simple nod, I let the master of the Vox know to open a channel. Unidentified Imperial vessel, you are approaching restricted access areas of the Imperium. State your business. The voice being transmitted was calm and collected, sounding more like a regular person reading from a script than an actual threat. This is the rogue trader Björk seeking permission to dock at the station to deliver detailed reports of a newly discovered Xenos species. I replied, and the silence hung in the air. Their lack of response made me imagine the kind of stir I was causing. Communication personnel would be scrambling to deliver this news to someone of high enough rank to take over the conversation, and thus the responsibility of what was to follow. For almost 2 minutes we hung silently in the void, waiting for the station to respond. Docking permission granted. Approach Bay 5, do not leave your ship. A representative will be waiting. The Vox cut off as abruptly as the message was delivered, and I knew it was an Astartes that had answered the call. The dismissive tone, the impossibly deep voice, and the weird detachment from humanity all fit the mold of a space marine. The Death Watch were especially detached from the rest of humanity, given that they left the only brotherhood they knew to join them. No matter the honor involved, it would still be devastating in its own way. Removed so far from baseline humanity, all the Astartes had were their brothers and cousins from other chapters. Becoming part of the Death Watch meant giving up that identity to serve the Xenos hunters. And by arriving the way I had, I was messing with one of the few established routines they had left. But I was a rogue trader, and as such I had a reputation as a scoundrel and general menace to established norms to consider. Of course, I could have stopped well outside the restricted space and sent messages, waiting patiently for the watch station to bother sending back a reply, keeping to all proper channels and protocols. Or I could rustle a few feathers and just do whatever I pleased, within reason. And with the knowledge I carried, I had quite a lot of within reason to work with. We did as instructed, but I took the liberty of positioning myself and a small retinue of guards at the entrance to the ship, negating the need for the Astartes to enter my ship. As promised, a single Death Watch Astartes in full battle plate was standing ready, flanked by an apothecary, no doubt there to verify the claims of my findings. I walked down the ramp, taking great care to stop before I hit the actual station, before presenting the Aquila and presenting the data slate with the same information I had given the Imperial Fists to the apothecary. He flicked through the data, and I could swear I heard the faint click of a Vox bead activating. They had to be communicating on a private frequency. This can be verified? The question took me by surprise, especially the neutrality with which it was delivered. I would have expected more, I don't know, confrontation from a space marine whose airspace I had just violated. Which Hunter Han of the Ordo Hereticus fought alongside me in the battle. He can verify this information. I responded. It was true, and could, and would, collaborate with everything I had documented. This is extensive in its detail. You have our thanks. The apothecary chimed in, and I saw he was studying the autopsy reports that had been performed on the different ranks of Skaven. Nothing is free, and you have provided us with valuable information against the enemies of the Imperium. Name your payment, rogue trader. The Death Watch Marine inclined his head, possibly wondering how brazen I would be. Being able to name my payment was a test as much as a courtesy. I wondered for a moment before I got an idea. I have an Ogren bodyguard in need of a replacement arm, as well as a vocal implant for myself. If I could request the materials and expertise of your chapter specialists to make this happen, I would consider myself fully repaid. And I would also offer to share my findings upon my return from the unknown, as a show of goodwill. I would have tried smiling, but it would have been wasted on a space marine. A generous request and a fine offer. But one is left wondering, why would a member of your ranks put courtesy before profit? There was no mockery in the question, merely an honest interest. But we were approaching dangerous waters. Time to think fast. Wealth should only be hoarded to the extent it is required to spread the influence of the Imperium of man. Any more would only be a result of greed and desire, both of which can be paths to heresy. No, my efforts must be focused on my task. I must spread the imperial truth to the unenlightened amongst the unknown stars. Praise the Emperor. I finished my explanation with the Aquila, but I was speaking honestly. Well, Maybe not so much about spreading the imperial truth they wanted me to spread, but my letter of marque allowed me to deviate, within reason. And no one would join an imperium that didn't treat them as least a little like the humans they were if we found any. Your proposal is acceptable. We will send an apothecary to your ship to perform the operations. There will be a recovery schedule, but your ship's medics should be able to handle that easily enough. Good luck, Lord Captain. With a simple clenched fist over his chest, the Deathwatch Marine and the apothecary left without another word. And instead of standing around like an idiot, I decided to make my way to the Medicae area to get prepared for the surgery. As the de facto owner and master of the small fleet, only the best care and finest anesthesia would be used to ensure I simply fell asleep and woke up with everything taken care of. But I was still nervous. Who wouldn't be at the prospect of having technology shoved into your throat? But a vocal implant would do a world of wonder in a combat situation, being able to raise my voice even above the cacophony of battle. My rally ability would become relevant again, and I could continue working towards the class I had been given. I was supposed to be a warrior priest, but I was stuck as a charming rogue. Not that I could not use my position in synergy with my class, but I would have to start experimenting with skills again and continue the rather rudimentary combat training I had received from the PDF and combat experience. I had the funds and position to secure some of the finest teachers in the Imperium. And by the Holy Emperor, did I need a command staff, an inner circle beyond my illustrious bodyguard. When I woke after the surgery, I was informed that a day had passed. I would be sore for a few weeks, but I was already able to speak, even if I was advised to refrain from using the new vocal implant before the soreness subsided. A surgeon would come by every 12 hours to administer pain medication, and I was free to leave once more. But being put under is not the same as sleeping properly, and I was tired to the bone. I gave the orders needed to get us underway toward planet Calderia before I withdrew to my quarters and went to sleep after a generous helping of cool water to soothe my throat. I was walking along the corridor of an ancient library, the shelves overflowing with dusty, leather-bound books as far as the eye could see. I tried reading some of the titles, but the letters, for lack of better words, didn't sit still long enough to read them. I reached a four-way crossing of corridors that led past more dusty books with that strange scribbling. I stuck to the left and kept walking, looking for book titles that could maybe be read and new corridors that could lead me out of here. Every time I had an option, I chose the left, otherwise I followed the corridors. How interesting. It keeps a cool head and tries a stubborn solution. Or does it already know and attempt to trick us with a deliberate action? The voice in my head was multifaceted, as if it was made of dozens of voices turned into a single vocal cord. I picked the left because I read somewhere when I was a child that in a maze or labyrinth, when lost, keep choosing the left path and eventually you will get out. As for trickery, try to hide your identity better next time, cinch. It was the most obvious hint in the history of obvious hints. I replied. At this point, I wasn't even surprised by the attempts from the gods of chaos. What surprised me was the time it had taken this particular chaos god to manifest itself. You only know that because of your hidden truth. My head felt like it was going to split open from the inside as the fury of Cinch was directed at me. But I knew they wouldn't destroy me, not yet at least. If they reached out, they wanted something. They wanted me. But note taken, do not antagonize a chaos god. My hidden truth is my business. What do you come to tempt me with? Korn and Nurgle have already tried. So what is your offer? I tried my very best to sound nothing but sincere, and I was rewarded with a delightful lack of psychic shrieking in my head. Honesty. How detestable, but still useful in the right hands. I have no offer for you, mortal. I simply illuminate a path for those who seek to transcend mortality. You must earn the knowledge by seeking it out. And should you prove useful to me during your searching, just know that I reward great minds. The voices were made of silk and laced with honey. They whispered of unimaginable power and status far beyond the wildest dreams of the greediest rogue trader. They plucked at my ego, at the primal urge to be recognized as king among kings. I knew what they were doing. Cinch in a nutshell. Promise nothing, hint at everything, laugh in the shadows. I had to be straight in my answer and conviction. You say you offer nothing, but your words say otherwise. You are indeed crafty, god of change, but the great mind you speak of rewarding would also see your true intentions. To gain influence over it and control it like a puppeteer, dangling fractions of a fraction of a reward in front of it to keep it working for you. As you said, my hidden truth gives me the knowledge that has helped me understand what is going on when most others would succumb. Knowledge is indeed power, but I have my own knowledge to seek out, and it is not the one you speak of. So I must decline the path you so graciously illuminate. Good luck with your scheming. I gotta take a piss. I had barely finished speaking before the same psychic shrieking rang out in my head, but this time it felt like it was invading, searching for something. It took almost 10 seconds of the most intense pain I had ever endured before I heard the screaming, and it took another second before I realized it was coming from myself. It could have been hours if the feeling was anything to go by. I couldn't take it. I wanted it to stop. I wanted it gone. In a flash, the shrieking fell silent, and the world came back to me once more. I was kneeling, my arms and legs shaking like I was going to fall over, and sweat poured down my face and body. That's when I noticed the glimmering. Lifting my head felt like trying to lift an ogre, but I managed far enough to see the dome, shimmering faintly around me. I had time for a single thought before the world started spinning. That's a psychic telekind dome. I crumbled to the floor of the library, and as the world grew dark, I could have sworn I heard the faintest of laughter from dozens of voices. When I woke up, I noticed a new blinking color in the corner of my eye, a shiny silver that was almost impossible to ignore. Chapter 46. Dealing with my own issues. I felt refreshed from the sleep, but still a little groggy from being put under by the Medikai staff, and I would have to wait until the surgeon had been by to check out my status screen. I didn't mind. I needed a cup of recaf and a low stick this morning. For a moment, I wondered if smoking so shortly after surgery would have any ill effects. But beyond increasing my healing time due to the limitation in carrying oxygen around by the blood, I could think of nothing. So I went ahead and indulged myself. I also had to check up on Trock, though I doubted there were any issues with attaching a bionic arm to an ogre. They probably had bigger issues with his excitement about having a stronger arm than before. A scary thought when you pondered it for a bit. Eventually, the Medikai came and went after injecting me with a painkiller, and I was left alone again. We would leave later today, as soon as I took to the bridge and gave the orders, but everything in due time. I had a system to get reacquainted with and a deep dive into how it worked and what it could do for me. I steeled myself and opened the menu. Asterisk achievement unlocked. Imperial duty. You have gone through the proper channels to inform the Imperium of an unknown species of Xenos, ensuring they will now be hunted openly for their heretical existence. Word will spread through private networks that you, at least, are an Imperial rogue trader in more than name alone. Imperial reputation increased. Achievement unlocked. Successful commander. However minuscule, you have started, fought, and successfully finished a military campaign as its effective commander. While slightly unorthodox with an emphasis on keeping your troops alive, your results speak for themselves. Reputation among the common Imperial Guard improved, +3 will. Achievement unlocked. Leading from the front. As a commander who leads from the front line, your men draw inspiration and courage from your presence, as you draw strength from their numbers. Experience link ability unlocked. Every soldier under the user's command, within 100 feet of the skill user, shares 1% of experience gained through combat alongside the skill user. Human. Level 8. Stat points remaining, 5. Alignment. Faithful Imperial Plus. Litanies, 72. Augmentations. Cybernetic Lung. Upgrade LVL1. Toxins/environment. Vocal Implant. LVL3. Vocal Range, Volume, and Intensity Manipulation available. Level 39256/77080. Strength, 17. Agility, 18. Perception, 17. Will, 30. Luck, 33. Psyche, 503/1000, LVL1. Skills, Feats. Abilities, Retinue. Psychics, not bad at all. A level, some new achievements, one of which granted me perhaps the most invaluable skill I could have imagined. Sure, 1% of experience gained did not sound like much, but in a firing line, pitted against enemies that kept coming, it would accumulate. Like small trickles of water from 1,000 holes turning into a river when they all converge. Unlocking psychic abilities beyond Witch Sight was a mixed bag of fun. Sure, a telekind dome could come in handy, as well as any other telekinetic abilities I could get my hands on. especially the ability to create my own warp rifts for travel, making ships technically obsolete for me. But that was so far into the future that I could not even grasp it, if it was even something I really wanted. Psychic abilities brought attention from the warp, something I already had more of than I cared to think about. 3 of the 4 Chaos Gods have already extended their hand, and I had slapped it away each time. I knew the truth. The Chaos Gods only cared for me as far as they could use me. The Emperor, when he was alive, had felt a genuine love for humanity as a whole. That alone made the Imperium the better option, even if it had declined in its humanity. We were still humans, and 99% of humanity still only wished for a simple life, where they could work, have children, and grow old with a sense of security. So with a heavy sigh of frustration, I immediately assigned the new points to the will stat, putting it up to a respectable 35, and for the first time, I had a stat higher than luck. I will have to make it a habit to use at least 2 points every level up from this point forward to increase will, which meant I had to lean back into the class I was originally assigned by the system, Battle Priest, or in this case, Battle Psyker. That meant I would need my troops to be retrained under new combat doctrines that allowed me to join together with smaller groups of highly trained units, equipped better than the standard Voidsman or Guardsman. But first, they had to be trained, and for that to happen, my commanders would need to design training exercises and devise strategies for it to work. The troops needed to work more like special forces from back home than rank-and-file soldiers of the Imperium. It would be nice if I could get a drill abbot from the Skol Progenium to train them like Tempestus Science, turning my entire army into a well-oiled machine of special forces soldiers by Imperial standards. With my orders to open a branch on planet Slud, it was not unthinkable that an extra requisition for a teacher would get put into the paperwork, but I would have to return to that later. For now, there was still the issue of the system. I had not checked up on the different subsections in quite a while, and to be honest, I was dreading the flood of notifications and changes, but it had to be done. With trepidation, I opened the first tab, Skills. Last Weapon Proficiency, Light. Tier 3, Level 7. Last Weapon Proficiency, Heavy. Tier 1, Level 5. Stubber Weapons, Light. Tier 1, Level 6. Stubber Weapons, Heavy. Tier 1, Level 4. Melee Weapons, Chain. Tier 1, Level 1. Melee Weapons, Power. Tier 1, Level 0. Melee Weapons, Regular. Tier 3, Level 2. Melee Weapons, Shovel. Tier 1, Level 0. Unarmed Combat. Tier 1, Level 2. Armor Proficiency, Regular. Tier 3, Level 3. Armor Proficiency, Power. Tier 1, Level 0. Well, some nice updates without it being overwhelming. I was curious what I got at Tier 3 of Melee Mastery and Armor Mastery, and opened the sections one after another. Melee Weapons, Regular, Tier 3, Level 2. Tier 1, Knowledge of how to use basic melee weapons in combat. Tier 2, Knowledge of how to inflict the most damage with every hit. Cause targets to bleed violently with every cut and stab. Tier 3, Crushing blows delivered from blunt weapons now damage regular weapons and shields used to block, and hits break bones on impact. Tier, Keep leveling to unlock the next tier. Armor Proficiency, Regular, Tier 3, Level 3. Tier 1, Knowledge of how to make proper use of basic personal combat armor. Tier 2, Knowledge of how to maximize the limited potential in basic armor. Vastly increased chance for anything but a direct hit to be glancing rather than wounding. Tier 3, Familiarity with wearing armor in and out of combat has made it feel like a second set of skin. You no longer feel hindered or limited in your movement when wearing armor. Tier, Keep leveling to unlock the next tier. Not bad at all, but it did raise the question of whether I had to open messages with skills before they came into effect, because I had felt pretty limited by my carapace armor during the Slud campaign. Next came the feats. Endurance, Tier 3, Level 4. Note, Planetary bonus applied. Danger Instinct. Living on a world where danger is relative and death waits around the corner of every new day have granted you the ability to sense malicious intent towards you. Natural Bluffing. Since your arrival, you have spent a considerable amount of time during conversation lying and twisting the truth. You have been granted the Natural Bluffing feat. Traitor's Charm. Likeable and friendly whenever given the chance. The rogue trader begins any first social interaction with any individual, with a minor increase in chance for a positive outcome, regardless of the situation. Frontline savant, continuously seeking out battle on the front lines, even after reaching a level of power that lets you avoid it if desired, has granted you unprecedented awareness and attention to change on the battlefield. Even in the thickest of combat, you will never be in doubt about how the situation on the rest of the battlefield looks, as well as granting you a calm demeanor even in the most suicidal of assaults. Confident attacker. When leading men into battle, you do so with determination and confidence, inspiring the men around you to deeds of glory. As a result, the troops around you will be more resistant to morale shocks during charges. Nice, I got a new feat, and one that would be useful for more than specific situations or general knowledge. And considering what possibly lay ahead of me, it was not the worst feat to acquire. Onwards, to my abilities. Prayer of Absolution. While chanting the Prayer of Absolution, allies in a 100-foot radius around you will be cleansed of fear and doubt, willing themselves to fight to the bitter end without hesitation in the name of the glorious Emperor. Get up, Guardsmen. This ability grants the user the ability to push through what would otherwise be incapacitating damage and keep on fighting. 1 use per week. So there was nothing new there, but no news was also good news. Next, Retinue. Retinue. Troc, the Ogren. Bodyguard. Strength, 600. Agility, 6. Perception, 8. Will, 5. Luck, 5. Archimedes, the Techmagos. Strength, 45. Agility, 27. Perception, 82. Will, 28. Luck, 5. Wait, Archimedes was part of my retinue? But I had not spoken with the tech priest since I met him on Slud. Did that mean he was on one of my ships? And if so, what was he doing? The Mechanicus never sat still, never procrastinated. So if he was part of my retinue and on board one of my ships, he was almost certainly doing something to better suit the Mechanicus needs than the ship's actual role. By the throne, what a headache that could turn out to be, unless I gave him an outlet that served me more than his mechanical masters. And there was a stray thought I had entertained a few times since I acquired those armed freighters. I would have to have him found and summoned when I took to the bridge. Now, all I was left with was the newest, and to me, the most interesting tab. The Psychics tab. If thoughts could shake like hands, mine did so when I opened it. Psychics. Telekine Dome erects a barrier of shimmering mental energy around himself that can deflect bullets and blows. Difficulty factor, 15. Witch Sight. Enables you to see the inner psyche of any unshielded sapient being, laying their true intentions bare for you to see. Difficulty factor, 1. Difficulty factor? The only thing that could be relating to would be the chance of something going wrong and attracting unwanted attention from the warp. But how high did the scale go? A logical guess would be 100, and despite the illogical and sassy messages of the system itself seemed to work off a logic-based structure. And considering that a protective dome was a fairly standard discipline among battle psychers, and one that was utilized almost carelessly because of its low potential for catastrophic failure, a maximum difficulty rating of 100 also made sense when a Telekine dome only had a factor of 15. I leaned back in my chair and finished my recap while I pondered what to do going forward in regards to the system. I had barely finished the cup before my personal cogitator beeped from the corner of the room. When I opened it, there was a petition from Farson for an audience with the Lord Captain, with a small message attached, only 4 words long. We need to talk. It was a disturbing message, to say the least. I sent a reply myself, inviting him to my quarters immediately. It was a gamble. He might very well refuse, hiding behind the need to prepare his sanctum for the warp travel ahead. I would not blame him if he did. In my quarters, we would be far away from the astropathic choir and attendants that were used to the presence of a navigator mutant. The entirety of the rest of the crew viewed him with suspicion and slight intolerance, only keeping from killing him on sight due to his status as a sanctioned navigator. Should any altercation between us happen in my quarters, he would be surrounded by soldiers, officers, and regular crew that would love nothing more than to tear him limb from limb in response to an attack on me. I hoped he would come through. I needed him to be my ally, not my enemy. Thankfully, he showed up less than 15 minutes later. He must have really been shaken up by whatever he sensed, because he forgot all about formalities the moment the door to the lift closed behind him. "We have an unsanctioned psyker on board," he hissed as he began pacing back and forth. I sensed their awakening. I was conflicted. Did I tell him? Did I keep quiet and try to play it off? Find a scapegoat? No. Honesty would take me the furthest when it came to this specific individual. He was from a shrouded house himself, so he would not be likely to do anything that could attract the black ships. They might get overzealous while performing their duties. "It is I, Farson. I am the unsanctioned psyker," I said after a moment's hesitation, and my revelation made him whirl around on the spot. I also noticed his hand slipping towards one of the folds in his hooded robe, but when I was just standing there, he made no move to withdraw the sidearm I was certain he had hidden there. How it came to be, I cannot explain to you, but for reasons we are both aware, it would be best if we kept this between ourselves. There is no telling who they would decide to take with them, should they be called. My only chance was appealing to his sense of self-preservation, his knowledge of what would happen if a man of his diminished status was found in the company of an unsanctioned psyker. For a long moment, Farson said nothing. I could see the turmoil inside of him, the obligation to duty fighting with the logic of survival. When he spoke, there was a distant quality to his voice, as if he was detaching himself from the situation emotionally. "If you get caught, Lord Captain, I will deny and denounce any knowledge of you being the unsanctioned psyker and claim ignorance. But out of respect for the man that have given me a chance to redeem my family name, I will keep your secret. However, should I begin to see signs that the boundaries between the immaterium and real space are compromised by your situation, I will not hesitate to levy the full might of the astropathic choir against you." I didn't get time to reply before he left again, and I was left to my thoughts. It didn't go as I wanted, but it went better than it had any right to. At least he wouldn't rat me out unless his hand was forced. I sighed deeply and moved to put on my carapace armor. There was no reason for this, other than it felt reassuring to put on the armor, as if it could shield me from more than physical threats. The oath of moment was still pinned to the chest of it, and I had to be careful when putting on the chest plate so I didn't mess it up. When I entered the bridge, I summoned one of the junior officers with a hand motion, and he hurried over and presented the Aquila. He was very young. His cheeks still had the soft roundness of an adolescent boy, and he seemed overly eager to present himself as a competent individual. Youthful exuberance mixed with an immense sense of duty and pride. I gave him orders OT track down and summon the tech Muggos, warning him that he might be on one of the armed freighters, so he should make use of whatever men he had under his command to find him as quickly as possible. After he left, I took my place in the command throne and began the slow process of preparing the ship for warp travel. A message was delivered that Archimedes had been found on one of the armed freighters and was en route back to my ship. I had a message sent to the shuttle to take him to me as soon as they landed. 20 minutes later, the sound of his omniscient axe clinking against the metal grating of the ship announced his arrival, and I made myself comfortable while I waited for him to get into view. When he turned the corner, he did not look like the tech priest that had saved my ass back on Slud. He was looking proper, his mechadendrites hidden, his omniscient axe held steadily in his hand, and his bright red robe flowing around him, the hood pulled well over his face. He presented himself before me and bowed slightly before speaking in his half-robotic voice. "You have summoned me, Lord Captain?" But before he waited for an answer, I heard faint whirring and saw the lenses he had instead of eyes rotate, most likely zooming in or some other feature. "Praise the Omnicia. You have replaced the weakness of the flesh with the blessed machine," he exclaimed with more emotion than I had ever heard from a Mechanicus member. "A sacrifice of necessity. I need to be able to project my voice on the battlefield. And yes, I summoned you, Muggos. Am I to understand you wish to stay in my fleet, as part of my personal retinue?" I dismissed his proclamations. They were not the reason for me bringing him here. I wanted to know and understand his reasoning for staying. This statement is true. This unit has decided that the quest for knowledge is easier to continue aboard the vessel of a rogue trader. This unit also noticed the lack of a senior Mechanicus member to appease the machine spirit, and has decided that this magnificent vessel be afforded the reverence the Omnicia demands. He finished his explanation with another small bow and turned his gaze toward me. "Your reasons are valid and your logic impeccable, Muggos. But if you are to stay as a part of my retinue, I need to hear your opinion on a matter I have yet to deal with." When Archimedes said nothing, I continued. Would it be possible to refit one of the armed freighters to function as a Salvatore Ark? It would not be the worst thing to bring with us where we are going. For a long moment, Archimedes said nothing. Instead, I could hear whirring and clicking from under his robes. He was undoubtedly running calculations and projections in his head at a speed that would make a computer from my own time look like an outdated calculator. It can be done. Reinforcements must be made to the superstructure. The storage compartments will be repurposed, the coils and wiring strengthened, and the proper rites and rituals. He began, but I cut him off. As long as it is possible, that is all I need to know. Mugos Archimedes, you are hereby placed in charge of the refitting of an armed freighter. Should the task be successful, which I have no doubt it will be when the honored Mechanicus is in charge of the project, I am certain your expertise could be used to refit another of my freighters into a cathedral ship. As I mentioned, the possibility of a cathedral ship, the newly promoted High Confessor, chosen from amongst his brethren in one of their ceremonies, could barely contain his excitement. Yes, High Confessor, you can begin planning the layout, but work will not begin until the task I have already given to the honored Mugos is finished. I interjected and waved him back as I did so. He was smart enough to understand that he should not press the issue and instead be happy with the future prospect of being chosen to design the cathedral ship. I had no doubt he would levy this work to also secure a place at the top of the hierarchy within the ecclesiarchy representatives in my small fleet. A sudden afterthought hit me, and I plan to invite a cardinal once a cathedral ship has been built to see it consecrated properly. I trust you will be able to take care of the details of such a visit? Yes, Lord Captain, it would be my utmost pleasure, he answered eagerly, but restrained himself from further commentary. It would seem as if he was getting to know my mood. I was not one for lofty speeches or eloquent sermons, and he seemed to have accepted that, settling for preaching all the more fervently to the rest of my ship's crew. It will be as you wish, Lord Captain. Archimedes butted in, and he bowed deeply before turning his attention to the cogitators on the bridge for a moment before he turned around and walked off the bridge. I was left with a bustling bridge and a small fleet that needed preparation for departure. So, I did the only thing left to do and got to work. Chapter 47. Political Blunders and Brilliance. Nearly 8 hours later, I had received word that Archimedes would begin initial work during the warp travel. My ships were ready, and everything and everyone were packed away as safely as we could get. I had a final report of our actions and my planned route sent to the prescients with no need for a reply. I did not inform them of my plans to change an armed freighter, but that was not critical knowledge either. Knowing we had followed procedure and prepared for warp travel was just good form from my side of things, as well as a lifeline should we not be heard from again in the foreseeable future. When that was done, I gave the final order, and my small fleet made its way to the outer edge of the system as a general safety precaution and made the first jump. The Vigilance Quadrex was not far away, a week's travel at most, but I spent a lot of that time becoming familiar with my new chainsword. I trained with it alongside the most seasoned instructors my ships had to offer, and all of them had differing advice on the pros and cons of the weapon. Despite the weight, it was very well balanced, making it extremely viable in actual melee combat, and not just a tool for intimidation. But the increased weight also meant that I would be slower and not have the ability to abort an attack once committed. Missing outright instead of being parried or blocked left me wide open for a follow-up counterattack. But if I deflected an attack, I had the luxury of being able to do the same to my opponent with devastating effect. These training sessions, I decided, were now part of my daily routine, and I found that the downtime during warp travel left me generous amounts of time to train, leading my chain weapon skill to rise to 7 before we arrived at our first destination. I had also spent time thinking about ways to avoid docking, so I could keep any genestealer attempts from reaching my ship to an absolute minimum, and I would hide behind the excuse that I only needed the materials for ship modifications. I ordered one of the armed freighters set up as a temporary mobile trade hub, allowing the nobles and local guild leaders to come and browse my rather extensive inventory of wooden furniture and toys for the children of obscenely wealthy individuals. I needed to sell out, but I also needed information on what lay ahead, so I sent invitations to the local trade merchants before the nobles, a gesture that would not go unnoticed and would most certainly make dealing with said, now rather disgruntled, nobles all the more difficult, but I didn't care. I needed rumors, whispers, secrets, and more that only the merchants and voidfarers knew about. My master of whispers was as delighted as he was swamped with work, but he relished the tsunami of information his agents gathered while the merchants and guild leaders strolled around the improvised bazaar, where my rather exaggerated security measures made them feel all the more important on account of my instructions to treat guests with the utmost respect, even if they were out of line. To be respectful but firm with the merchants, to treat them only slightly worse than nobility. The self-absorbed idiots thought I did it to look out for their interests. Of course, the truth was, I did it to prevent anyone from the numberless entourages from slipping into the bowels of the ship and starting the groundwork needed for a genestealer cult. I would not have it in my fleet, and a few people were indeed found and stopped before entering maintenance areas where they could have disappeared with ease. I did nothing more than have them return to their patron with a new personal guard assigned to them for the duration of their stay. As soon as the word spread among the merchants of these measures, such attempts ceased to be a problem, but I still demanded ever more vigilance. I made great profits, bordering on the obscenely disgusting. A carved wooden chair sold for more than most citizens would earn in their lifetime, while the price of a matching dining set could feed a hive city for a full month. My purser was sitting at a grand business table, signing document after document with a smile that kept getting bigger and bigger. The old crone was happy for the first time since I had stepped foot on the ship, and the looks she glanced my way when she thought I wasn't aware told me she had found a new respect for me. She had thought I was a witless soldier fixated on creating a legacy of going down in a blaze of glory on some backwater in the middle of the big, unknown outside imperial space. But the profits we were making now more than made up for all the expenses I had incurred so far. I would dare say I saw her smile if I didn't already believe that to be an impossibility. Her face was permanently clocked into the scowl of a genuinely displeased office clerk. But she was signing with flourishes, grand hand gestures, and gracious movements when engaging the next deal. I learned a great deal by spearheading some of the sales talks with the merchants dressed in a more flashy and garish manner. Some of them were downright gaudy. The extreme colors and obscene number of jewels spoke their language of the people behind the clothes. But the merchant fleets under their commands had rumors from all over the Imperium, and my questions about our current destination received grim answers. Dead and dying worlds far from the light of the throne, locked in wars with remnant foes from the dark age of technology. Asartes' fleets stretched thin and, while effective when arriving, did not have enough forces to cover the area effectively. That would explain the presence of the Death Watch not far from here, and the very surprising willingness to accept my offer in scouting ahead for them. It made sense, but it also worried me. Things would have to be bad out there for me to be so lucky. One of the merchants caught my personal interest, an older man, lean and wiry built, with clothes more pragmatic than fancy, despite the high-quality materials and make of them. His face had battle scars, and his hands had calluses in places much the same as mine, meaning he was a fighting man. Speaking to him revealed that he was a former Astra Militarum captain, with experience specifically in the company command squad. We talked at length, and an idea formed in me while we did, causing me to extend him a generous discount in return for some of his most senior training personnel with this particular skill set. He inquired out of curiosity why I wanted them, and I indulged him. I wanted to create not just a company command squad, but one for every 3 sergeant-at-arms under my command, which was quite a few. With my freighters and my flagship, I could field around 50,000 troops at any given point, which gave me 2,500 sergeants-at-arms in command of 20 voidsmen each. So I needed at least 834 company command squads to make this a reality, but I had my reasons. The company command squad was the anchor from which orders were issued. The common imperial strategy was to have a single one of these squads for every 500,000 troops, which, in theory, was a good thing when you fought on a planetary scale. But if you spared the resources to micromanage, to add that extra level of administration and leadership to ensure proper absorption and dispersal of information in a combat scenario, you would have much more fluid forces, transforming your massive frontline into individual and carefully monitored engagements that could be handled effectively. He balked at my idea initially, but as I explained further, he began to reluctantly agree the now soldier turned merchant, worrying about the significant cost. I couldn't help but fix him with a hard stare after that comment. What about the cost to the Imperium of using inferior combat tactics? The question hung in the air as the merchant and the soldier struggled, but duty still won out in the end. No price is too high to ensure the glory of the Imperium, he stated before giving me a crisp salute, which I returned, before we moved our attention back to business dealings. I later learned from my master of whispers that he was known as unapproachable by most of the other merchants because of his sense of duty before profit. So for him to salute me publicly after having casual conversation with me only helped cement the emerging reputation as a traitor militant I had begun gaining through my actions. The nobles were a different visit entirely. If they hadn't been so infatuated with the things I had put aside, specifically items with no real use other than showing off obscene wealth, wooden sculptures of imperial saints, carvings of imperial shrines and holy sites, intricate wooden puzzles for both children and adults. They were delighted to slowly browse and observe before the auction that was held, instead of the regular business dealings I had with the merchants. Another way of appeasing the nobles, make them feel like only they could afford this style of bidding. The psychology of the different class groups within the Imperium was easy to exploit as they were stereotypical, but there were always outliers. Intelligent people, and in my case, the possibility of other people connected to the system. I did not get the impression, but the chance was always there, and while the nobles were fawning over my goods, I lounged in a small area with refreshments and delicacies cooked up for the occasion, treated like a drop-off area for husbands while the wives went to spend their fortunes. As a result, I had to entertain said husbands, most of which were extremely experienced politicians, bureaucrats who all saw me as a scoundrel, a bum from the rank-and-file soldiers who had no place among them. And I played the role accordingly, wearing great boots, an eye-catching red shirt made of the finest silk I had been able to scrounge from Slud's former governor's stores. A thick leather vest covered my chest, and the sleeves of my silk shirt had been carefully rolled up. My blue greatcoat was standing next to my chair with the moment of oath now properly attached to it, encased in a sheet of transparent plastic, for the sake of protecting it during the visit. It drew its fair share of attention, especially after the first few people recognized the seal of the imperial fists, and the mumbling of the nobles that gathered in front of it was like music to my ears. A rogue traitor with Astartes connections was a man no one wanted as an enemy. I deliberately put a few bottles of cheaper Amasec on the table and made sure to only fill my glass from said bottles, bringing the first one to the small table next to my chair, as soon as I had greeted everyone and opened the small auction. With the Deathworlder body I had inhabited, the battle scars I had earned along the way, and the new chains word secured to my hip, I fully lived up to every expectation they had of me, and they treated me as such. A dumb soldier who got lucky. Their wives fawned when I told stories about the fights I had been in, from orcs to heretical scum and new Xeno species, and their husbands hated every second. One of the younger nobles, no older than 19 or 20, kept eyeing my chain's word while strutting his power sword, and I felt I could poke him a little. Rising from my seat, I grabbed my cup and strolled over to him. "Greetings, young lord. I hope you and your honored house are having a pleasant time on board my humble vessel." I greeted him and took a small sip of cheap Amasec. To his honor, he didn't wrinkle his nose in disgust, but kept a polite smile on his face. "We find ourselves in good company," he said a bit coolly. His lack of comment on the accommodations told me he was displeased. "Good. I couldn't help but notice your sword. Fine quality," I remarked, and it was. Masterfully crafted with obvious attention to the detailed ornamentation. A beautiful weapon, but one better suited for ceremonies than actual combat. But I suspect it would be unbalanced in a proper fight. The area around us fell silent. I had called the young noble pampered and spoiled, to his face, and if his sputtering, combined with the efforts of an older man to intervene in the situation, was anything to go by, he had taken it to heart. Before the man who could only be his father made his way over to us, and the young noble could answer, a young woman spoke up. "Peace, young Lord Silvermaul." For certain the Lord Captain meant no offense, and spoke only as a soldier would speak. We should not judge him for his lack of upbringing, only the purity of his soul. The approaching woman had raven black hair and almost emerald green eyes, her clothes worn in the same cut as the highborn nobles on Terra currently did. So she was from an old, powerful, and extremely well-connected noble house. And she was a psyker. I didn't even need my abilities to deduce that the aura of purity and gentleness she exuded could only be the result of warp shenanigans. A soldier I am indeed, young lady, a simple PDF trooper by origin if you would believe it. For some reason, I felt the need to be on guard in her presence. She had an intensity in her eyes I had only seen one time before. When the heretical system user tried to initiate contact with me, almost revealing my true nature, she stared at me the same way he had done, and despite it being a brief moment, the memory had burned itself into my brain. And now I was seeing it again. This girl was dangerous, young Lady Malthicius. The noble called Silvermaul gave a formal bow while I reached out and took her hand, kissing it gently. The fire in the young man's eyes did not escape me. Such a bold gesture from a man who still reeks of blood, battle, and betrayal. I am not certain I find the company agreeable. What do you say, young Lord Silvermaul? She smiled as she spoke, the glint in her eyes betraying the true intentions of her words. She was trying to keep the young noble from making a mistake he would regret. I apologize if I offended you, young lady, but young Master Silvermail was just about to regale me with the finer points as to why an overly decorated sword is superior to one built for efficiency. I interjected before the young man could answer, and he squirmed under my question for a few seconds before she decided to save him once more. You boys and your toys of war. If you will excuse us, Lord Captain, I have to discuss some family-related business with young Lord Silvermaul. She smiled sweetly as she pulled him away, and I saw the father of the young man wipe his forehead with a silk handkerchief before making his way over to me. Greetings, Lord Captain. I apologize for my son's hot temper, but he is a very proud young man. He began, a cautious entry into the conversation. I have seen many a proud young man die screaming on the battlefield, and I have seen many a humble young man live through the same engagements. If I can teach him a lesson, even an unwilling one, then I have done the Imperium good on this day. I meant no disrespect, Lord Silvermaul, but your son needs to humble himself, and quickly, if he is to survive his first engagement. My guess is you are putting him in a position for a role as a major. If he does badly, execution or even death by his troops awaits him. I would hate to see a promising young life wasted because of something as stupid as hubris. I turned my eyes away from the aging man, locking them on his son as I spoke, and the harshness in his eyes disappeared. He knew I spoke the truth, but he was also a proud man. He would not say thank you, nor did I expect him to. Follow me. I gestured to Lord Silvermaul, and he did so hesitantly. I reached underneath the seat set up for me and procured a simple wooden box. I opened it toward the old noble, and inside was a necklace and matching earrings of flawless diamonds and sapphires, mixed in with polished amber. While not priceless, it was rare and prohibitively expensive, taken from the same stores on Slud when I was governor. I had stated before that such baubles held no value to me, and I had spoken the truth. Giving them away in this manner would serve me better. You could never be too well known for generosity. It made people feel obligated to help you, so they didn't miss out. Take this to present as a gift to your wife, a token of the sincerity of my words and intentions, Lord, I said, and closed the box before handing it over to him. He was not an insignificant figure within the complex circles of nobility, but I still left him befuddled. Rogue traders were not known for their generosity. What did I care? It was technically stolen property made legal through privateering. No sweat off my back. He was still searching for the right words when I left him behind to mingle with the other nobles. A small breach of courtesy he would surely allow. The young woman, Lady Malthicius, had returned while I had been busy, and she made her way over to me. The young Lord Silvermaul is easy to infuriate. His pride, while well-placed and fully earned, unfortunately, feels hollow to him. The young lord feels that the only honor and glory that matters is to be found on the battlefield, she said quietly as she began filling a goblet from the table of refreshments. Be careful with the wobble. It is stronger than it suggests, despite its pleasant flavor. I muttered as I saw the bottle she was pouring from. I had no idea how it had gotten there, but maybe the crew thought I would appreciate it. They knew I had a fondness for the taste, and the vitamin boost was never a bad thing when you traveled as much in space as a rogue trader did. Wobble was the fermented result of the ploin fruit, nicknamed thus because of the fruit's tendency to wobble when placed upright and the effect of the drink. What a curious name for a drink. How come I have never heard of it? Her interest seemed to be genuine, so she deserved a genuine answer. I wouldn't expect a lady of your upbringing to need the ploin fruit. We use it to combat many diseases that come with a poor or restricted diet while traveling the void. The beverage you are now pouring is a brew fermented aboard my ship into a potent alcoholic drink. You could call it lower class, but it is the comfort of necessity. We live on ships with few spare resources and fewer places to create areas to exploit them efficiently. My niche position specifically is even more limited, as we must carry our troops and equipment with us, venturing into the unknown to spread the light of the Emperor to the unenlightened. Everything I said was true and available information condensed into layman's terms, but she still looked fascinated as ever. If I hadn't already known her to be a psyker and a possible system user, she would have been able to dominate the conversation. It was too easy to relax in her company. How interesting. Compared to the dull life of a noble, it must be a dream come true to travel the stars and find new worlds for the Imperium. She exclaimed with a dreamy look in her eyes, but I felt the need to shut this conversation down. For the Emperor, not the Imperium. The Imperium is beholden to the Emperor, not the other way around. I corrected her, and the sparkle in her eyes gave way to something different. In a moment, she had transformed from a smitten girl blinded by the thought of adventure to a seasoned politician with a trickster's glint in her eyes. "Of course, Lord Captain, forgive my expression," she said with a voice that seemed to caress my ears as she spoke. I steeled my mind and imagined a brick wall being built around a mental projection of my brain. It was crude and simple, one of the most basic mental fortification techniques from my own time, but it still worked. It gave the mind something to focus on within itself, keeping it busy from interference. I was simply caught up in my daydreams. She finished before putting on an innocent face and raising her voice high enough for most of the surrounding people to hear. "Wouldn't you regale us with a proper soldier's prayer or song, Lord Captain? It would be remiss of me to let such an opportunity go by to get to know the minds of the common soldiery, delivered by a man that served among them." Her words were a mix of praise and insult, and she put me in the spotlight with a request made at volume as the wives of the various nobles joined a chorus of voices pleading to be entertained. From the desperate glances their husbands threw my way, I would be doing them a favor to give them something to talk about for the next few months. But it wasn't until Lady Silvermall, mother to the young man that had felt insulted by my combat experience, and wife of the noble I had given the necklace, that I surrendered to the peer pressure. I raised my hands, and the voices died down immediately. "Since the lady of the honored house of Silvermall asks, I shall agree to be the entertainment for a short while, but on two conditions." I held up one finger. "First, any people who know the song are free to join in, as it works better when you sing as a chorus. And second," I raised a finger next to the first one and paused a second for effect, "I suggest someone gets a picked recording of this, because it will not happen again today." Laughter followed my second condition as several attendants of the various groups of nobles did as asked by their masters and got ready to record. A good joke was always appreciated. I got in the middle of the room and breathed deeply a few times. "A soldier's song I was asked for, and a soldier's song I will give. A song of unity and duty," I said as every eye focused on me. I had already picked what to sing, a shanty I had heard while I was a PDF trooper. Or at least, it originated as a shanty, but it worked equally well as a marching song, and it was now commonplace among the guards across the galaxy. I stomped my foot and clapped to create a basic rhythm, and the guests quickly picked up on it, allowing me to focus on singing. Our will is unbroken, unmatched by design. The first line of defense, the unbreakable line. We answered a parley with mortars and guns. The Astra Militarum bows only to one, till the skies turn to ash and the cities to dust. We fight for the Golden King, in him we trust. With suits made of steel and hearts made of stone, we're the sword of mankind and the fist of the throne. After the first two lines of song, the voidsmen and guardsmen I had on guard duty already knew what song it was, and they couldn't help but join in. It was a song of unity and brotherhood, of blade and losgun. A song of humanity's defiance in the face of a galaxy that hated their existence. The chorus also gave me a chance to test out my new vocal implant, and it worked beyond all expectations, my voice booming out in the improvised bizarre, drowning out almost every other noise. For the guard, we all stand as one, with last guns held high till the battle is won. For the guard, march on till we fall. The emperor protects, and so must we all. Some of the nobles looked shocked. Some of the oldest nobles looked like they were reminiscing about their younger days, and others acted like they were witnessing something that had been hidden from them for the longest time. And a select few, the young Lord Silvermaul included, listened with something akin to longing or envy. Perhaps I had been a bit hasty in judging the young man, but his attitude was still rotten. The soldiers on guard had also joined in the improvised beat by slamming a fist into their breastplate in tempo with the rhythm. We lay siege to the Xenos no matter the risk, with basilisk manticore, lances, and fist, sending back chaos to where it came from. We strike down rebellion and treacherous scum. We'll crush the orc rabble and the tyrannid swarm, lay waste to the Necrons with bullets we storm. From Krieg back to Cadia, they fear our name, the Imperial Guard, humanity's flame. As the song went on, the soldiers around us gained confidence in themselves, their voices growing stronger and more confident despite being in a ship full of people who all had the power to see them dead if they had not been part of my crew. But as it were, they enjoyed the little moment of reversed roles, with the nobles taking the back seat and becoming the silent observers. They stood taller, pulled their shoulders back, and presented themselves as the best possible soldiers they could be. For the guard, we all stand as one, with last guns held high till the battle is won. For the guard, march on till we fall. The emperor protects, and so must we all. For the guard, we all stand as one, with last guns held high till the battle is won. For the guard, march on till we fall. The emperor protects, and so must we all. We're the shield, we're the spear, the Imperium's sword. We will never show fear in his holy war. For the guard, we'll answer the call. The emperor protects, and so must we all. As the echo of the last verse died out, the silence that hung over the gathering was so thick it could be cut with a knife. This was most likely the first time in their entire lives that the nobles saw the commoners as anything more than an expendable resource. For the first time, they saw them as regular people, no different from the nobles who looked down on them, apart from who birthed them. Each soldier in turn felt seen for the first time, seen by the nobles they were charged to protect, despite being seen as nothing more than mandatory tools of survival by the wearisome nobles. I had created a moment of unity, where everyone in the room, influential and unimportant, felt equal in the sense that, in the end, they were all humans. And there, all the way in the back, stood the young Lady Malthicius with unbridled fury burning in her eyes at my success in turning her request of humiliation into an unforgettable moment for all involved. She had wanted me to debase myself, reduce me to nothing more than a puppet dancing at the end of her strings for pure amusement. Instead, I had hammered down that notion and proved myself to be of extraordinary will and wit, declaring the unseen strength of the fighting men and women they all loved to look down upon. My mere presence was proof that anyone could reach the upper circles of imperial high society, and for a woman who thrived on being superior, this was the gravest insult. By poking at the pride of the regular soldiers, I reminded them that they were only different in status and title, another great insult to anyone reveling in their superiority. Finally, it reminded all nobles gathered that without those common soldiers, they would be masters of nothing. The look of anger that passed over her eyes when she looked at me was enough to crack the carefully crafted psychic projection she was using to keep her looks flawless, and I saw a glimpse of the real woman beneath. She did have a pretty face, but her features were twisted and spiteful, turning her natural beauty into an ugly mask of malice and scorn. But there was something more, a glint of something I recognized from my reflection in the mirror. That special glint in the eye of someone who was more than they seemed. I was suspicious now, almost convinced she was the same as me. A soul from a different time and place, inhabiting the body of an imperial citizen. She must have seen the same in me as we locked eyes, because his face changed once more to one of shock and disbelief, before any of us could react to it. However, the nobles and their entourages broke out in cheer over the performance. All of the wives rushed in with invitations to their next big celebration, and the husbands were mumbling amongst themselves. I managed to direct the horde of nobles' wives toward an attendant who carefully wrote down the dates of each noble house, hoping I would come visit and perform during times of celebration. As I tried to make my way back to the seat reserved for me, I was intercepted by the elder Lord Silvermaul. "Lord Captain, you have honored my house on this day," he began, and I knew this would come. By making his wife the reason for my sudden compliance to entertain my guests, I had publicly announced that I supported the House of Silvermaul and considered them honorable enough to point it out. It would set him apart from his peers, making him a man amongst men whenever these nobles got together. "You have shown yourself to be as magnanimous as you are bold, and I wish to inform you that the House of Silvermaul stands behind the Lord Captain." Having the uncontested support of a noble house was never a bad thing. The political pull could always prove useful, but I decided that he was not finished owing me favors. "Why, yes, Lord Silvermaul, I think your wife will be overjoyed by such an extravagant gift," I said loud enough for the noble ladies still competing to get their names at the top of the list of my expected visit to turn their heads in our direction, and a small gesture from me made him reach into a hidden pocket and pull out the small box I had given him earlier. Just like sharks smelling blood in the water, the ladies were exceptionally quick to surround us, with Lord Silvermaul's wife in front. He turned to her and handed her the box, a small gift to the most beautiful woman present. "Its beauty pales next to you, my love, but perhaps you can bring out the true beauty of this little bauble," he said to her as she opened it, and the envious sounds from the surrounding nobles were all the confirmation I needed. I had just made him the most important man here, and his wife the envy of all the other nobles' wives. I slipped away, but not before he sent me a look of appreciation. There was no better time to give her such a gift than right now, in front of all her peers with whom she competed fiercely to be the most prominent. With that little debacle finally finished, I sat back down in my chair and grabbed my glass, filled it to the brim with the amasec set aside for me, and downed half the glass in a single gulp. It burned all the way down my throat, and I had to fight the urge to cough violently, but it helped me relax again. I had been dancing on the edge of a knife. I could just as well have been laughed off my ship, but I managed to spin it to my advantage. The only issue left was the young Lady Malthicius. I had reduced her to a mere background presence, and she was positively seething at this, making no effort to hide it. She did not approach me again, however, and the rest of the auction went as smoothly as one could hope, with bids rising higher and higher for every item. When the last shuttle was on its way back to the Vigilance Quadrex, I made my way to my purser, who was downright giddy as she studied the overview of the day's business. "If all of your trading adventures go like this, Lord Captain, you will soon have enough wealth to construct your own palace." The thought was foreign to her. It was plain as day on her face that she thought it an extortionate use and abuse of funds. But rogue traders had a certain reputation, and she was trying to be diplomatic. "As nice as that sounds, this is my palace. My ship is where I belong, and the money would be better spent improving the conditions, productivity, and prosperity of the people under my responsibility, both ships and planets. Rich citizens can pay generous taxes, and well-fed workers can produce more and better." I replied, and I meant it. I had no desire to lounge in a palace while I grew fat on the tides of people. Such a prospect only filled me with disgust. I was not suited for a life and leisure and debauchery. I wanted home, and I wanted it sooner rather than later. Lady Malthicius haunted my thoughts, though the possibility of her being a system user, as well as positively being a psyker, made her a potentially very dangerous individual. And I had done something unforgivable. I made her presence at the auction redundant, reducing her to a background character. She would not forgive me, but then again, she was the one who started it by trying to make me look like a fool. I simply repaid the greeting in kind, but an enemy I had made, and a politically inclined one. So my first real journey into the unknown had to last until I found something worth bringing back, worth more than the angry accusations of a vindictive noble. Sure, I had another house behind me, but I liked the idea of having an ace up my sleeve in the form of unclaimed favors. It was a thing I used back in my world as well. I didn't mind helping people out, and I always refused cash payment. A favor is much more valuable, as its value is more of a rough estimate, and I get to keep the claim until it is used. Not by written agreement or anything else. other than people's desire to keep their name and reputation clear of blemishes. It had worked a treat back then and would certainly come in just as handy, if not more, here in the Imperium. The purser gave me the briefest of strange looks, but bowed her head submissively. "Your will be done, Lord Captain," she said, and began packing her documents carefully to have them stored away in her archives. She had the digital signatures as well, but in the Imperium, a piece of parchment with a physical signature counted 1,000 times over in terms of legal evidence, compared to digital signatures that could be forged with relative ease. With the day's business complete, I could retreat to my flagship, get in a few hours of sparring to clear my mind, and use the pent-up energy that had accumulated during the day, and go to sleep. When I woke up, there was a preliminary report from my Master of Whispers waiting on my personal data slate, granting me a rough outline of what lay ahead of us. I summoned Farson, and we spent a few hours going back and forth on where to go from here. Things got rather heated, but in the end, he accepted my decision to keep going southeast on the galactic map, despite the lack of, well, anything really, that the Imperium knew of. My goal was Jalefra, a former hive world reduced to a planet of metal at the end of the Great Crusade. Imperial records only showed it was a human colony that had attempted to assassinate Horus, back when he was still the War Master of the Emperor. But I knew the truth. The planet had been an exceptionally well-developed world in terms of technology, created with the help of a fully functional STC. When Horus learned of this, he immediately went on the extreme offensive, gunning down the planet's leader and his honor guard who were guests on his ship, before laying waste to the planet below, all in the name of self-defense after he claimed their leader had attempted to assassinate him. I was under no illusion that an STC fragment would be there, but if I was lucky, there were still bits and pieces of technology to salvage on the planet. Technology back from the height of imperial might and scientific understanding. It was as good a place as any to start, and should be a fairly safe destination for my first official planetfall expedition on a dead world. It would give the crew some trust in my ability to function in my actual job, and not just as an Imperial agent. That I could handle venturing into the somewhat unknown and come out on top. I had also received a few messages from the system, none that warranted haste judging from the color of the tiny blink, but I still opened them to see what this was about. Achievement unlocked. Performer. Having stood up in front of a crowd successfully and entertained without fail is never an easy thing to do. Effective range of prayer of absolution extended to 150 feet. Achievement unlocked. Agitator. Creating enemies among the nobility of the Imperium is never smart. It is even worse when said people are also connected to the system. Feat unlocked. Instigator. By targeting people with chosen insults, you can incite boiling anger in any human or variation thereof. Not quite what I was expecting, but who was I to turn away a new feat and a range increase to my battlefield prayer? The day passed in the final preparations, charging the Geller field generators, preparing the warp drive, Farson doing his navigator thing in his sanctum. All went according to plan and schedule. But I was uneasy. The entire day, I had been able to feel a pull on my consciousness, the gentlest of tugging positioned right in the area that had felt sore after my psychic awakening during my encounter with Cinch. Someone, or something, was trying to get my attention. I messed around with the system again, but didn't find anything that could explain it. On a hunch, I opened the messages and saw a new one that was missing the ping I usually got from the arrival of a message. It was a simple, short, and very unsettling one. System admin meeting arranged. Awaiting meeting opening. I had no idea what it was supposed to mean or what a system admin even was. But there was only room in my mind for a single thought, 3 small words. What the fuck? Chapter 48. The first clue to getting home. I was sitting in a plain wooden chair, in front of a wooden tablet with 2 simple cups and a generously proportioned jug of wine. I could hear someone rustling around in the background, and I turned my head to look. A man was approaching me, shockingly average and unplaceable in terms of how his body was built. He wore a long gray robe with the hood pulled far over his face. The fine cloth betrayed the simple make and color, and he leaned on an intricate golden staff, carrying a plate of fresh fruit in the other hand. Greetings, Björk. I have been looking forward to this meeting for some time now, he said with a warm smile that went past his eyes. It was genuine, and as he put down the plate on the table, he filled the 2 cups with wine for us before sitting down, and taking a piece of fresh pear from the plate. "Who are you?" I asked and took the cup offered to me. There was a deepness in his eyes that blazed with a dull blue light beneath his hood. Some would call me a friend. Others would call me a foe. Yet others would name me a scholar, and some would label me a warrior. I am all of this, and more, and yet I am no thing or label. I am me. But who are you, Björk? That is the interesting question. The light in his eyes blazed and dimmed as he spoke, but it didn't illuminate anything. His voice was gentle and soothing, but there was an eternal quality to it. Strangely, I didn't feel oppressive power emanating from him. I could answer the same as you, but with more labels and titles, for what they are worth. You should know better than I what I am in this universe. Aren't you a system admin? I didn't have patience for riddles. I wanted to get to the bottom of what was going on, and with luck, I could speed this along. I had questions. Straight to the point then. The young have no time for pleasant conversation. He made a show out of enjoying the taste of the wine and having another piece of fruit before continuing. It has nothing to do with impatience on account of yours and my age, but because I want a single thing, and only that single thing. I want home. I was not trying to be menacing, only steadfast and determined in my way of speaking, and he raised one eyebrow ever so slightly. So demanding, and you haven't even bothered to figure out who I am to you in this universe. You are bold. I can see why you survived the PDF as it is in its current state. But to see you rise to the rather significant position you already possess? It is about time I talk to the others about reducing the impact of that luck stat. Did you know you are one of only a handful out of the thousands we have brought here over the ages to have gone down that stat path? He fixed me with a hard stare, his eyes pulsating as he did. I could feel a psychic presence prying at my mind, and I tried defending myself, but my efforts were insignificant and swept aside without effort. Their presence didn't dig deeper than the surface, though. Your knowledge is truly impressive, even when you consider the amount of written material you have had available to you. And you have played the politics of the current iteration of the Imperium nicely, if brutish. Then again, it was never intended to be quite so. GrimDark, I believe, is the term from your original time. But it is what it is. The Emperor is most displeased, but what can he do in his current state? Locked within the Golden Throne, prevented from rebirth by the very machine keeping him alive, and the Imperium together? Oh, don't be so shocked. You wanted to speak plainly, so let us speak plainly. I closed my mouth, which had dropped open during all of this, and tried to gather my thoughts in the silence that fell over us. Extremely powerful psyker, not the Emperor, since he referred to him instead of himself. Intimately familiar with the inner workings of the Imperium and the Emperor's will. I had to guess. Malcador? I whispered, not quite able to believe it. And clever too, when given a little time to think. Very good. Perhaps you could achieve your wish. Even if you were already given exactly what you always wanted. Well, almost. But making you an Astartes would have been too easy. You should be eternally thankful that the last 5 before you started in underhives and abandoned industrial complexes. Being given a Deathworlder start is a gamble that has the potential to pay off. And you managed to thread the needle, my boy. He chuckled to himself and kept eating without a care in the world. Wait. Malcador. The Malcador. The Sigillite, the hero, most trusted advisor to the Emperor, founder of the Astra Militarum and Officio Assassinorum, the man that made the groundwork for the Inquisiton and Grey Knights founding, the secret first Grandmaster of the Officio Assassinorum, deliverer of the Chaplain Edict, and the one man who could, and did, take the Emperor's place on the Golden Throne during the confrontation with Horus, so the Emperor could face his son, costing Malcador his life in the process. That Malcador? I had to be sure, but I also needed to get over my shock, and the only way to ground myself was to focus my mind on something I knew and could comprehend. I could comprehend my extensive knowledge of the 40K universe. What I could not comprehend was talking to Malcador the Sigillite, who, as it turned out, was a system admin. Yes, all you say is true, and yes, that is indeed me. Can we get on with it? He sounded impatient, but allowed me a moment to regain myself. Why are we here talking? I finally said. Good man. Looking for answers to questions that need answering instead of things that don't matter. We are talking here because that is what the Emperor desires of us. He would have come himself, but he is too fragmented to gather a presence in the warp. And we are talking because you have also managed to stay faithful to your humanity. So many have been given the chance, only to mistake their service to the Imperium as their humanity. The Emperor never wanted blind loyalty to him alone. He desired blind loyalty to him, in service of humanity as a whole. As a united species, there was a deep pain to his words, a mournful yearning for the Imperium that could have been, instead of the one that was. It was only for a moment, but I saw it before he gathered himself. And we have watched you carefully, Björk. You have, again and again, put human lives and dignity above duty and profit. True, you have not been the most honest of people, but that only leads to a different question. Does the end justify the means? Is the use of minor dishonesty in service to the greater humanity acceptable? He looked at me with an intensity that almost locked me in my chair, and I understood he wanted me to answer. I thought about it. Did a minor wrong justify a great right? Was it a slippery slope, or would my convictions stay true to the apparent ideal sought by powers greater than myself? There was only one answer that contained the essence of truth. It is human, I answered and returned his gaze, calmly and without fear. If he wanted to hurt me, he would have already done so, and I gave him my most honest truth. Indeed it is. Never forget that, Björk, and keep serving humanity and its interests. We cannot talk any longer, but I shall impart to you a parting gift before you leave. He grasped my right forearm in his hands, and the world tilted. I was vaguely aware of a burning sensation on my arm, but my head was filled with images, visions of an old, weathered man, clad in what could once have passed for rags. He was huddled in a makeshift shelter with perhaps 40 other people, rationing food from a large pot and casting anxious glances at the only entrance, guarded vigilantly by some of the people with him. Improvised weapons clutched with a practiced familiarity while their eyes had the hard stare of seasoned survivors. They were barely human, mutated and malnourished as they were, but they were clinging to life. A good enough reason to like them already. Find the sage, Björk. Find the sage. And should you need it, you can call on the Emperor for help, but only in the most dire of circumstances. Malcador's words rang out in my head before everything turned black. I woke up covered in sweat and filled with a sense of alarm. I stared around my quarters in a panic, but found nothing besides the glow globes with their soft light and shadows in all the places shadows were supposed to be. Sighing heavily, I fell back into my bed, but I shot up with a jolt of pain. Looking down, I stared at where Malcador had grabbed my arm. There, on the underside, 2 words had been branded into the skin. Fidelis Throne. My Latin was far from perfect, but if I remembered right, it translated to something akin to faithful servant of the throne. So, I had been marked by Malcador in service to the Emperor. The vision I had experienced before waking up was still clear as day in my mind, and I understood the purpose of his gift. The old man had answers I was seeking. He was the first step in getting home. But what was all that talk about humanity before duty? Was this the Emperor's way of trying to guide the Imperium, fragmented and splintered as his soul was? In any case, I was thankful for the blessing of my actions, and to have confirmation that it was better to be a good man than a good Imperial. Now, all I had to do was find a way to enact that policy without making myself an enemy of the Imperium during this process. No matter, I was sure I could manage. I sat up once more and rubbed my face. Glancing at the chrono on the wall, I noticed it was still the middle of the night, but sleep had left me, and I got up and out of bed. I didn't summon anyone to help me prepare the recaf and get my clothes. Instead, I did everything myself. There was something reassuring about putting on my clothes, like I was armoring up after the vulnerability of sleep, and it helped me calm down and gather myself after the vision. I had to find that old man. But where? The interior from my vision didn't tell me anything other than urban environment. Less than helpful, but it was still more of a clue than I used to have. I figured with no more sleep in sight, I might as well make myself useful, and I spent a few hours searching Imperial databases to find anything on Jalefra. It didn't yield much information beyond what I already knew, the records scrubbed as clean as they could be without arousing suspicion. Very little, and basic, information to work with. I found nothing new. With a new cup of recaf and a low stick in my mouth, I took the lift down to the bridge. The startled look on the night crew when I stepped out of the lift told its own story. They were used to a routine of silence and calm, not having to deal with me or my subordinates. They could just keep the ship running without complications, and they would be happier for it if they were allowed this. I saw no reason to interfere with their work and skulked off to do my own thing. I had questions about my ship, questions that could do with some answering without forcing me to wait weeks for someone to put together a report they thought I would enjoy reading. That was one issue I had with the Imperium. Everyone made things the way they thought their superiors would enjoy, not the most effective or honest way. And it was slowly killing the Imperium through inefficiency. I had to make them understand that I would much rather have an honest report than a pleasing one. I could not use a pleasing one for anything other than impressing people I did not care to impress. I made my way past the purser's work quarters while I was out, but I could only find attendants and left a message for the purser to come to the bridge at her first convenience. It took a few hours, but I managed to get around some of the lower levels of the upper part of the ship, and I was not in a good mood. The same decay that was on every ship in the Imperium could be found here. Sectors that had lost their original purpose and remained unused. Perfect grounds for unsanctioned mutation to happen to crew members who used them to escape and be alone for a while. Areas with unused machinery, silent cogitators, rusted conveyor belts, and the ancient bones of long-dead people. What I saw didn't impress me, but it gave me a new idea on how to annoy the purser. It would be expensive, but money was for spending, not for hoarding. And if I could increase operational capacity on my flagship while eliminating problems that usually plague void ships at the cost of mere money, then I could not think of a single reason not to do it. It was not without danger to prowl these lower areas of the ship, but the mutated remnants of what was once crew members, now too mutated to be accepted by Imperial doctrine but unwilling to give up on life, left me alone. The chains word and hand cannon I had on my hip most likely saw to that, as I could hold off hordes of melee attackers in the right defensive position with these weapons. I continued my private tour by making my way to the Engineerium. A desire to speak with my drive master made itself known to me. Drive masters of void ships were a very special breed, often considering the engine bays where they monitored and maintained the massive plasma drives within the heart of the ship to be their small private fiefdoms where they held ultimate power. I wanted to know if I was dealing with a drive master of this kind, or if I had one with his humanity intact. A lot of the crew down here had no idea who I was from my face alone, but my clothes and weapons marked me out as someone of great importance, one who could not be attacked without severe consequences to everyone around them. The irony was not lost on me. The very reverence for authority that I resented was also the one thing keeping me alive in this place. There were no voidmen down here, but plenty of servitors modified for combat roles, posted at strategic intersections and areas that formed natural bottlenecks. The few regular mortals down here looked like they were broken inside, completely empty shells running on automated programs. A side effect of working with the Mechanicus, there was no room for humanity, for feelings, for anything that was not work or optimizing work. But they did show vague signs of life when I passed by. A small light in their eyes, a shadow of a smile crossing their face, some even mustered enough individuality to present the Aquila, which I returned whenever it happened. I was well within my right to ignore them, but acknowledging their existence was the better choice. It let them know I was still human on the inside as well. Just as well, letting them know I was not all business and that I recognized and acknowledged the common man was more than they would ever get from 99% of the Imperium. I was slowly becoming a dream made manifest, the PDF trooper that rose above the odds and became a rogue traitor. If I could do better, why shouldn't they be able to? And I saw no reason to stop this. I wanted it. The desire to get a better station would make people diligent in their work in the hopes of getting noticed. I made a mental note to send out a general order that excellence during work should be rewarded with a promotion or station, and the exploitation of talented individuals without proper compensation would be severely punished. I was back where the heat was oppressive, in the areas where I had my breakdown over the insanity of this universe. But this time, I felt better prepared, ready for almost anything. I found the drive master near the very heart of the ship, a tech muggos surrounded by screens and cogitators with rapidly scrolling information passing in a blur every second. His mechadendrites were integrated into countless machines, and he controlled everything from a hollow display in front of him. A stream of binary noise left him continuously, the servitors and menials reacting to every string of binary from the drive master with a speed that surprised me, despite knowing how the mechanicians felt about inefficiency. Without looking away from his screen, the Drive Master addressed me. Intruder status. Non-hostile, vital for ship function. Assessment. Lord Captain performing unscheduled personnel maintenance. Solution. Greetings to the Lord Captain. What is the cause of this interruption during optimization routines? There was no trace of humanity left in the voice of the Drive Master. The cybernetics that had replaced over 80% of his body were as cold and unfeeling as the metal they were made from. Just doing my rounds on the ship, I should be familiar with every aspect of how my vessel operations function. I did, however, have a change in personnel protocols I would like you to implement immediately. I said as I moved closer. The Drive Master, still focused on his holo display, waved his hand, and a Lex mechanic stepped forward and began translating the stream of binary communication now coming from the Drive Master. We cannot make changes to how things are done, Lord Captain. Everything is calculated for optimal efficiency, and any deviation from it would displease and anger the Omnicia. The Lex mechanic used a monotone voice, translating perfectly without personal input. Let the machine spirit worry about the machines, and I shall worry about the crew. And I desire you to make changes that ensure the promotion of crew with superior skills that can be of use to the greater ship, and start treating the crew as if they were actual humans and not just numbers on a page. Happy workers are productive workers, and I aim to ensure they have ample food and rest periods. If you cannot make this happen, I will find a new Drive Master who knows how to follow the orders of their Lord Captain. A binary screech escaped the Muggos, and his holo display was turned off as he whirled around to face me. Statement. This order cannot be adhered to. It would go against the will of the Omnicia. A series of binaries followed his statement before he continued. Analysis. As the master of this vessel, you are well informed of the symbiotic relationship between the Mechanicus and the Imperium. Breaking established doctrine is the first step on the road to sedition. He hissed at me before shooting me a look of contempt. Am I to understand that you are refusing a direct order from the rogue trader of the ship on which you serve? I shot back, and the cold edge that had entered my voice did not escape the Muggos. Detached from humanity as they were scarily accurate when it came to reading the intent behind words. He was silent for a moment, and I noticed that the work around us had ground to a halt. I had challenged his power in the one place where he was considered the final authority, and he was weighing his options carefully. I decided to help him along in his internal deliberations. Reiterate, refusing a direct order from your Lord Captain is heresy. My words hit him like a wall of bricks, and he focused his ocular implants on me. The whirring and clicking from inside of them revealed that he was scanning me in every possible way. Accusatory, you would dare. He began, but I did not let him finish. Yes, I dare. You may be master of the plasma engines, Muggos. But if you decide to make me your adversary instead of your ally, you will find yourself stripped of your implants and reduced to a shivering scrap of flesh that I will take the greatest of pleasure in throwing into the plasma drive, so that you may perform one last service to the Imperium and help fuel my ship in its travels. On the other hand, should you make me your ally, more resources and manpower will be directed your way to ensure you are compensated for the changes I am enforcing upon you and your charges. For that is what they are, Muggos. They are my people, entrusted into your care. The Emperor's coin is the lives of humanity. We must spend it well. I was shaking with anger. The thought of this unfeeling freak casually dismissing humans as one would throw away broken gears was threatening to force my hands to violence. The Muggos brought up his holo display and started typing furiously for a few seconds before clicking a rune that flipped the screen around, allowing me to see what he had written. This is the price for your changes, he stated, and if I didn't know he was unable to feel anything at this point, I could have sworn he was being smug about it. The list was extensive was the nicest word that sprang to mind. 50% increase in bodies for servitors and 3 times the amount of menials. With so many people, he would become a political power factor in my fleet. That was not going to happen. I spun on my heel and started walking away while speaking loud and clear. You will get whatever I deem you worthy of getting. You have 4 weeks to see the changes implemented. A comprehensive list will be sent to you. Obey me, or perish while being as far removed from the Omnicia as I can make happen. And believe me when I say that it is too far for your liking. The Muggos did not answer, but I noticed several servitors moving in the shadows ahead of me, moving in areas where they had no business moving around. Drive Master, if you are planning to have me killed, just know that it will not change a thing. Orders have already been issued, specifications are being drawn out, and I might add that you will not be able to keep my death hidden. How do you think the rest of the ship would react to you killing your Lord Captain? I was speaking with a confident voice, but my heart was hammering in my chest. I was in his territory, surrounded by his people, and I had only my wit and my rank to stay alive. Or perhaps you would like to explain yourself and your actions to the Ingensier Primaris, Archimedes, I added, and the servitors retreated into the shadows. My words were a slap to the face of the Drive Master. It could very well have been a position he was vying for, and knowing I had picked someone else also meant that harming me would call down the ire of his immediate superior, both on the ship and within the Mechanicus. Content. I made my way back to the bridge. It was time for us to get underway, and I demanded readiness reports from all areas of the ship as soon as I got back to the bridge. 12 hours later, we entered the warp again, this time headed for my destination of choice, Jalefra. Everyone fell back into their routines during warp travel, and I spent time training alongside Trock, getting intimately familiar with his way of fighting, and getting him familiar with registering to my commands when the joy of fighting for the Emperor threatened to take over. We lost a lot of training equipment during those sessions, much to the dismay of my Master of Arms. Trock, for his part, was immensely satisfied with the new destructive potential of his cybernetic arm. The Death Watch had indeed given me good quality craftsmanship. The trainers I had gotten into my service were also hard at work training company command squads, even if they thought me insane for wanting so many, but I didn't care. My idea was solid, and I knew it would work as soon as we had the men with the right training and the information infrastructure to direct them. Having my troops be able to get in contact with a company command squad at any given time during a conflict would ensure that changes to the battlefield get registered and adapted to as quickly as possible. Once fully trained, my ships would be carrying a formidable fighting force. On the 4th day, I got an urgent message from Farson, hand-delivered from one of the psychers that assisted him during warp travel. We are being followed. It was a short message, was the implications were worrying. If a ship was following my little fleet through the warp, there was no telling who it could be. I doubted it was pirates. We came from inside Imperial territory. More likely, it was a ship dispatched by Lady Malthicius. For what reason? I could safely guess that it was because she felt insulted by me. But to what end? I had no idea. But knowing you were walking into a trap meant you could prepare an ambush. I sent a simple message back. Message received. Measures are being taken. And hoped it would put his mind at ease, letting him focus on his work. If he lost focus now, we were well beyond good and fucked. I did take measures. The Void's men were prepared and armed, the weapons made ready, the ammo stocked and stowed, and damage control crews stood ready with plenty of materials on hand. Defensive strategies were drawn up to fight back against boarding parties, choke points identified and reinforced. Careful changes were planned for when we left the warp, design imperfections to be fixed, increasing the defensive potential of the inside layout of my ship. That also meant clearing it out from top to bottom, cleansing every mutant nest and hideout, and getting my ship back at 100% operational capacity. More space, more room for crew, supplies, weapons, a dedicated prison section, and heavy reinforcement to the area surrounding the bridge, turning it into a panic bunker in case of a serious ship attack. With time, I wanted a ship big enough to build a void-protected command bridge within the ship, vastly increasing survivability in case of a miscalculated battle leading to crippling damage. But that last one would have to wait until I got a larger ship, much larger. For now, we prepared for the worst, hoped for the best, and kept our hands busy. I spent a lot of time in my command seat on the bridge, functioning as the final siphon for information condensed, making decisions that influenced the workings of the entirety of the thousand upon thousands of people on my ships. It was boring, tedious work, but it felt good to make choices that influenced the common people in a good way. I increased rations slightly and lowered work times by a single hour, small things in the larger picture, but in an Imperium where duty meant dying at work, these were luxuries unheard of. The responses to my changes were mixed. Those in a position of authority balked at my ideas, and the workers and menials took to it with the utmost delight. All over the ship, the reports started trickling in. Fewer work accidents, higher productivity, improved mood, fewer mutant issues for some reason, and an overall lighter atmosphere. My Master of Whispers also informed me that my popularity among the troops had never been higher. There had been several requests to gain an audience with me, and when I heard this, I ordered him to instruct the soldiers and workers to elect a representative to bring their collective wishes and desires to me. He pushed back, citing the need for security, and I shot him down just as quickly, citing that I was surrounded by loyal soldiers. So it was put into effect, and a meeting was scheduled for when we left the warp. The purser came and went, her jovial attitude taken down a notch when she learned what I had planned. She groaned at the thought of the expenses, but she bowed her head and went back to her work area to start seeing my vision come true. Nothing else of interest happened while we traveled. Training and commanding were more or less all I spent my time on. Finally came the day that a message made its way to me that we were about to transition back into real space, and a ship-wide alert was sent out. Battle stations were manned, guns were prepped, and ammunition was hauled into position. I wanted to be ready for whoever was following us, and messages were also sent to the armed freighters. Everyone was ready when we left the warp, and a quick scan of the system showed that planet Jalefera hung in the void, lonely and dead, surrounded only by clouds of gas and scattered ship fragments that had been picked clean a dozen times over. So we had nowhere to hide. Bring us into position near the planet and assume a defensive formation. I want to be ready for whatever is chasing us. I barked, and almost immediately, my small fleet started moving. My flagship took a lead position with the freighters flanking me, 2 on each side. A small, but powerful force if utilized correctly. And we waited. For almost an entire day, we waited, but finally Farson voxed the bridge. It is happening, Lord Captain. Something is leaving the warp. And it did, with all the splendor and terror that came with it. An enormous rift opened up, the swirling energies of the warp surrounded its borders. And a single ship left it. Bigger than my flagship, but not big enough to be able to take us on and win. Its make was near perfect. Masterfully crafted decorations, glistening gun barrels, and roaring engines. Open up a communications channel. I ordered, and my master of the Vox signaled that I was connected. Unknown vessel. This is rogue trader Björk. Identify yourselves immediately or face the Emperor's wrath. Chapter 49. More enemies on the home front. Ave Imperator, rogue trader. This is Captain Gamash Salas, of the cruiser Steelforged. I am here on behalf of the novice Nobilite to investigate rumors of seditionary practices. If you would hold your fire and allow my investigators to board your ship. The voice that crackled through the Vox spoke in High Gothic with a sneering quality to the pronunciation of the words. I will hold my fire, but you will not board my ships. Ask your questions, here and now. I cut him off. His voice annoyed me greatly, and I should have suspected this. Never insult a noble, no matter the situation. Well, if this were to be a defining moment and statement to the Imperium at large, it would have to be a good one. There was a short silence before he spoke again, his voice still sneering, but now tempered with the softer tones of diplomacy. Perhaps we could meet on neutral ground, on the planet below? I can be there within the hour. You go do that, and I will arrive when I am good and ready. Bring an honor guard if you feel the need. My retinue will accompany me. I signaled them after the Vox to cut the connection and turned around to find Archimedes having made an appearance on the bridge. I will make preparations immediately, Lord Captain. I watched him skulk off to do whatever he had planned to do, and thought about what I could use as an excuse to delay my trip to the planet. Then I remembered the crew representative. Now was as good a time as any to take care of that particular detail. A quick summons, and half an hour later, a man, caked in filth and old oil, wearing dirty and ragged overalls with a new insignia that had been created for the role, attached to his chest. The insignia was that of 2 people, one in a working man's overalls, and the other in a Navy captain uniform, shaking hands. It would be an unofficial title, of course, but one I had argued would paint a clear picture of the upper and lower classes of the ship working together to serve the Imperium. I had resigned myself to the fact that I could do nothing to change the Imperium in any greater way. Doing so would be futile and meaningless at best, and deadly at worst. But what I could do was set an example of the good that came of treating humans like, well, humans. Hopefully, it would be enough to start a trend. The representative, a Wilk de Goro, made the Aquila with stiff movements, his discomfort as visible as the stars in the night sky. Being here on the upper decks, surrounded by people with stations vastly more important than his own menial work, it would only have been weird if he had felt comfortable. I feared he might break down and try to run away, but I was hopeful we could have a meaningful conversation. "Greetings," I exclaimed and spread out my arms in a welcoming gesture. I have been looking forward to meeting the person chosen by the crew to represent them. I meant every word, since their choice of person would reflect the nature of their opinion on the ship and work. I am honored beyond explanation that the Lord Captain has deigned himself to converse with this lowly menial. He cried out and threw himself on the floor, keeping his eyes firmly fixed on the floor grating less than an inch from his face. "Get up, man. I asked you here to converse with a human being as equals, not to listen to a groveling yes-man. I did not create your newly acquired station to have someone fill my ears with praise and jubilation. I created it to be properly informed about the state of the ship. And I do not mean the upper decks. I mean the real part of the ship, where the work gets done that keeps us flying. So rise, come take a seat, and talk to me." I admonished him, and I hated myself for having to use a harsh tone, but this type of devotion to authority had to be tempered with a good dose of pragmatism, at least on my ship. He slowly rose, unsure if what I was saying was the truth. I didn't blame him. Other leaders and nobles might pull a stunt just as this to have an excuse to torture and kill him just for the fun of it. "As the Lord Captain wishes," he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. He followed me to the lift, but hesitated when it came time to step inside. I sighed slightly. "On my honor as the Emperor's agent, no harm shall befall you while in the presence of my company. You have my word, Wilk," I said softly. Using his first name was a way to build a sense of familiarity between us, and to let him know that he was his person, not just a cog in my machine. With my reputation being what it was, he took a deep breath and stepped inside. We rode the lift in silence, and he said nothing when we entered my quarters, but his wide eyes and slack jaw told me everything I needed to know. I was living in more space than whole work crews had available in totality. I had access to the cleanest water you could imagine, actual food instead of ration bars and Soylent's Viridian, comfortable furniture, porcelain plates, and glass drinking containers instead of the steel used by the menials, private bath and toilet facilities. The list went on and on. But dwelling on what set me apart would only help expand the chasm between me and the rest of my crew. I had to ignore those obvious differences. Taking a seat in my leather chair, I gestured for Wilk to sit down as well. A flagon of water and 2 glasses were placed on a table, and I filled them both. "Now, Wilk, I took you here to get away from the ears of the officers, so that you may speak freely and without fear of reprisal. So talk to me. Tell me how things truly are on the lower decks. I not only wish to know this, I need to know this." He was silent for a long time, and I didn't need psychic powers to know what was going on in his mind. He was weighing his obligation to serve me against the possibility of suffering for his honesty. The Imperium was not known for its kindness towards anyone who did not feed the illusion of the perfect society. Finally, with a voice I had to strain to hear, he started mumbling. "There are a few minor issues that could do with correcting. Nothing that will impede the ship in any meaningful way, but issues that are harming the crew." It was a well-thought-out answer, a diplomatic one that highlighted the need for more of an effort, but at the same time absolved him of the sin of complaining. "Go on," I encouraged him. "Well, many common areas not associated with our work have been allowed to fall into disrepair to the point of non-functionality. We lack the materials to perform the needed repairs, and every requisition order is met with empty promises and increased raids from the armsmen looking for contraband and seditious crew, which usually ends up with a group of people being summarily flogged in public. If they were truly guilty, I would request to flog them myself. But these are hard-working people, good and faithful imperial citizens who wish for nothing other than to serve with honor and dignity. Then they impose heavy punishments on the rest of us by turning off the lights for days and lowering the temperatures to barely livable conditions. We are not trying to be seditious, Lord Captain. We only wish to restore the ship. It is our home as much as it is yours." After the first few words, Wilk began getting passionate, his words flowing freely and quickly in an effort to convey a long message in a short manner. I gave his words thought. There was undoubtedly truth to them. Both ship armsmen and regular Arbites tended to be quite eager in the performance of their duties. The common consensus was that being brutal only made the job easier in the long run. As it happened to be, I believed otherwise. I would have to schedule a meeting with the senior chief petty officer in charge of the armsmen on security patrol. I find myself agreeing with you. There is no reason to punish loyal people for the transgressions of a few or for wanting to improve their situations. I will have words with the armsmen. As for the repairs, I noticed the slight sigh as I mentioned the request for materials to facilitate repairs. He was already bracing himself for another empty promise. I have already spoken to the engineer Primaris about getting the ship back to full operational capacity. This includes repairs made to areas that do not serve an immediate purpose for the functionality of the ship. I am unsure when he will get around to it, but I will tell him to make the living areas and the sections around them a priority. Any other issues that need my attention? He opened his mouth, but no words came out. I had no idea if something was wrong or if he lacked the words, but he gained control of his voice a second later. Some of the workers have lamented not being able to see their families. They know and understand the honor it is to work on your ship, but they are still humans who miss their loved ones. Some of them hoped I would ask about the possibility of reuniting said families by having them come work here on the ship. He looked almost embarrassed as he spoke the words, but he had given his fellow workers his promise. I paused. There was a thought that had not occurred to me, good as it was. It would ensure more loyal subjects, increase my pool of skilled workers, increase my reputation as a kind leader, and increase morale. All in all, it was a good idea, but I did not have the time right now. I gave it a few moments before I answered. It is a fine idea, but unfortunately, they will have to wait until we return from our current expedition. I cannot turn this ship around for the sake of a few families reuniting, but I give you my word that I will do my best to make it a reality once we return. My answer made him lift his head, and I saw something different in his eyes. Not fear or worship, but something more akin to devotion. Truly, Lord Captain? He asked before a tear formed in his eye. But he didn't look sad. Did it really mean so much to him and the crew to have their families transferred to the ship? I will convey your message to the crew at once. They know you to be a man who keeps his word, so I'm certain they will throw a celebration in your name. He scrambled to get up, but I raised a hand to stop him. Better they celebrate the glory of the Emperor. It is he, and the great love he has for humanity, that guides my hand when making the choices I do. So, do not praise me. Praise the Emperor. I made the sign of the Aquila as I spoke, and his eyes grew so wide I was afraid they would pop out of his head. He quickly recovered himself and returned the Aquila. Ave Imperator, Lord Captain. He all but sprinted down the corridors as soon as we had taken the lift down, but the smile on his face was nothing short of ecstatic. I sighed deeply before summoning Trock, sending a message to Archimedes to join us on the flagship, and picking out 20 good Voidsmen to accompany me as my wardens while we made planetfall. I also gave the order for 1,000 additional Voidsmen to be ready to depart the ship at a minute's notice, should I call for backup. With all that out of the way, I made my way to the shuttle. I had donned my carapace armor, my hand cannon, my new chains word, and a copy of my Oath of Moment that was attached to the chest plate of my armor with a proper wax seal carrying the mark of the Inquisition. I wore my bright blue greatcoat over the armor, concealing most of it and giving the impression that I only wore a flak plate underneath. Trock followed close behind me, ripper gun in hand and club attached to the hip. My wardens were given Los Pistols to supplement their shot cannon, and proper flak armor, rather than a simple flak plate, complete with pauldrons, greaves, knee plates, and a helmet. Archimedes arrived, ready to take immediate control of communication between the planet and the ship, as well as providing tactical information and distributing intel gathered during our little excursion. I had no doubt he would also be scanning for any tech anomalies he could find, but that was to be expected of a Muggos. The ride on the shuttle was fairly uneventful, with only the prayers of the men around me and the almost silent whimpering of Trock to break the silence. Like all Ogrins, he was claustrophobic by nature, but I kept a hand on his arm to let him know that we were okay, and he, in turn, kept his cool during the flight. We touched down on the ground a few kilometers from where my ship's auger crews had informed me that the ship from the Novice Nobilite had sent their shuttle. Before the shuttle had even turned off its engines, several of the wardens had jumped out and formed a defensive perimeter around us, and Trock blocked the ramp down with his bulk. We made ready to depart on foot, but I called a gathering before we set out. If things turn hostile, I want their Voxcaster destroyed and the man carrying it killed as the first thing. After that, we begin a fighting retreat back to the shuttle while we wait for reinforcements. I pointed at the man carrying our Voxcaster. I want you in the middle of the formation when we approach. At no point should you be exposed enough to get shot. Without you, we cannot call on our reinforcements. It was not a question, and they all slammed a fist against their breastplate. We hear and obey, Lord Captain, they replied in unison. There was conviction in their voices, enough for me to believe they would die before they went against my orders. We set out at a brisk pace, and I got a chance to take a look at the ruined planet we had landed on. We were walking in the rotting ruins of an ancient city, and the buildings that had not yet crumbled were reduced to skeletal remains of structural beams. We were walking on a thick layer of rubble, so thick it blocked out the natural ground beneath our feet. A scorched skull here, and a broken bone, there were the only remains of the human population that once lived here. Rust piles indicated areas where things had either been stored or fallen during the destruction of the planet's population, and the complete absence of sound made it obvious we were moving around on a truly dead planet. Even the buzzing of insects was absent. It took us around half an hour to reach the general area where Captain Gamash had set down his shuttle, and I ordered the Auspex to be in constant use for the rest of our journey. I was not taking any chances of getting ambushed. The novice Nobilite was not known for their sense of fairness and justice. Another 10 minutes of walking brought the temporary camp of Captain Gamash into view. 15 guardsmen in minimal flak plate were huddled around a fire while the captain was pacing around behind them, the perfect picture of annoyed impatience. My danger sense was already distractingly annoying in its insistence that I was in danger. Contact! One of the guardsmen cried out and raised his lost gun, but a sharp order from the captain made him lower it again. Lower your weapon at once. He turned to me and started presenting himself. I am Captain Gamash Salis of the Novice Nobi Dash. I know who you are, but I do not know why you are following my ship. You will explain yourself at once. My tone was hard and uncompromising as I spoke. I had no patience for this fool. I already knew his type. Arrogant, used to be obeyed by whoever he spoke to, and utterly unable to comprehend the fact that he was in the wrong. I already hated him. He deflated slightly as I interrupted him, but I saw the rage burning in his eyes. It would seem the hatred was mutual. You insulted Our Lady Malthicius. By her order, you will prostrate yourself and offer your unconditional apology for this transgression. He barked, and the guardsmen around him nodded in agreement. I sneered at him in response. And if I don't, he blinked a few times without answering. I doubted anyone had ever declined his orders, much less questioned them. He probably didn't know what to say or how to react, and his unease spread to the guardsmen around him. The fact that Trock, who moved closer to me, was also a deciding factor in their hesitation. Finally, he Gamash regained his voice. You refuse to apologize for your despicable behavior? He sounded as shocked as I was angry. How dare this second-rate ship's captain come here and make such ludicrous demands of me, in front of my men no less? I refuse. I spat the words at him. And I would love nothing more than to see you try and do something about it, lapdog. His face went through several shades of red before he reached up and adjusted the collar on his coat. A second later, a cry came from my ranks. Ambush! I turned my head to see the Voids man holding the Auspex staring at me in alarm. As soon as I locked my gaze on him, his eyes grew wide and he opened his mouth to speak again. But the sound of a stubber gun firing drowned out every other noise for a split second before I felt a heavy impact in my stomach. I stumbled backwards, relatively unharmed thanks to my armor, and I saw Gamash holding a pistol in his hand, pointed at my stomach. That was the last I saw of him before a giant cybernetic arm shot past me, grabbed his head, and squeezed so hard that bone fragments, blood, and brain matter spilled out through the mechanical fingers while the body dangled lifeless from Trock's closed fist. One of the guardsmen serving under the late Captain Gamash jumped forward with his combat knife held high, his line of fire blocked by the dead captain, but the stumbling steps backward the gunshot had forced me to take had given me enough room to reach for my chainsword and swing it upward while revving the motorized blade to life. I connected with his torso just below the arm, and the heavy blade and spinning teeth cut through him and his flak plate like it was melted butter, showering me in the blood of the guardsmen. Now, with a thought, I activated my vocal implant and yelled the order to begin the fighting retreat, and Trock promptly threw the corpse into the group of guardsmen who were shouldering their weapons to open fire on us. My Void's men were faster, and the Lost Pistols proved to be a good secondary choice. They were easier to unholster, quicker to aim, and fired as fast as you could pull the trigger at the small cost of reduced charge in the charge packs that powered them. 10 of the guardsmen that had been visible were downed in less than 2 seconds, and the panic it spread among the now hostile guardsmen was enough for us to get a move on and escape the kill zone they had no doubt set up. Their counterattack came seconds later. A hail of lost gun fire slammed into the ground around us as we retreated, fired from numerous guardsmen that appearing in the crumbling buildings around the temporary camp, all of them wearing the same identifying markers as the ones we had shot down, and it became a desperate run to escape the general area. I had to gamble to get us out without losing all the men I had brought with me. Activating the vocal implant again, I called out to the troops attacking us. Guardsmen, you are firing your weapons at one of the Emperor's rogue traitors. Cease hostilities immediately, or I shall brand you and your ship as heretics. Your captain already paid the price for your rebellious behavior, and if you do not cease fire immediately, your lives will be forfeit. I kept running as I spoke, but if I expected a positive answer, I was sorely disappointed as 3 lost gun shots impacted the ground near me. So much for giving them the chance to live. I increased my pace to catch up to our Voxcaster, but before I could issue him any orders, a cry came from the men in front. Defensive position ahead, Lord Captain. There was desperation in their voices, but also determination. They wanted to stand their ground and fight. Casting a glance ahead, I spotted a small structure almost untouched by the destruction that covered the planet. It was the best bet we had. Get in there and assume defensive positions while we wait for reinforcements. I cried back in response, and everyone picked up the pace. With a goal ahead of us, we picked up the pace, no longer bound by the need to preserve energy. Our pursuers were far behind, far enough for us to occupy the crumbling structure and stay hidden until they got close enough to fall victim to a trap. Did anyone see if their Vox carrier survived? I asked as we hurried past the ancient walls, with Trock making his way to the back to stay out of sight. I missed the man, but destroyed the Vox. The bastard acted quicker than I had anticipated. Or perhaps he was just so weak that the Vox pulled him down. One of the wardens said, and a chuckle spread among them. As much as I wanted to indulge their good spirits, I had to be the one to think ahead. Only those without responsibility could get lost in the moment. When they get close enough, we will spring an ambush on the ambushers, so make sure you stay out of sight until then. And call down the reinforcements immediately. I ordered, and the men quickly and quietly took their places. Reinforcements will land in 5 minutes, Lord Captain. The answer came short and concise, just like I wanted it. But even if reinforcements were landing close to us in 5 minutes, they still needed to find us first. By the throne, there must be at least 150 of them. One of my wardens mumbled as he peeked through a hole where a window used to be, and I did the same with the door frame. He was right. At least 150 guardsmen were chasing us across the broken city as fast as they could. Frag grenades. After you throw them, you open fire with everything you've got. Trock, when I give the word, you break down that wall. I pointed at the back wall, and Trock dutifully stood near it, waiting for the order to come. I did not bother instructing the wardens. They knew their weapons and their ranges better than I did. We didn't have to wait long. Less than 2 minutes later, our pursuers had made it within range, and 20 frag grenades sailed through ruined windows and empty door openings. Someone from the pursuers' side cried out, but it was too late for warnings. The shockwave from the collective explosions was enough to make my hair dance in the wind for a brief moment, and the air was filled with the sound of shot cannons and lost gun fire the moment the fragments had found their targets. By waiting until the first enemies had crossed the throwing range threshold, we had a group that had dived closer to our fortifications to avoid the grenades, which were turned to giblets and large smears of blood and bits by a volley of shot cannon fire before they could stand up. The psychological effect would be a great advantage in the coming defense. The lost pistol fire that followed the volley cut down at least a dozen men before anyone could move. All in all, they had lost around 60 guardsmen before the fight had really begun. It was unusual for the guard not to take such casualties during a prolonged battle, But to have more than a third of your unit killed off before the battle was even joined was enough to shake all but the most fanatical of guardsmen. And as a result, the pursuers were now scrambling back the way they came in their search for any kind of cover that would allow them to regroup and re-strategize. "Now Trock," I ordered, and the wardens near him dashed away as he took a step back before shouldering through the wall, the worn and aged brickwork crumbling easily when faced with Trock's abnormal size and strength. We rushed after him and continued on a now full retreat back toward our ship. I knew they would return. They had no other choice with their Vox out of service on this planet. So we ran while keeping an ear on our Vox. The head start and chase that followed were enough time that the first 4 shuttles had reached a forward position and were preparing an ambush for us with embedded heavy bolters and air support by the landers. The training of the crew was starting to show. They deployed faster and with better strategy. With enough time, I could have had the closest thing to an all-purpose functioning infantry army the Imperium had known for a long time. Another minute of running, and I caught a glimpse of a makeshift barricade with a heavy bolter solidly placed behind cover. They were ready. I made a few hand signals, and my wardens split up, adding 10 men to each side of the ambush. I continued running ahead, a long stretch of straight path that would leave me visible to our pursuers. Trock kept pace with me, and the two of us made for a particularly interesting target, being isolated on a path that only ran straight. Slowing down as if to catch my breath, I allowed the growing shouting in the background to catch up. A sharp cry told me I had been spotted, and true to my role, I increased my speed once more. I could have fired over my shoulder, but if I turned around to aim, I could trip and fall, and blind firing backwards ran the risk of hitting my troops. It took surprisingly long for the ambush to reveal itself, so long that I wondered for a short second if I had been betrayed. Yes, we were still outnumbered 2-1, but having the advantage of a staged ambush was more than enough to make up for that little difference. Turns out, the ambush waited until they had been either spotted or 2/3 of the pursuers had passed the ambush point. Those past the point could only run down the long stretch of road I was already on with no cover, or risk running back through the kill zone. The remaining 1/3 would be faced with a fixed defense area, outnumbered, and under heavy fire. It was beautifully executed in its brutal efficiency. I turned around as soon as the heavy bolters started barking death at my pursuers, and it took less than 30 seconds for the firefight to start and finish. 2 heavy bolters hit the group still to reach the kill zone, and 44 lost guns opened fire on the group inside the kill zone, working their way down the path toward me. None survived, and I only lost 7 men to return fire before it was over. The landers didn't have time to get into position, so they swooped down the way our pursuers came to flush out any survivors and stragglers. We gathered the weapons, and I allowed the wardens to keep anything they could scrounge from the corpses. It would benefit their comrades as well. More importantly, I needed to get back to my ship. A quick talk with the sergeant who landed with the first troops, pointing out a designated area for burying the dead on both sides, and everyone stayed behind to see these brave guardsmen buried, while I took a lander back to the flagship. On the way, I had time to examine the damage from the shot that had hit me. A clean shot at my liver, stopped by the carapace armor. I still suffered from some of the kinetic energy, but the plate had stopped the stubborn bullet. Had it been a bolt pistol, I might not have been breathing. For a moment, I wondered why my danger sense had not alerted me, but then I remembered it had been going off from before I started talking to the man, until I had been in the shuttle back to the ship. I couldn't let my thoughts linger on it. I had work to do. Back on my flagship, I headed straight for my command throne, intent on assuming command of the late Captain Gamash's ship. When I stepped foot on the bridge, I walked into a minor storm of hectic activity. The snippets of conversation I heard from the master of the Vox alerted me that the steel-forged were hailing with increasing desperation to gain information on what had transpired on the planet below. I assumed my position without speaking, and not until I was good and ready, I signaled the master of the Vox. Open a line of communication with the steel-forged, and bring the armed freighters into attack position surrounding it. He signaled back that it was done, and I could begin speaking. Steel-forged. This is Lord Captain Björk, anointed rogue trader in the Emperor's name. You are to power down your weapons and shields and submit to my will, or you will join your late captain, being granted the Emperor's mercy to atone for the unforgivable sin of sedition and heresy. You have 5 minutes to reply with words of acknowledgement and confirmation before we open fire on your ship. And because I am feeling generous, allow me to inform you that there is no way for you to be victorious or escape. We have already surrounded you. There was a minute of silence before the Vox crackled to life. This is Commander Myagavan of the Steel Forged. What proof do we have that you are telling the truth? There was only one answer I could give that would be satisfactory. If you so desire, you can inspect my letter of marque. If that is not enough, how about inspecting my armor where the damage from your captain's clumsy assassination attempt failed? If that is still not enough, then there is nothing I can say or do to convince you of the truth, forcing my hand to treat you as traitors and sending you to face the Emperor and his judgment. I felt like shit, threatening to kill over 20,000 people because of the actions of their captain, but this was the way of the Imperium. As much as I detested this behavior, I had to play my part. As generous and forgiving as I was to people who genuinely tried to serve to the best of their ability, just as uncompromising and cruel I had to be to the enemies of the Imperium and me. Another minute passed in silence before the reply came. I will allow you to board the ship to verify your claims, Lord Captain, but I cannot surrender the ship without conferring with my captain. Not good enough for me. That is not acceptable. Your captain is dead, slain for the crime of attacking an agent of the throne. Unless I get your unconditional surrender within the next 3 minutes, we will open fire on your ship, and you will die in a ball of fire, hanging above a ruined world in a forgotten corner of the Imperium. Make your choice, Commander. I signaled for the connection to be cut short, and silence once more fell over my bridge. I was displaying a side of me that my men had not seen yet. Uncompromising, uncaring, and ready to dispense deadly force without a second thought. 2 minutes passed while we waited before another communication attempt was made. What will it be, Commander? I asked as soon as the connection was re-established. Do I have your word that no harm shall come to the crew if we surrender? It was a reasonable question to ask, and one I was only happy to answer. You have my word as a rogue traitor that none shall be harmed if they surrender to me willingly. I have no desire to kill loyal Imperial servants. Then please accept this as my formal surrender. We await your arrival, Lord Captain. Her words sounded sincere, but I had a nagging feeling that something was off. A smart decision had to be made. Commander, I accept your surrender and will be arriving soon. Be warned, however, if I am not in contact with my flagship from the command throne of the Steel Forged within the hour, my crew is under instruction to turn your ship to debris and put every survivor to death. There will not be enough of you left to identify, and no one will ever know where or how you perished. Consider this your final warning. With a hand wave, the connection was cut off, and for a short moment, I regretted leaving Trock on the planet below. Of course, I could send for him, but that would take more time, and I was getting impatient. I wanted to start exploring the planet below, and I was stuck dealing with a cruiser sent by a scorned noble to snuff out my life or have me humble myself. Let's see how the noble Lady Malthicius reacted to losing a ship of such prestige. Cruisers were not cheap ships, even if it was just a light cruiser. Endeavor class, if I'm not mistaken. Slower, but with more armor and heavier weaponry that allowed it to punch above its tonnage class. It would make for a fantastic escort ship, but I would also require at least 40,000 crew to man it, 68,000 if I wanted it to run efficiently. So I had to put on my charm and try to convince the crew to stay working on the ship. The officers would have to go and be replaced by freshly promoted people to ensure loyalty. I could not risk having people in command positions with an oath of loyalty sworn to another master. Instead of taking a shuttle, I ordered my flagship to approach the Steel Forged and commence docking procedures. It would show my good intentions and also prevent any form of open treachery by giving my entire force access to their ship should any harm befall me. That being said, I still gathered a sizable guard to escort me as I traversed the light cruiser on my way to the bridge. The air was tense as we made our way along the ship's corridors. Working crew and sparsely armed voidsmen were milling about without anything to do, stopping only to stare at us. They didn't know their captain was dead. All they knew was that they had pursued us, caught up. Their captain had left for the planet below to meet with me. And now I was coming to their ship without their captain and with a solid escort of nearly 100 voidsmen armed for frontline combat. complete with grenade bandoliers and extra pouches for charge packs and shot cannon shells. When we reached the bridge, it was still bristling with activity, but it crawled to a halt as we marched toward the command throne. Mia Gavon stood tall in front of the command throne, in perfect parade rest with the officers of the ship gathered behind her. We came to a halt less than 5 steps away from her, my guard stomping once in perfect unison after I came to a halt. A meaningless gesture, but it did display the cohesion among my troops. If Mia was impressed, she did not show it. There we stood, staring at one another, she with slightly hunched back and sickly gray skin, a side effect of being voidborn, and me, tall and with a healthy hue to my skin, built for survival and combat thanks to my planet of origin. The silence stretched on until I raised an eyebrow. "The ship is yours, Lord Captain. I surrender it to your command." Mia managed to squeeze out through gritted teeth. "Thank you, Commander," I answered before stepping past her to take my seat on the command throne. "Open a channel to the entire ship. I have a message for them," I ordered, and there was only a second of hesitation before my orders were carried out. "Denizens of the ship, steel-forged. I am Lord Captain Björk, rogue traitor in the name of the Emperor. Your captain is dead, slain by me and my forces after making an attempt on my life. His killing was justified, as attacking a rogue traitor is akin to attacking the High Lords of Terra, and thus an act of unforgivable heresy. Know this. I do not blame you for his misguided actions and beliefs. There will be no punishments handed out, no executions, no imprisonment sentences. Life will go on as it always has. The only change will be in your command staff, unless they are willing to swear an oath to serve my dynasty in the name of the Emperor. Any command staff that cannot or will not swear this oath will be placed on a ship and sent back to the Vigilance Quadrex to face the wrath of your former master. I expect their answers within the hour. Stay vigilant, attend to your duties, and praise the Emperor." A gesture, and the line was cut again. I turned my gaze back to the gathered officers and waited. All but 3 of them knelt before me. Among those still standing were Mia, the Master of Whispers, and the Master of Arms. I snapped my fingers, and immediately 15 of my guards stepped forward to escort them to a shuttle that would bring them to one of the armed freighters where they would be imprisoned until I was done on this planet and could send it back to dock at Vigilance and await my return. The rest stepped forward one by one and swore an oath of service to me. I planned on making them affirm their oath at a later date, in front of as many of my troops as possible. And an oath sworn in the presence of tens of thousands of witnesses would bind them more effectively than any oath made in private ever could. But I could not stay here. I was still on a ship that had not gotten used to me being the person in charge. Any of the crew could potentially snap and try to kill me. They needed time to accept this as the new norm. But once I approved them for the leniency I had already shown my own ships, that change would come quickly enough. As we went through the now familiar rituals of swearing an oath, a tech priest stepped forward and presented herself. "This unit is Beller Hovax Zul, Mugos Logis in service to the Steelforged. We greet the new captain and offer our support," she stated, her voice almost as mechanical as Archimedes. But a Mugos Logis, an analyst, good for efficiency during void combat, but rather mediocre when it came to innovation and anything else not related to simple maintenance. "Excellent. There is a Mugos aboard my flagship, designation Archimedes. You will report to him and coordinate your work efforts according to his instructions." I dismissed anything she might have to add, but I raised a hand and beckoned the next officer forward instead. "By the machine god's grace, this unit will perform its duties with optimal efficiency." The tech priest bowed once more and turned away, the sound of her footsteps only interrupted by the thunk of her omniscient axe hitting the floor. It took the better part of an hour to finish the swearing in of the officers, and as soon as we were finished, I took my leave with my guards. I had gotten several notifications during my little excursion, but I needed to get back and hand out a few orders before I could retreat to my chambers. My mind raced as we walked back to my flagship, twisting and turning the various ways I could go about making a sweeping search of the planet below. I needed a plan before I reached my command throne. Chapter 50. The plot slowly thickens. I ordered my master of etherics to start scanning the planet and use whatever knowledge we had in the data libraries to locate the general areas of city centers, factory districts, power generation locations, and munition stores to the best of his ability. Former military installations had priority, and I gave him carte blanche to utilize the scribes and other administrative personnel on board to complete this task as soon as possible. I summoned the officer of the watch and ordered the dispersal of the crew of the steel-forged Asterisk to be spread out among the 4 ships that did not have their officers imprisoned and replaced by loyal crew from my own ranks, with the same changes to schedule and workload that had been implemented on my flagship. I knew there would be initial pushback from the newcomers in various positions of importance, which is exactly why I was splitting up amongst all my other ships. Being the minority had a wonderful way of swaying people to fall in line, at least in the Imperium. Besides, once they understood that there was no catch and I genuinely wanted them to be more productive by being well rested, the voices of malcontent would quiet down. I also wanted to send a personal message with the prisoners to be handed over to their master upon arrival. I sent for parchment, ink, and wax. It had to be done properly. While I was still unfamiliar with the intricacies of noble customs, I knew enough that a letter like this would only be touched by those it was intended for, and the message inside would be studied carefully. When it arrived, I could only think of one thing to write. Thank you for the kind gift. I shall put it to great use in expanding the Imperium. Do keep me informed whether you wish to be entertained once more. I have discovered a peculiar fondness for singing. Dearest regards, Lord Captain Björk, Rogue Trader. I rolled it up tightly, and only then realized that I did not have my own seal as of yet, something I would have to remedy. My eyes fell on the small ring that had nearly claimed my life. The small digital weapon was an intricately designed little thing, adorned with the imperial skull and 2-headed eagle. It would not take much to make it my own. A sharp order, and 20 minutes later, a tech priest artisan was studying the ring and pondering my request for an elaborate version of the letter B to be engraved between the eagle and the skull. A mere hour of waiting. I had threatened to recommend him for servitization procedure should he tell anyone from the cult Mechanicus about this work on my digital weapon, and I had my seal ready to use. I proceeded to wrap the letter in a silk band and secure the knot with a wax seal, a proper form of reply befitting a rogue trader. As a token of gratitude for the swift work and discretion, I allocated more resources to the artisan, giving him more freedom to create works of art. I sent for the late Commander Mia to be brought before me, as well as a request for the High Confessor to do the same, and settled in while I waited. There was still plenty of work to do. I ordered 2,000 additional troops to the surface to set up a semi-permanent camp from which we could make excursions into the ruins once we had some possible target locations to work with. None of the crew of the Steel Forged were among those chosen to go to the planet below. I needed them to run training drills with their new commanders to get used to taking their orders. Doing so alongside the training abbots and their shock mauls, who proved valuable teachers and quick enders of arguments, should prove effective in dissuading any thought of revenge in the name of their former captain. The High Confessor arrived first, a splendid new robe adorning his lean frame, generous amounts of white and gold fabric, with a new book chained to his hip. One of the Ecclesiarchy Dogmatics, if I was not mistaken, volume 17 out of 38, finished. The series would have had 40, but the saint who penned them was killed fighting the Tyranids before he could finish. That was slightly worrying. The Ecclesiarchy did not often approach their religion from a militaristic point of view, and for good reasons. It would seem I had to temper a fiery soul with some cold reasoning. Lord Captain, to what do I owe the honor of being graced with your attention? He all but shouted as soon as he entered the bridge. If nothing else, I had to give him points for loyalty, but he was getting mighty boisterous for a preacher. High Confessor, a pleasure as always, but let us save the long speeches for the sermons. Time is of the essence. I replied, and he positively wilted in front of my eyes. He would have to learn to control that, but then again, he only seemed to care about a single opinion when it came to his speeches. Mine. But that was a thought for later. We have had an influx of new crew members, as well as a new ship. I need you and your confessor to be more vigilant than usual in case mutiny and treachery should snake its way into their hearts and minds. But be fair. Investigate leads and only act on proof. I do not need zealous confessors running around and killing my new crew because they are not pious enough. Their faith will be strengthened once they experience the love of our Emperor, and it is our job to guide them to his loving embrace. But should you encounter true unbelievers and traitors, show them no mercy. Feed the Mechanicus their bodies for servitization so they may atone for their sins by serving the Imperium once more. I trust you can see this task completed satisfactorily. I smiled at him as I finished giving him my orders, and he returned it happily. It shall be as you command, Lord Captain. I will make sure the new crew sees the luck with which the Emperor has blessed them. He bowed and made to leave, but I raised a hand to stop him. I needed him as a witness. I didn't need to explain, though, as 4 Voidsmen entered the bridge, with Mia in the middle of them. She looked healthy enough, no injuries or signs of starvation or dehydration. A small gesture, and the 5 of them approached. Mia, I have something for your master that you will deliver for me. You will deliver it in person and offer to take a reply back, should one be written. That is an order. I held the letter forward, and the small twitch of her one eye did not escape me. She knew I was placing her in great danger, but she had no right, nor was she in a position, to refuse my order. She would most likely be made a target of the wrath of the recipient of my letter, but her position as commander also meant she was a significant asset. She should at least be safe in the sense that she would not be killed. She reached a tentative hand towards the letter, but she didn't take it yet. And where would I take such a reply, Lord Captain? I cannot follow you beyond the Imperium's borders. There was an edge to her voice, a begrudging respect mixed with endless resentment. If I were to take an educated guess, I had already proven myself a more humane and competent commander than her former captain, but I was still considered an enemy, since her master had ordered them to carry out orders that would see me humiliated, and I had responded by taking over their ship with minimal difficulty. She respected my ability, but hated me as a person. You will go to the space station in place over planet Slut. I have a minor operation there where you will be received with grace and hospitality until such a time when I return and collect a potential reply. Despite what your lady might think and say about me, I do not believe in punishing humanity for following their orders, provided they do not pose a threat to me or those beneath me. I work to spread the glory of the Imperium and the love of the Imperium, which also means I have to provide that vision to those under my care. From the lowest menial to the highest noble, no one shall live in want and squalor so long as I have the power to provide it. The Emperor's love for humanity was boundless, and I share his love. Therefore, I must also embody it or live as a false believer, an apostate. And that I will not do. Now, whether you believe what I have told you or think me a liar, I do not care. But if you work to disrupt that vision or try to harm the people under my care, I will inflict such horrors upon you that you will be begging to be handed over to the Inquisition and their hereticus interrogators. Have I made myself clear? I maintained eye contact with Commander Mia while I spoke, and I tried to focus as much malice and ill intent into my voice as possible, and I watched her bored, resentful resignation slowly turn into genuine fear as she finally understood just how far I was willing to go to achieve what I deemed to be a worthy pursuit. As she closed her hand around the letter, I grabbed her wrist with my free hand. Feel free to tell people about this meeting, Commander. I am growing weary of people thinking I am a random PDF trooper who got lucky. I have the skills, the knowledge, the resources, and the connections to make a campaign against me extremely costly, even for a significantly larger and more powerful opponent. My being peaceful and jovial does not translate to me being harmless or incompetent. I trust we understand each other, because if not, I believe that my Ogren bodyguard has been quite bored as of late, even with the little spat against your troops on the ground. Mia nodded fearfully without saying a word, taking the letter when I let go of her and bowing deeply before retreating to the 4 Voidsmen waiting for her. The entire bridge had gone silent. Even the Vox units had been turned down to listen in. But I had not tried to hide the threat. I wanted people around me to hear. Peaceful without the ability to back it up was harmless, and harmless invited treachery. You can rule by fear or by love, but the man that rules by both will rule eternal. And they were seeing me hand out smiles and boons to those that served dutifully, and now harsh punishment to any potential threats to the Imperium as a whole. I was, very slowly, building a legend, and as long as it would take, it would also be the best way to serve my own goals. People who rose to that level of general renown while still alive received special attention in the form of increased support from all imperial political parties, and would often be greeted with immediate offers of manpower, supplies, and equipment before even being asked a favor. And what I wanted was the ports flooding with people hoping to serve in my name whenever I showed up at a space station or planet. My status as a rogue trader allowed me to take them from the planet under the guise of replenishing my troops, when in actuality, it would help me drain political opponents of valuable manpower while adding to my beginning dynasty through hospitality visits and visits of formality when entering the regions of influential people. In time, with large enough ships, I could potentially recruit small armies with every port visit. Then add a militaristic tradition to my dynasty with a focus on exemplary training and superior command structure, specialized in information gathering and distribution, and I would soon, at least by imperial timelines, have armed forces at my disposal which would make the militarum salivate. No more than 10 years or so before I could consider such a plan a success. But my mind was drifting again, and I had to force myself back to the present. High Confessor, please escort the late commander back to her place in the brig, and make sure she and her people receive plenty of time to offer prayers to the Emperor. Prisoner or not, we do not wish to deprive people of their faith, nor the chance to exercise it. Let her see that we are good Imperials under my leadership. Take her touring around the lower decks. Let her talk to the crew. So long as she doesn't attempt to spread dissent. I waved my hand lazily, and the 4 Voidsmen and the High Confessor all made the sign of the Aquila. Mia hesitated for a second before doing the same, and she was escorted out, flanked by the High Confessor who was already speaking to her in a low voice. He got to preach to his heart's desire, and I got peace. A pleasant hum settled over the bridge as people returned to work, and I was left with a bit of time to myself. Now was as good a time as any to go over my system status. Plus, it would give the impression that I was deep in thought while sitting on my command throne. If I could make that the norm, I would have more chances to keep up to date on my progress without outing myself or making anyone suspicious as to what I was doing. Feat acquired. Competent ambusher. Your grasp of sneak attacks has proven you a cunning commander. The first and last thing your enemies know of your plans is that they are dead. Superior morale boost to troops under your command during an ambush. Less morale impact when falling victim to an ambush. Feat acquired. Merciful conqueror. In victory, you are gracious and known to show mercy to the common soldier. Imperial reputation vastly increased among the common people. Feat acquired. Devoted imperial servant. Through action, word, and thought, you have shown true devotion to the imperial cult and its teachings. Reputation increase with the Inquisition and Ecclesiarchy. Feat acquired. Merciless disciplinarian. As merciful as you can be to those that repent their sins, just as merciless you can be to those that refuse to see the error of their ways. Opting for servitization instead of capital punishment is unusually cruel and cold-hearted. Passive skill granted. Intimidating presence. Not bad at all. I was reminded that my actions dictated the skills, abilities, and feats I was given. I had to figure out how I could use this to my advantage. Now, to the rest of my character sheet. Human. Level 8. Stat points remaining. 5. Alignment. Faithful Imperial ++. Litanies. 74. Augmentations. Cybernetic Lung. Upgrade LVL1. Toxins/environment. Vocal Implant. LVL3. Vocal Range, Volume, and Intensity Manipulation available. Level 40826/77080. Strength 17. Agility 18. Perception 17. Will 30. Luck 33. Psyche 523/1000 LVL1. A little more XP, a little more Psyche. The 1% bonus from troops around me was already paying off. If I could just get into some big battles, the XP would come rolling in like a tsunami of knowledge. Skills. Last Weapon Proficiency, Light, Tier 3, Level 2. Last Weapon Proficiency, Heavy, Tier 1, Level 4. Stubber Weapons, Light, Tier 1, Level 2. Stubber Weapons, Heavy, Tier 1, Level 4. Melee Weapons, Chain, Tier 1, Level 9. Melee Weapons, Power, Tier 1, Level 0. Melee Weapons, Regular, Tier 3, Level 5. Melee Weapons, Shovel, Tier 1, Level 0. Unarmed Combat, Tier 1, Level 2. Armor Proficiency, Regular, Tier 3, Level 2. Armor Proficiency, Power, Tier 1, Level 0. Lost Weapons, Light, Tier 3, Level 2. Tier 1. Knowledge of how to use and maintain lost weapons. Tier 2. Knowledge of manipulation of power pack output and lost gun power settings. Tier 3. Knowledge of how to jury-rig power packs into makeshift grenades. Tier. Keep leveling up to unlock the next tier. Melee weapons. Regular. Tier 3. Level 5. Tier 1. Knowledge of how to use basic melee weapons in combat. Tier 2. Knowledge of how to inflict the most damage with every hit. Cause targets to bleed violently with every cut and stab. Tier. Keep leveling to unlock the next tier. Armor proficiency. Regular. Tier 3. Level 2. Tier 1. Knowledge of how to make proper use of basic personal combat armor. Tier 2. Knowledge of how to maximize the limited potential in basic armor. Vastly increased chance for anything but a direct hit to be glancing rather than wounding. Tier 3. Your armor has become like a second layer of skin. You are no longer slowed down by wearing it, and can tank hits that would down people with less familiarity with wearing armor. Tier. Keep leveling to unlock the next tier. Intimidating presence. Those who were uneasy around you now fear you. Those who feared you now wish they could avoid being anywhere near you. +5 will point for the sake of subjugating others through force of will. Almost a new tier in chain weapons, proving that my training was paying off, and a small increase in heavy stubber weapons. All my desperate shots with my stub cannon were paying off. Endurance. Tier 3. Level 6. Note. Planetary bonus applied. Tier 1. Environmental hazards affect you to a lesser degree than your peers. Passive bonus to environmental resistance. Tier 2. Minor resistance to irritants, toxins, and poisons. Minor passive resistance to harmful environmental effects. Tier 3. Minor resistance to diseases, chaos, corruption, and corrosive substances. Tier. Keep leveling up to unlock the next tier. Danger instinct. Living on a world where danger is relative and death waits around the corner of every new day has granted you the ability to sense malicious intent towards you. Natural bluffing. Since your arrival, you have spent a considerable amount of time during conversation lying and twisting the truth. You have been granted the natural bluffing feat. Trader's charm. Likeable and friendly whenever given the chance. The rogue trader begins any first social interaction with any individual with a minor increase in chance for a positive outcome, regardless of the situation. Frontline savant. Continuously seeking out battle on the front lines, even after reaching a level of power that lets you avoid it if desired, has granted you unprecedented awareness and attention to change on the battlefield. Even in the thickest of combat, you will never be in doubt about how the situation on the rest of the battlefield looks, as well as granting you a calm demeanor even in the most suicidal of assaults. Competent ambusher. Less morale impact when falling victim to an ambush. Merciful conqueror. Imperial reputation vastly increased among the common people. Devoted imperial servant. Reputation increase with the Inquisition and Ecclesiarchy. Merciless disciplinarian. Passive skill granted. Intimidating presence. Psychic abilities. Witch sight asterisk. Use your psychic abilities to read the aura and intent of those around you. Telekine dome. Project a dome of psychic energy, impenetrable by all but the most powerful and devastating attacks. Retinue. Troc, the Ogren. Bodyguard. Strength, 600. Agility, 6. Perception, 8. Will, 5. Luck, 5. Archimedes the Muggos. Strength, 50. Agility, 45. Perception, 55. Will, 40. Luck, 3. I was starting to look like a proper rogue trader if I had to say so myself. And I did. But Archimedes, having only 3 luck, was a bit of a shock. Then again, when one relied on the mechanicus and logic, there was no room for such a fickle thing as luck. When I stopped my scrying of the system status screen, no one was looking my way or bothering to figure out why I was staring off into nothing. Perfect. This could be a good way to do things in the future, getting the crew used to me thinking deeply. A Vox message broke the silence of my contemplation. It was the High Confessor wishing to know how to punish those who spread dissent and seditious thoughts. I only had to think for a moment before sending my reply. If you punish a heretic, you make them loyal for a short time. If you put them to the flame, you make them loyal for the rest of their life. I hope you take this lesson to heart, High Confessor. A stream of praises and half-muttered litanies was the response, and I cut off the Vox. I didn't need his ramblings right now. I spent the next few hours poring over the results of the work of my master of etherics, deploying small contingents of troops to identified ruins, setting up routes for them to patrol and search through, giving them specific orders to pay attention to any signs of recent life signs, but with added orders to not engage in contact without my presence. A couple of military installations were identified, and I sent Mechanicus representatives to meticulously go over the areas in the hopes of finding hidden bunkers that were ignored or forgotten back when the planet was put to the torch. It would be at least a full day before I would get any indication of their endeavors, so the only question left was to do with that spare time. I settled on a rare day of relaxation and rejuvenation and withdrew to my quarters with a bottle of wobble and a pack of low sticks. As I sat there, glass in hand and smoke slowly rising in my room, I couldn't help but miss the wide range of music from my old life. Sure, there were recorded hymns to the Emperor and religious prayers in song form, but it wasn't the same. It was moments like these that made me homesick, or at least long for company that I could speak freely with. Most of the bottle was gone before I made it to bed, and the effects had made themselves known. I didn't bother with undressing. I didn't even take off my boots, and the sweet darkness of sleep quickly overtook me. When I woke the next morning, I had a thundering headache and my mouth was as dry as a desert, but I had to get up and out of bed. Even a mighty rogue trader did not have the luxury of lazing about. The news that awaited me made for grim reading. The search parties had found nothing of note that warranted further investigation. Most of the day was spent like this, reading depressing reports and redirecting troops to new search zones with nothing to show for it. Report after report of nothing but news of empty stores and false leads. But as we neared the end of the second day, a report from a small group of roaming troops rolled in. What looked to be a campsite, recently used judging from the fresh charcoal in the fire pit, had been found in a small and cramped space between two crumbling warehouses. After being ordered to search the area, they reported signs of a recent battle, but no bodies of any kind. I redirected a larger force to assist them and ordered them to hunker down and wait for the reinforcements. Once they arrived, the team was to expand their search area and look for trails to narrow down the potential location of whoever made that campsite. If they found any tracks or trails, I would take a shuttle back to the planet to lead an expedition. It took another 3 days of increasing the search area, but eventually a trail was discovered, cleverly hidden and disguised. We managed to find a single footprint on a beaten path through the rubble, and I got ready to join the troops on the ground with Archimedes. Not that I saw the need for him, but he was quite insistent on joining me for this foray into the unknown. A shuttle trip and a short trek on foot brought me to the site of discovery, and I inspected the footprint myself. The troops were eager to follow its direction, but I wasn't sure. Something about it bugged me, and I studied it closer. It was pushed deeper into the ground near the toes, rather than the heel, as one would expect. Archimedes became my saving grace when he suggested that whoever placed the print had walked backwards to throw off anyone trying to follow, and it made perfect sense. A quick order and my troops rushed in the given direction, inspecting every inch of ground meticulously, finding several more footprints after not even an hour had passed, giving us a rough direction to follow. But Archimedes was on edge, and my danger sense was not tingling, but making itself known. There was no immediate danger, but one lurking on the outskirts of our presence. I gave new orders to advance in close formation with the Auspecs running at all times. As we tracked the trail, the Auspecs kept giving off pings for short moments before they disappeared again, greatly annoying the trooper carrying it, but there was nothing we could do about it. All we could do was follow the trail. Hour after hour, we tracked the direction, sending continuous updates to the flagship by Vox, and keeping them updated. A couple of landers stood on standby with more troops ready to unload should we require backup, barely a minute away at all times. I did not want to be caught on the wrong foot again. While I had successfully turned the ambush against the ambushers, I happily admitted it was more sheer luck than anything else that made it a success. After almost 6 hours of walking and tracking, we made ready to camp for a bit before we continued, but we never got to enjoy a break. A distant scream pierced the silence of the dead planet, followed by more yelling, and we immediately set out to find the cause of the disturbance. The landers were sent ahead with the troops ready to unleash as much firepower as humanly possible without landing. 5 minutes of running, and we could hear the fighting. yelling, grunting, and some kind of bestial shriek that preceded a new scream. We turned a corner and saw a truly horrific scene in front of us. A creature, vaguely humanoid, but devoid of anything resembling a face except for the mouth filled with needle-like teeth and a long, muscular tongue, was busy gorging itself on a still screaming victim while a small group of ragged humans were trying to escape while it was busy feasting on its still struggling victim. "Open fire," I roared, and the response was immediate. A dozen lost guns of those troops that had a clear view of the creature lanced through the air. Two of them struck true, but it did little more than stagger the creature and stop it from eating the leg of the man hacking a crude blade uselessly against its hardened skin. It immediately turned its head toward us, and the lack of any eyes, nose, ears, or anything other than the mouth sent shivers down my spine. I know this creature from lore descriptions back home, and Urgul, terrifyingly effective hunters with near impenetrable skin and an insatiable hunger, used by the Drukhari as tracking hounds and executioners in one. Even an Astartes would be in danger when facing such a creature, and I had barely a few dozen mortal soldiers. But we had already engaged it, so there was no backing out now. "Get in between that fucker and the civilians," I commanded, and we spread out while keeping up the fire, forcing it on its heels to dodge the shots that may not penetrate its skin, but hurt like hell when they connected. They had skin almost as tough as steel, and I would need to get in close to finish it off with my chain's word. A most unwelcome prospect, to put it mildly. Our arrival had shocked the ragged group of humans, but they seemed to understand my orders well enough, judging from the way they rushed to help their downed comrade while we took on the Urgul. Speaking of the creature, it had focused on us and was now bounding across the ruined ground with frightening speed and agility, dodging shots from lost guns to the best of its ability. Some shots landed, and every hit elicited another shriek of fury, slowing it down the tiniest amount. If we had an hour, we might be able to knock it around enough to down it, but time was a luxury we were not afforded. There was only one option if we were to survive: pour it on that foul creature. I yelled and drew my chained word. The growl of the engine as I activated the motor drew the Urgul's attention to me for a moment, but it switched targets back to my troops, and in 3 leaps it had made contact with the first of my Void's men, closing its mouth around his face before a crunch filled the air and his body fell to the ground, his head missing a large chunk which it was now chewing on vigorously while moving toward a new target. I drew my stub cannon and aimed carefully. I would only get one shot before it focused on me. I squeezed the trigger, and the bullet connected with its flank. It didn't penetrate the skin either, but the dent in the ribs underneath spoke its own language as it tumbled over from the impact. It was up almost as soon as it hit the ground, but it was no longer moving as fast. As predicted, it turned its attention to me and began leaping across the ground once more. But it did not have the speed it did before. Whatever damage my hit had done seemed to be working as intended. I fired the remaining 5 rounds in the chamber, but the Urgul dodged them all, albeit with wheezing breath and sluggish movements. But it got close enough to leap at me after the last shot, and I swung wildly to either hit it or force it to change direction. It almost avoided my swing, but the damage it had sustained slowed it down enough that I felt the teeth of my chain's word bite into flesh for a short second, and it shrieked ungodly loud, almost stunning me. I staggered backwards while the creature fell to the ground, black blood pouring from the now useless upper limb that had been cut half through, and it could no longer support weight on its left arm. That would slow it down even more, but I was by no means safe yet. It was angry now, angry and cornered, and that made it unpredictable. It hissed at me, tasting the air with its tongue to pinpoint my location. More lost gun shots impacted both it and the ground around it, and we began pushing it backwards, backing it into a corner where we could turn it to pulp. We never got the chance. It leaped high and crawled through a window of a ruined building before escaping into the remnants of the city. I breathed heavily. The exertion of the short fight had me heaving for breath. I had been staring death in the face once more, only saved by my first shot and a wild swing of my chained word. I slowly turned around to see the survivors we had saved, all kneeling with necklaces of the Aquila held high above their heads. I recognized the man in front, the sage from my vision. I walked toward the kneeling group, my boots crushing the gravel beneath my feet, and stopped in front of them. I had no idea what to say, so I settled on the blessing for good news. Glory be to the God Emperor, for the righteous shall have their reward. All praise to the throne of Terra, for the faithful shall see their triumph. Blessed be this day of days, for there are marvels in the land, and the marvels are his signs. For in his sight all promises are kept, all transgressions punished, and all faithful souls find glory in his name. Glory be to the God Emperor. It is right and just that we should praise him, for all that is good comes through his will. I recited the blessing with all the gusto and sincerity I could muster, considering the circumstances, and the old man lifted his head and answered me with the meditation on the Holy Truth. The God Emperor is the Holy Truth. They are without fear. They are merciful to their servants. They are undying. They are beyond births and deaths. They illuminate themselves. They are realized by the truth of their faith. The God Emperor is the Holy Truth. His voice was shaking and his hands were trembling, but I saw relief in his eyes. Good. He was not afraid of me. How is it that you live on a planet where nothing should be alive? And why are you being hunted by a pet of the Drukhari filth, old man? I asked him. Chapter 51. Weird development. The old man turned his head toward me, and there was a deep sadness in his eyes. A timeless quality combined with the melancholy of an ancient being. This man had seen things. We crash-landed 3 standard Terran years ago while out on patrol. We have lived off the ship's stores and whatever scraps we have been able to dig out of the planet. There used to be many hundreds of us. So many now lost. He trailed off for a moment as his eyes stared into an endless abyss of nothing, the mile-long stare of a man who had seen more death and carnage than he ever cared for, but also knew it was far from over. I let him have his moment. It was the only right thing to do. Then, 6 Terran months ago, a new horror descended upon our group of survivors. Those beasts you have already met. We didn't know they were of Xeno's origin. We just knew they wanted to kill us, so we returned the favor in kind. And how did you survive for so long? Nothing grows or lives on this planet. I asked him quickly, even if he had time to prepare lies for an eventual rescue. I wanted to throw him off as best I could, in the hopes of getting honest answers. But I doubted it would be effective. This man had seen too much already to be rattled by much. The ship's stores. Enough food for tens of thousands of people for at least 3 years. With only a couple of hundred of us, there would have been enough food for decades. He trailed off again, once more getting that distant look in his eyes. Would have. I raised an eyebrow as I asked the question. It was a peculiar way to phrase it, and I suspected there was bad news coming. I was not wrong. A couple of dozen people got it into their heads that they could become lords of the rest of us if they took control of the food stores. The resulting infighting claimed almost 100 lives. A lot of the stocks were ruined, but even now, there should still be a few months' rations left in the wreck, provided the damn beasts have not figured out how to open cans. He met my gaze and immediately continued. I think he sensed my impatience. The beasts came around 6 or 7 months ago, started picking us off when we were isolated. Then they began hunting us down in packs. We made a trap, killed at least a dozen, and wounded twice as many. The one you met is among the last handful hunting us down. I turned away at these words and gave a silent signal to the Vox operator, and he immediately began summoning troops down from the ships. 5,000 Voidsmen would be deployed to support the 1,000 that had already landed and to carve out a secure route, properly lit and guarded, to the wreckage of the ship. There would still be useful things to be found. Turning back to the old man, I bade him continue. We had no idea they were pets of the Drukhari Lord. If anything, that just makes killing them that much more worth it. I only wish we could have finished them off before you arrived, but we are thankful for the reinforcement, unexpected as it is. Lord Captain, a young Voidsman near us corrected the old man. Not Lord. Lord Captain. Why, yes, of course. Lord Captain. The old man corrected himself, but I dismissed it casually. Instead, I waved the young Voidsman closer. Who are you, trooper? I recognized the rank on his armor, a rare feat for a man barely out of adolescence. Malelis de Goro, Lord Captain. The young trooper answered me with obvious pride. The name was familiar to me, but it took almost a minute for me to put a name to it. De Goro? Is your father the newly appointed crew relations representative? I asked hesitantly. He nodded vigorously in confirmation before giving me a crisp salute and returning to his duties. I guess that answered that. Returning my attention to the old man in front of me, I noticed that he was once more lost in his thoughts. I couldn't blame him. Crash landing. Left with the prospect of a slow death either by starvation, insanity, and latest, being eaten, suddenly having Imperial troops landing in droves would be enough to shake any man, especially one who had resigned himself to the fact that death was fast approaching. Lord Captain, would it be possible to be taken away from here? Our weapons are all long gone, along with our charge packs, and all we have left to defend ourselves are these improvised blades. I would not presume to be given weapons and ammo. We just want to get away from here as fast as possible. One of the survivors chimed in with a hopeful look in his eyes. Soon, I may need some of you to guide my troops toward the wreckage of your ship, wrecked and destroyed. There may still be components worthy of salvage. My explanation seemed to satisfy the ragged men, but I had other reasons for wanting to wait a little. I needed time to arrange for them to be moved back to the ship, no more than handful at the time, and with overwhelming numbers of my voidsmen in the transports when they were flown back, I had no idea if they were compromised by the Drukhari, under the influence of chaotic forces, or had just gone insane, and I wanted to ensure the safety of both my ship and my crew. They would spend a few weeks in isolation under the guise of needing medical care and supervised food intake to protect them, which would also give me plenty of time to have them screened properly. I did not need a cult in my small fleet. There was hesitation at my mention of going to their wrecked ship, and something felt off. I narrowed my eyes and fixed the gaze of one of the younger survivors. What is it I am not being told about the wreckage? I asked, my voice low and carrying an undertone of danger. The young man squirmed under my gaze and looked over to the old man, but I snatched his chin in my hand and forced his eyes back to mine. Do not look to him to answer my question for you. You will tell me what you know, and you will do so now. I almost growled the words at him, but I did not like the way this was turning out. After looking desperately for a way out of his predicament and finding none, he relented. The Xenos filth is picking over the wreckage. Have been doing so for days now. They used the beasts to keep us away while they did so. To call his voice a whisper would be generous, and I had to strain myself to hear what he was saying. When he finished, I snapped my head toward the old man, raising my stub cannon as I did. You lied to me. You told me you had no idea the beasts were part of the Xenos cohorts. Why did you lie to me? I demanded, and I saw him swallow hard. He began, but I cut him off by pressing the weapon to his forehead. Lie to me again, and you won't even hear the shot before I turn you from an is to a was. Or perhaps, I let the words hang in the air for a second. Perhaps I should turn you over to the Inquisition, with a detailed report explaining you lying to the Emperor's chosen, placing them in danger for purposes unknown. I hear they are quite tenacious in their information extraction duties. The threat of the Inquisition drained the blood from his face, and, as if just noticing it, his eyes wandered over my armor, taking in the symbols of the Inquisition and the oath the moment pinned to my chest. Or, I pressed on, you can tell me everything you have kept hidden from me, including your choice to do the dirty work of the Drukhari, and I might just let you keep your worthless life. I had no intentions of killing him, but as long as he didn't know that, the fear of death was a convincing tool. What followed was a long moment of silence that dragged on for so long I feared his mind had broken. Just as it was about to become awkward, he gave a deep shuddering sigh and started speaking rapidly. The Xenos cornered us weeks ago, perhaps a month or more back. We were given a simple choice. Keep running, provide entertainment, as they called it, and should anyone arrive at the planet, we were to lead them to the wreckage to get ambushed and captured. The reward was our lives and a chance at escape. They promised that if we could stay alive for 6 months, we would be given a damaged vessel, one that could still take us back to Imperial space, and be allowed to leave. What choice did we have but to accept? He almost cried the last words, and for a tiny moment, I felt sorry for these people. They had no idea that any deal made with the Drukhari was nothing more than a ruse, a trick to fulfill the Drukhari's need for torment and torture to stave off the influence of Slaanesh. So you are telling me that they're inhabiting the wreckage you crash-landed in? I was careful not to put any emotion into my voice. Measured neutrality could be a weapon in itself, and he nodded tiredly. I waved over a Vox operator and whispered orders to him. He couldn't hide his shock at my words, but I patted him on the shoulder and confirmed what I was demanding. Turning back to the old man, I saw confusion on his face. You always have a choice. I began. You could have chosen to die for humanity, to ensure that no one else would have to suffer as you have. But you chose the easy way, the way on the road to damnation, paved with the bodies of your fellow Imperials." His shoulders sagged at these words. I had no doubt he was preparing himself to be executed for treachery against the Imperium. But you are also fortunate that it was I who found you. Any other person in the Imperium would have just shot you and been done with it. But me? I have bigger plans for you. Much bigger, and they all require you to be alive. However, there cannot be treachery without punishment. This is my will. Hear it and obey. Your penance will be a lifetime of servitude aboard my fleet. You and your fellow survivors will be taken for reaffirmation of faith under the guiding hands of my High Confessor, and once he deems you pure and faithful once more, you will serve me diligently. Failure will result in the death of the individual and a tarnishing of their name through all Imperial records. Your families will not be given the mercy of doubt if you fail me. Your bloodlines will be eradicated, you will be made servitors, and death will not find you until such a time when your use to the Imperium is outweighed by the burden of keeping you functioning. But if you serve me well, nothing is stopping you from rising within the Imperium to higher stations and better lives. Do you accept this verdict, or will we have ourselves a round of executions right here, right now? As one, they threw themselves to their knees, pledging eternal service in my name, and I had to raise my hand to stop them. Even if you serve under me, you do not serve me. You serve humanity, and it will be your finest duty to instill the love of humanity in the hearts of everyone you meet. Do this, and you will find life easy and rewarding on my ships. Fail to do so, and you will wish I had given you to the Inquisition with a heretic's brand on your forehead. The Emperor loved humanity, and it is our duty to share that love for our fellow humans. I was interrupted by the Vox operator whispering in my ear. I nodded slowly but didn't give the final order yet. Looking down on the old man, I had one more question before my impromptu plan was executed. You said the Drukhari inhabit your old vessel? There was no malice in my voice, only a desire to know more, and he timidly lifted his head to look me in the eyes. Yes, Lord Captain, they occupy the downed ship as we speak, defiling its sacred space and defacing its holy walls. As far as we could tell, at least. That was enough for me, and I nodded once to the Vox operator. This time, he didn't bother to lower his voice as he contacted my fleet. Orders have been confirmed. Fire. A series of dull thuds sounded from the sky, and a handful of seconds later came the ordnance screaming through the atmosphere in the direction of the downed ship that had already been found and marked by the auger array on my flagship. This steel forge did not fire its guns, but that was by design. It would be too easy to turn their guns on my flagship without me being any the wiser as long as I was down here, and I still didn't trust the Voidsmen of the noble house. The firing continued for almost 5 minutes, the explosions rocking the ground despite the kilometers of distance to the wreckage. When I received a message that all that remained of the wreckage was a large crater in the ground, I gave the order to return to the fleet. There was nothing more to gain here, and if we had really just blown up a Drukhari Cabal boarding force, then we had best get on our way before any hiding ships got the idea to investigate a sudden loss of communication. All the transports en route were directed back to the ships, and it took almost an hour to transport everyone back. I drafted a message for the High Confessor, stressing the importance of his re-educating the survivors from the planet, not punishing them. He would not go against my stated intentions, and when I felt I had done what could be done to keep them alive, I returned my thoughts to more pressing matters. Logic would demand I return to Imperial space immediately to deal with the noble house after my head, but I did not have the political pull to avoid fallout as things currently stood. Duty would demand I find Drukhari vessels above the planet and turn them to debris. Ego would demand I immediately figure out why the old man, the sage, was so important to me. But none of that mattered right now. What mattered was pragmatism, which dictated that I continue my assigned duty to explore the universe and increase my reputation, so I could deal with the noble house once I returned to Imperial space. Once I got back to my ship and had overseen the transfer of the survivors to the care of the High Confessor and his faithful teachings, I was reminded of the need to send back the message with the former commander of the Steelforged. It would take a few days to empty one of the armed freighters and pick a skeleton crew from her own forces, so she would have to wait a little while longer. I was about to give orders to get us moving again when I was interrupted by a junior officer who seemed more annoyed than she had any right to be. A message of extreme urgency from the crew representative, Lord Captain. He requests your attention to a problem in the lower decks. One he claims cannot be solved without your direct supervision. I tried informing him that summoning you is not something done lightly, if at all, but he was extremely insistent. She sounded tired, like she had argued for a long time before finally succumbing to just doing it and letting go of the responsibility by kicking it up the chain of command. Well, if he was so insistent, there had to be a reason. I still remembered how subservient he had been during our meeting. Take me there immediately, I ordered, and to her credit, she simply bowed her head and turned around to lead the way. I was still in combat gear, full carapace armor, and weapons at my side, so I felt confident enough to go do whatever needed to be done, even if my armor still required tending after the attempted liver shot. The trip was long, and it took almost 2 hours to find the section of the ship that required attention. But when we arrived, the scene that greeted us was enough to make the Void's men acting as guards raise their weapons immediately and rush forward to secure the workers and menials. On the floor was a single Drukhari corpse, surrounded by Skaven corpses. So the damned rats had managed to get on board, somehow, despite all the measures I had taken. At least they seemed to have taken out what could only be a warp spider. I didn't see a death spinner, thank the throne, but I saw 2 shuriken pistols and a power blade forearm attachment on the armor. As for the Skaven, the 20 or so corpses around the dead warp spider told their own story. Groups trying to infiltrate my ship. Both groups are falling victim to each other's weapons. Most likely, a poison attack had killed the warp spider, since there was no obvious damage to their armor. Gather the armor and weapons and have them delivered to Archimedes so he can stow them away until such a time when we can hand everything over to the Mechanicus for proper disposal, I ordered. As for the bodies, the furnaces are always hungry for more fuel. Have them dumped there. The workers moved to do as I commanded, but one of the Skaven corpses turned out not to be a corpse, merely badly wounded. When they touched it, the tail thrashed around and slapped a worker hard enough to knock him over. But it was all the Skaven could do. Lock that one up, give it rudimentary first aid, and have the cage brought to my chambers. I have questions that require answering, and this mutant will give them to me, one way or another. No one said anything to try and deter me, but I saw the glances they exchanged. They must think me either insane or stupid to think I could extract information from what they considered something so badly mutated that the only correct reaction to its existence was to burn every piece of ground it had set foot on. But I knew the Skaven understood our language and could speak it as well when the need arose. And the beginnings of an idea were forming in my mind. Wilk stepped forward, wringing his hands as he approached. Turning my attention to him, I put a hand on his shoulder. You did good, Wilk. Having me informed was the right thing to do. If there is any special request you and yours have of me, speak it, and I shall grant it if it is within my power to grant. Wilk looked slightly uncomfortable, but he was both relieved and happy that I praised his actions. This would let others know that I was satisfied with him, which in turn would make them trust him more. There was one thing I forgot to mention when you summoned me, Lord Captain. We greatly desire shrines to the Emperor in the lower decks, sanctified shrines that are well-maintained and blessed regularly. We only have what we can make ourselves, and to be honest, it doesn't feel right. I only had to give it a moment's thought. Of course, I am certain the High Confessor would be delighted to receive such a task. I will impress upon him the need for at least one sermon to be headed by a confessor each week. The time for such a lengthy prayer will, of course, have to be taken out of the scheduled work. After all, what could be more important than faith? I smiled, a warm and genuine smile that made Wilk return it instinctively. With that settled, it was time to return to the bridge and get us underway. I never reached my command throne before the next problem arrived. I was almost at the bridge when I heard the warning klaxons blaring. I knew the sound, though it was the first time it had rang out aboard my ship. It meant an enemy vessel was either approaching on an attack vector or some other danger equal to that of an enemy ship attacking was approaching fast. I ran as fast as I could to reach the bridge before contact was made, and I arrived to find the command crew in a state of controlled chaos as orders were barked into the Vox and statisticians were poring over the holomap and all the information that passed over the screens. I was quickly spotted as I made my way to the command throne and briefed on the situation. Dark Eldar ship approaching from one of the moons on the outskirts of the system, Lord Captain. A cruiser of the Torture class designation. A threat, but not a serious one. What are your orders? The first officer asked, and I thought about it for a second. The armed freighters are to assume a defensive position and expect strafing runs from attack craft. They are to fire at will. We will take the steel-forged and commence attack from separate directions. Hammer and anvil tactic, with us acting as the anvil. At once, Lord Captain. The first officer confirmed that the chaos on the bridge was turned into a focused purpose. They had a plan now, and with a plan came efficiency. It dawned on me that their faith in my decisions was absolute. They did not hesitate, did not question the wisdom of my plan, did not even entertain the idea that I might be wrong. For all intents and purposes, they fully believed in the legend I was trying to create for myself. The realization hit me like a truck at high speed. If I made the wrong call, these tens of thousands of people would die due to my hubris and lack of understanding of naval combat. I shook my head. Now was not the time for self-doubt. Open fire as soon as we are in range and have a lock on the enemy. Ready the Voidsmen to repel boarding attempts, and inform the Drive Master to prepare his combat servitors in case there are more intruders. I spat my orders out in a harsher tone than I planned to, but it only made the crew work harder, and it fit the situation. I watched on the displays as my armed freighters grouped up like a small group of prey animals, ready to unleash what little power they had on anyone getting close enough to ensure direct hits. And my own 2 more battle-ready ships started moving fast toward the Drukhari ship. I was perplexed by there only being one with no escort ships, and even more perplexed by their apparent choice to engage in a fight, but it never got to that. Enemy ship is turning around. They mean to escape. A voice cried out, but I didn't bother to identify it. Can we catch up before they disappear into the warp? Damn it. I want to at least wound the damnable Xenos before they disappear. I demanded, and it was true. I desperately wanted to wound the Drukhari more than I already had by taking out their ground force, crippling them in terms of boarding. Creating a name amongst your enemies was as important as creating one among your allies, and while they would not know me directly, they would, for certain, share what information they had on my little fleet of ships, if nothing else, to take the heat off of them when they return to their dark brethren. If we are lucky, we can maybe get a single shot in, Lord Captain, Emperor willing. The Master of Etherics answered. Good enough, see it done, then retreat to the freighters and send orders to the steel-forged to do the same, immediately. They do not have the engine power we do. Short yells of confirmation rang out to my instructions, and we began moving well past battle speed to catch up to our fleeing enemy. For 15 nerve-wracking minutes, we chased them to get close enough, and finally the orders rang out to fire, and I felt a slight shudder go through the ship as we unloaded everything we could in the direction of the Drukhari ship. We only scored a glancing hit, but it was enough for me. I ordered the ship turned around, back to the safety of the group, and we watched on our sensors and screens as the Drukhari disappeared back into the warp. There was cheering all across the ship, and most likely across my entire small fleet, but I felt hollow. There was no victory here, only a symbolic gesture of defiance against an enemy that would return at the first chance to even the score and take revenge for the dead on the planet below. We had to get a move on as soon as possible. A full day passed before everything was ready, people back in their place, and my loyal crew had replaced the essential crew on the Steel Forged, and we could finally continue our trip forward. As soon as we entered the warp, I could focus on the Skaven that had finally been stabilized enough to ensure it would not die and had been brought to my chambers in a secured cage that was kept covered. It had been given food which it had devoured as soon as the guards had retreated back to what it considered a safe distance. It hadn't spoken, but according to the guards, it had listened intently whenever they conversed. It had been stripped of its personal possessions, and on my orders, it had been thoroughly checked for any signs of warp stone, even inside its mouth. You just never knew with those damnable rats. When we finally entered the warp once more, I breathed a deep sigh of relief. The Dark Eldar would not follow us here, and if they picked up our trail, we would be long gone when they arrived, hopefully. Our next destination, and the last one before we left known space completely, was Tesla Prime, a former Mechanicus weapons development planet before it fell to Ork Lutas. Who knew? Perhaps there was something there that even the greenskins had not been able to dig up. With my head feeling heavy from fatigue, I planned on sleeping before I dealt with the Skaven. I deserved a good night's sleep. Chapter 52. A bad idea or a brilliant blunder. I opened my eyes to a vast plain covered in riches beyond measure. Gold, silver, gleaming gemstones, wealth beyond imagining. I rose from the ground and noticed I was no longer in my own clothes. An exquisite silken robe covered my body, open in the front, leaving my chest exposed and barely covering the essentials, leaving frighteningly little for the imagination. I looked around, seeing wealth in every possible direction. I turned my gaze, but there, in the far distance, a palace of polished marble rose out of the ground. It was the only thing visible, not consisting of meaningless riches, so I made it my destination. As I walked, the golden ingots and masterfully crafted jewelry called to me, beckoned me to pick them up to ensure unending wealth for myself. I resisted, barely. It felt like I was walking for hours before the scenery started changing. Tables that seemed to stretch beyond the horizon, filled with delectable foods and drink, rivers of wine and rare vintages, and the most mouth-watering desserts were free to be indulged in, but I felt no hunger. I understood where I was now, the realm of Slaanesh, and these had to be the rings surrounding his palace. Giving in to a single desire, even for just a moment, would spell certain doom for anyone. More endless walking through the ring of what could only be gluttony eventually led me to verdant fields with both men and women walking around aimlessly, only stopping when they saw me. When they did, the looks they sent me held promises of unending lust. They stripped their clothes and offered themselves willingly with beckoning fingers and whispers of depraved sexual pleasures so deviant that I dared not even entertain the idea for a single moment. But it was difficult. The beauty radiating off of them was almost irresistible, making the most gorgeous women and handsome men I had ever met, both back home and in the universe I now inhabited, seem plain and base. They ran caressing fingers over my arms and body, but I held firm, rejecting everyone and focusing my thoughts on the only thing that truly mattered to me. Getting back home. It helped stave off the influence of desire and gave me the focus to continue my march toward the palace in the far distance. Soon enough, the ring of carnality was behind me, but what I found instead were entire armies, chanting my name and promising loyalty eternal if I would only pick up the banner and lead them to victory. Nations of people called out to me to rule them to my heart's desire. It did not appeal to me. It was not what I wanted. I already had thousands of people ready to obey my every whim, and it was not everything it was jazzed up to be. I quickly passed through the circle of paramountcy and came to a fairly innocent-looking garden dominated by a massive maze of hedges. Whispers filled the air, speaking of every deed I had done since my arrival in this universe, large or small. It did not matter, and most fervently, the whispers praised my ability to conquer the rings that came before. I knew what this was. It was an attempt at making me feel prideful in my accomplishments. It didn't work. I did what I did because I had to, not because I wanted to. More often than not, it had been a matter of survival. Plain and simple. After an eternity of walking the maze, I finally left the circle of vainglory behind. The palace had been growing steadily larger in the distance, and now it was looming close by, but the last stretch I passed through was, for lack of a better word, serene. Unseen choirs sang heavenly songs, and the small rivers that crisscrossed the landscape smelled of pleasant perfumes. I felt the greatest desire to stop and take a rest, to close my eyes for but a second, but I also knew that would mean my doom. The circle of indolence was the most treacherous and deceptive of them all, and if I gave in to the desire for rest, I would never awaken again. The sand I walked on was the finely crushed bones of the victims of the past, and only by the greatest of mental efforts was I able to keep my thoughts on what truly mattered. Getting back home, as I left the last circle behind, I finally approached the palace, a massive set of stairs leading up to beautifully decorated doors, and there, at the top, stood a figure, androgynous in origin with both a rugged masculine handsomeness and a deadly feminine beauty. Greeting, Björk. I have been expecting you and eagerly awaited your arrival. I am ever so happy you did not disappoint my expectations. Not everyone can cross the 6 rings and make it to the Palace of Pleasure, you know. His smile was warm and inviting, his demeanor relaxed and gentle. I was not fooled. I was looking at the Dark Prince, she who thirsts. Every word was a trap, every gesture a dagger aimed at my back. I would be offered the world, but by accepting, I would be reduced to a pawn, a piece to be moved about on a playing board so massive it boggled the mind to ponder its enormity. Thank you for hosting my humble and insignificant presence, Dark Prince. I am not sure what I have done to warrant such magnificence. I bowed politely at the end of my words. I had to stay courteous, polite, and above all, entertaining. I had to conduct myself as a man intrigued, but not convinced, if I wanted to figure out a way out of this mess. You have sent me a great number of my devoted followers, in a very swift motion. Why would I not be pleased by your attendance in my halls? Björk the rogue trader, companion of the common man. Your reach is already wide, much wider than you can imagine, and I want you all to myself. I have no desire to tiptoe around the subject like the clumsy fools that came before me. I find there is something enticing about being direct and blunt. It is so refreshing to find that immortal. But as a man out of time, I should have anticipated such a morsel of interest, shouldn't I? His eyes flickered with embers of desire, and his hands weaved tales of unspeakable ecstasy in the air as he spoke, and I found it hard to argue against his logic. But there was still a small voice, screaming inside of me, screaming in rage and protest over this unholy deviation from my one true goal. I wanted home. What you say is true, but if you were to grant me my darkest desire, you would also remove me from this plane of existence. I know myself, Dark Prince, and I know what I want, what I desire, what I crave. I just want to go back home. You can keep your riches, your harlots, your indulgence in everything that is outside the scope of merely surviving and existing. And even if you could send me back home, odds are I would not accept. I know your gifts and boons are not without tethers and bonds, much like your rivals. I seek my own prize, and I will find it on my own, without the help of anyone except the one I know I can trust to have my best interests at heart. Looking the Prince of Pleasure in the eyes and denying him was a feat in and of itself, but to taunt with trusting the Emperor might have been going too far, and I knew it as soon as the words left my tongue. You are prideful. I can work with pride. A crooked smile appeared on the face of Slaanesh before giving way to fury. The anathema. He spat on the ground. I bet he didn't even bother manifesting himself for you. Sending a lackey with vague instructions veiled in smoke and mirrors. I can sense the wounded pride in you, and I understand. Only a cruel lord would treat their loyal subject in such a way. The words were pure honey, snaking their way into my thoughts and taking root. Why hadn't the Emperor manifested himself to me, opting to send Malcador to laugh and point fingers? Why was I given a flash vision and a promise, instead of being handed the key to the puzzle? Why shouldn't I? I shook my head violently, trying to reset my brain. These weren't my thoughts. They were not my desires. You will not succeed in your temptations. What I seek you cannot deliver, and what you offer has no interest to me. This is not my world, not my universe, and I do not belong here. But I can safely deduce that there is power in people not from this universe, power that you and your contemporaries are all too interested in making use of, which, by itself, should be enough reason for me not to want to hand myself over to you. But there is also the fact that every pact made with you and the other Chaos Gods is a double-edged sword, with the deck stacked in your favor. The Emperor demands I love my fellow humans. You demand I love you, and only you. I cannot, and will not, succumb to your influence. Thank you for the offer. Thank you for your hospitality. Please return to your palace and get fucked. With that final salute, I turned and sprinted down the stairs. The roar of anger that rang out behind me told me all I needed to know about how my message and refusal were received, but I didn't sense anyone following me. Instead, I heard a voice ring out over the entire realm, all-powerful and demanding. Run if you want, Björk, run as far as you can. In the end, your desires and impulses will see you drawn back to me. And the next time we meet, you will not be so well received. I just kept running. Through the 6 rings of temptation surrounding the palace, past the entrance to the realm of Slaanesh, out to the beginning of the Chaos Wastes. And I stopped. For the first time, I was not returned from this realm by automation. I had no clue what to do now, and all I could do was guess. I sat down, crossed my legs, and started meditating and focusing. I wanted to wake up, to return to real space. I did not dare draw on the psychic powers at my disposal, considering where I was currently at. Time passed, and nothing changed. I woke up startled and covered in the sweat of fear, the stench hitting me like a wall the moment I ripped the covering away and rose from my bed. My pulse was racing, and I felt genuine fear for the first time in a long time. Deep, primal fear. I kept darting my gaze around my quarters, looking for a threat that wasn't present. But no matter how I searched, I could not find any reason to fear. Then I heard it, or rather heard the lack of it. It was entirely silent, and I had a Skaven prisoner in a cage covered by a blanket. I couldn't even hear its breathing. It couldn't have escaped. Leaving my quarters would have seen it on the always active bridge, and the alarm would have been raised. So it had to still be there. But then why couldn't I hear anything? Could I have disturbed it in something when I woke up? It had been unusually silent after being brought here and covered up. Quiet Skaven usually meant scheming Skaven, and a scheming Skaven in captivity was a recipe for disaster. Trying to get my still hammering heart under control, I lay back down and slowly regained control of my breathing, hoping to instill the idea that I had gone back to sleep. I lay there for so long that I started to think my Ratkin prisoner might have straight up died of terror inside his cage, but then I heard it. Tiny scratching noises. Of course, I stayed still, listening to scratching. Methodical, cautious, stopping every minute or so to allow the sounds of the surroundings to alert it if I was waking up. I kept my breathing steady and slow, trying to simulate sleep, and it must have been working because the scratching began again. I had not bothered with the covers when I lay down, and I slowly slipped off the bed and crawled toward the cage. Getting closer, I was able to identify the source of the scratching as I had guessed, my caged prisoner. My smell was permeating the room, so there was no danger of being discovered unless I made noise or when I was right on top of him. So I took my time and moved slowly, almost painfully so. But it paid off, and eventually I was so close that I could reach out and grab the cage's cover. Opting to circle the cage instead to pinpoint where the Skaven beneath the covers was scratching. 2 times, I circled the cage slowly to be sure, and when I was ready, I snatched the cloth covering the cage and ripped it away as fast as I could. As I thought, frozen in what could only be fear if the sudden bad smell was anything to go by, there it was. A small piece of metal in the hand of the Skaven, being used to scratch around the top of one of the bars of the cage. A small grove was already forming, and I knew that the efforts I had heard would have been increased tenfold once I was not in the room. Moving my gaze, I locked eyes with the Skaven. It didn't move, and we both stood in our respective positions without moving or blinking. Slowly, I extended my hand with the palm facing upward, holding it out in silent command, and the Skaven just as silently placed the piece of metal in my hand before slinking to the side of the cage that was the farthest away from me. I stayed where I was, looking over the captured Ratkin. He was not as scrawny as some of the Skaven I had previously seen, nor was he wearing mere rags. There had been put effort into the clothes that were wrapped around his body, and the weapon he had used before he was captured had been a scavenged field knife, dull and rusty, but more than enough in the hands of a Skaven, and a display of wealth when taking their low numbers and unfamiliar territory into account. All the other corpses had only been armed with improvised blades made from sharpened pieces of scrap deck plating. But without specialist tools, there was no way of knowing which major clan he came from, and that information would determine if I had a use for him or not. After thinking for a moment, I dragged my comfortable chair and a small table over so I could sit and observe the Skaven. We sat there, staring at each other for only Emperor knows how long. My mind was racing, thoughts and ideas popping up, being cast aside and replacing each other so fast I could barely keep up with them. But eventually a few thoughts settled down and started forming into proper and viable ideas. I slowly rose from my seat and moved to a cabinet where I retrieved a handful of fresh fruits and some stale rations bars before returning to my observation of the Skaven. Your species is both smarter and more treacherous than anyone gives you credit for, and you do your very best to hide this from other races until such a time that you can exert your will over them without effort or fear. I would commend it, but I suffer from what you consider to be several filthy notions, such as honor, duty, compassion, and more. But I also know more than most, so here is the choice I propose to you. You can either answer me when I speak to you and cooperate with my will, and in return I will provide you real food and clean water, as well as guarantee your safety. Or you can continue this little display of ignorance, and I will lock you up in the vats containing the waste from the tens of thousands of humans living on this ship, leaving you to drown in the literal shit of my people. Your choice, rat. The one thing I knew about Skaven was that they only respected power. They didn't follow those who had it because they wanted to serve. They followed power because they coveted it. They sought to become more powerful with every fiber of their very being, and I could use that by displaying ultimate power over their life. The silence dragged on for so long. I thought I would have to carry out my threat before a small voice escaped the caged creature. How does it know we speak talk like manlings? Good boy. You know how to answer when spoken to. I stated and grabbed a ploin fruit and a piece of bread made from protein grain from the small table. Do you want the fruit or the bread? I held out both foods, and I saw his nose wiggle wildly for a few seconds and heard him sniffing. The bread. He asked more than stated, and I held it for him to reach out of the cage and take. It took him surprisingly long to overcome whatever fear he held of me before he quickly snatched the bread from my hand and retreated into his cage, away from me. You do not have to fear me taking back something I tell you. You can have. You know we manlings do not think like you, Skaven. This means I am not like one of your Skaven overlords who would take away a boon as readily as they have given it, sometimes purely for the amusement. So, in the future, you do not need to hesitate or be fearful when I offer you something. It is a waste of time for both of us. I had no idea how to talk to a Skaven, so I settled for a casual explanation, like a teacher would address a classroom of new students. However, the reason you still live and are here in my personal chambers instead of burning in the engine is simple. I wish to ask you a question. How you answer it will determine whether I take my trust hand cannon here. I got up and retrieved said gun and put it on the table so he could see it, and splatter your head across the floor and walls, or I make you work for me. Defend your right to exist, provide for your needs, and work to make you lord of all Skaven we may encounter in the future. I had no intention of doing such a thing. Just the logistics of keeping them under control would be too much of a nightmare to deal with to make it viable, but if it helped convince him to join my service, I could make use of him. Skaven minds worked in wondrous and mysterious ways, and I could for sure utilize that. The air grew heavy with stench as I spoke, the damnable musk of fear. Oh well, it was my own damn fault for being so blunt, but Skaven did not need an excuse for intrigues, and I wanted to dispel any illusion of having patience for them. His eyes flicked between me and the gun, and I heard him mumble and chitter and queakish as he waited for me to ask my question. So I leaned slightly forward and asked, "Can you accept the Emperor of Mankind as your master, bending to the universal truth of humanity's right to dominance over the stars, taking your place under my command, in his service?" And before you answer, let me give you some information to work with. The Imperium of Man controls about 1,000,000 worlds, ultimately giving us access to more soldiers than your mind can comprehend. We can turn entire planets to dust with a command, exterminate your species with a simple letter. You would face enemies that make me and my soldiers look like scared children, or scared and worthless pups in your case. The men you faced under the mountain were but a fraction of the numbers that inhabit the several ships at my command. Given the choice, I would have turned your mountain to dust above your heads without setting foot on the planet, but rules forbade it. In any case, I can give you access to technology that makes scryer weapons look like bad and disposable toys, armor that makes iron plate look like wet paper, and enough food to satisfy even a Skaven's insatiable hunger. But it rests on you accepting humanity as the superior race and the Emperor as your god and master. Can you do this, yes or no? Take all the time you need. The Skaven threw itself to the ground, groveling as much as possible within the limited space of the cage. Zaknach Barbtail swear to work for the master of all. Manlings are the best, greatest race to ever spawn. He cried out in what I was sure was the most pathetic voice he could muster. I didn't believe him for a second, but his fear meant I could control him. Good enough for now. I do not believe you, Barbtail, but that is good enough for now. So long as you maintain that belief and never try to cross or kill me, there is no limit to what you can achieve. But know this, without me alive, there is no way you would survive on your own. You are surrounded by tens of thousands of humans, each of them raised to believe that your mere existence is heretical, worthy only of torture and death. The only thing keeping you alive is my protection, which I cannot give if I am not alive. I nodded as I finished speaking, more to convince myself this was a good idea than anything else. It was, in fact, a monumentally bad idea, but I was certain I could make it work. With the correct application of pressure in terms of demonstrations of my power relative to this Skaven, this barbtail, and I could probably keep him subdued. But to utilize him, I would need to think outside the box. You will have to wait until I can arrange quarters for you. So for now, just stay in the cage. I will have food and water brought up soon. For now, just be silent and let me work in peace. I threw the fruit in there as well and placed the pitcher of water within reach on the floor. I stretched out my body. I felt sore and restless, and there were other things that needed to be done. Taking the lift down, I sent a message to the ship's steward to meet me in the purser's office. Before leaving, I turned back to the cage. I have said it before, but I want to make sure you understand me. Lie to me, you die? Betray me, you die? Try to take advantage of me, and you die. The only thing keeping you alive right now is you being a good little rat, not trying to escape, and accepting your fate. With that final message delivered, I felt secure enough to leave the Skaven alone for a few hours. When I arrived at the purser's office, they were both there, speaking in low voices while poring over various papers. Of course, they would get along. Both of them existed to exemplify the virtue of frugality. "Lord Captain, greetings to you," they said with one voice when they saw me. "To what end have you called me here? Not that I do not enjoy exchanging notes with a competent colleague, but the organism that is the ship needs constant attention. There has been an excess of loitering over since you enforced your changes. The Voidsmen are getting ornery with having to escort people away from areas where they have no business being when they are not working. I was actually intending on bringing it to your attention at our next interaction." The steward stared me down over a set of glasses with a thin frame. The purser followed suit. "There has been an increase in inventory going missing, especially items which can be used in the fermentation of alcohol. I worry we will soon see a rise in workplace incidents and brawls, besides the thieving." It was not what I was expecting, but it fit perfectly for the reason I had called them. "Then you are both in luck, as I called you here because I have another idea that needs implementation post-haste." I smiled big as I spoke, and I took no small amount of pleasure in seeing their faces drop at my words. My ideas were usually expensive and a logistical nightmare to get up and running. Better be nice to them for a change. It is an idea that, in the long run, will see an increase in revenue, decrease in idle workers milling aimlessly about, should all but remove the thievery issue, and as a side bonus, it should also heighten morale and allow us to keep tabs on the more enterprising crew members. They both stared at me like I had finally lost my mind. "What kind of idea can accomplish all of this, Lord Captain?" the steward finally asked after it became clear I wouldn't continue before one of them did. "We will open a bar on the ship for the crew to man and frequent when they are not scheduled for work or prayer. We will provide raw materials for alcohol production, and in exchange, we will take a percentage of the profits made from the sale. Once it is established, it is the easiest thing in the world to insert a few agents who are good at listening to other people's conversations. To ensure the safety of the ship, there will be a 3-drink maximum limit per work shift to keep accidents and drunken brawls to a minimum. While we get everything ready and designate one of the unused areas on the lower decks for this use, we will track down those among the crew that are already behind any black market trade. But not for punishment, not yet at least." I could see the wrinkles on their foreheads clear up while I explained my idea, so much so that the purser interrupted me at the end. "Giving you a pool of already educated workers without the need for training or importation of said skilled labor. Thrown, they could be made to work for free in exchange for not being punished for their illicit activities." Her eyes were already shining with greed, and I had to reel it in. "We will not do that. We will let them keep half the profits from sales. If we do not let them gain something from it, we will be left with the same problems we are dealing with now, only with sales of alcoholic beverages involved. There needs to be an incentive for them to do this. Would either of you do work that did not benefit this ship in some way, if you could avoid it?" They stopped and pondered that, only briefly, but still. "Make sure you get the Master of Whispers in on this. I want him to be able to keep tabs on the crew from the beginning. I am certain he will relish the idea, but if you could keep him from salivating on the floors, I would greatly appreciate it. I joked, and while I did not get a laugh from them, I saw smiles tugging at the edges of their mouths. See that it becomes reality. I sensed that this would solve many problems we have not even anticipated yet. And with that, I turned around and walked out. There were more things to do, more situations to manage, and a blinking in the corner of my eye ever since I woke up. I decided to check it out when I got back to my quarters. Now, it was time to figure out a new instrument to learn, besides my harmonica, which I still played from time to time. Ever since I gave that performance in front of the nobles, my ship has been bombarded with invitations from minor and greater noble houses, all hinting at getting a performance of their own, and I needed to be able to play my own instrument if I wanted to be a performer. If this universe was going to push a bard role on me, alongside the battle preacher thing, I might as well lean into it and become the daring rogue with 1,000 stories to tell, 100 songs to sing, and a master plan of his own. I might even be able to create a synergy between my battle preacher skill and potential performance skills. With those thoughts, I quickly checked the notifications from the system as I moved about the ship. The only thing of real interest was an urgent notification in a deep golden color. Achievement unlocked. Rejecter of temptation. It is going to take more than big promises and vague gifts to make you stray from the narrow path of humanity. For staying vigilant and true to the ideals of humanity in its current form, you are granted resistance to the influence of chaos-aligned influence and the ability to imbue your psychic ability with the light of the Emperor at an exorbitant cost to your energy. Good luck, you are going to need it. Well, that was a different kind of message to receive for your efforts. I was not against it, but it did surprise me and scared me a little if the personalized message at the end was anything to go by. And imbuing my psychic powers with the borderline divine energy of the Emperor sounded like a double-edged blade to me. Yes, it might make my abilities reach near godlike strength, but when the text says exorbitant cost, I could only guess as to how much damage it would do to me. With that out of the way, there was only one thing left to do before we returned to the monotony of warp travel. But that would have to wait until a little later.